just jumped into the game. But you said Charlie went first, or Darcy went first?
Looked like Darcy went first.
Yeah, okay. So he's probably on his second turn here, Darcy. He's picked up looks like an Ultra Ball.
Yep.
It looks like he's going for the Ultra Ball.
We've seen an Ultra Ball away, a Rescue Carrier, and a Net, and we've grabbed Crobat.
Yeah.
And so again, 2-price Pokemon to hit the board. This is a big liability. But with no energy at hand, Charlie is trying to get a little bit of use out of that turn 1.
Yeah.
The fact that he's going second and can attack turn 1, he's trying to get as much value as he can.
Yeah, if he doesn't get an attack out here, it's not going to be looking good because, like you said, that Crobat just instantly becomes a liability. And I feel like Giratina is going to have no problems at all taking that out late game, maybe to get the last couple prizes there. Or, I mean, Darcy could even just ping with the Cramorant twice over the course of 2 turns. And that is, he's got 2 of those Cramorant in his deck. I believe he is running a Ordinary Rod as well. Yeah, so if anything does happen to one of those, he's going to be able to just instantly reach out and bring that back.
One thing that we've been talking about that's so scary in Darcy's Giratina deck in terms of manipulating this prize trade is also the Thornton.
Yeah, right.
It allows him so much control over when he wants to put a 2-prize Pokemon in play.
Yeah.
That if he just needs to use it to get a 1 final knockout, he could put no multi-prize Pokemon in play, make Charlie take 5 turns to go through these single-prize Pokemon, and then just Thornton swap his basics into a Giratina V, and then evolve straight away and take it.
I'm not asking this because I haven't looked too deeply into the current meta, and I can't remember what Thornton does, but what does Thornton do again, Henry?
Okay, so Thornton, for those who are not aware, and Julian, it allows you to swap a basic Pokemon on your field with a basic from your discard pile. Now, what happens is that all damage, effects, energy, and also turns in play stay on that new Pokemon. So if you've had a Comfy that's been in play for 2 turns, and then you Thornton and swap it with a Giratina from your discard pile, you can now evolve that Giratina straight away. And one of the weaknesses of these V-Stars is having to evolve. Take that time and be liable to essentially getting KO'd or just a general time investment. It's all eradicated before.
So if at any time Darcy feels like he does need to do this, Darcy can literally, he can Thornton, he can bring out Giratina V, he can then evolve it if he's got the Giratina V in his hand. And depending on how late in the game it is, he can Mirage Gate, put that 2 energy on it, and I believe it's Star Abyss is his V-Star ability.
So I've seen a manual attachment to the Mewtwo from Charlie, so he's valuing that as his game plan. He's unable to attack with Moon Kinesis turn 1, but he's used Cycle Draw, so that'll help him supplement his hand. And Darcy has played Colress, fancy full out once, so it makes it easy for us to see what's going on. And we can see what he's looking for here. So he's got 2 options. He can continue to go slow with Cram, or if he reaches 7 in the Lost Zone, we'll be able to potentially move Maturix.
Right. He's really valuing that water energy there, and that is a key part of this matchup. If you are running the Greninja and you are relying on it at some point in the game, you cannot be very liberal with those water energy, and that is something I found difficult playing this deck myself. You'd Colress and be presented with an option. You burn your Psychic Energy, which you might need to power up the Giratina, or do you burn the water energy, which is much harder to find late game. You do need 2 water on the Greninja in order to get off Moonlight Shuriken as well as a neutral energy, normal, but yeah, you can see that he knows what his path of play is here, and he's going for it. I find it interesting that Charlie has opted for the Psychic attached onto the Mewtwo because it's going to force Darcy's hand. It's going to be harder for Darcy to knock out that Mewtwo V and inevitably V-Star with just a single prize Pokemon. So he's presented with an option here. It's going to be interesting to see which way Darcy goes with it when it's his turn again.
So one thing that we'll have to pay attention to with this Mewtwo V-Star is that whilst it has more HP, in order to KO these Cramorants and these single-prize Pokemon, it takes a large resource investment. It does multiples of 90, so it does 90 times up to 3 energy you discard. Which means that at the first energy discard, you're not hitting the breakpoint needed to KO these Pokemon, so you have to get rid of 2. Now, they can come straight off of the Soul Rock, which is not too bad, but it means that you're not using the Soul Rocks to power up Lunatone as an attacker. We see another Lunatone down from Pokestop there, so Charlie's already starting to run low.
Yeah, right. It's not looking very favorable for Charlie right now. And I do notice that Charlie is running a Greninja as well, and he has that on the board too. Whether he's going to be able to charge that up and fire it is another question. I know Darcy's Manaphy, the 1 Manaphy that he runs, is in his Lost Zone. So Charlie's got an option here. He will be able to take those 2 Comfy out of the game. And I feel like if he was able to get that going early, that would have put him in a pretty strong position. But it hasn't happened yet because, he's just really struggling with the energy attach.
Unfortunately, Mewtwo V-Star does only deal the bench damage of the V-Star to V Pokemon.
Right. But the Greninja has
the Greninja, but there's no Psychic energy, so no water energy Charlie's deck.
Oh, that's right. So he's literally just using Greninja as draw power. Interesting. Okay.
Yes.
So,
So Greninja will just be draw power in Charlie's deck.
yep.
And without a way to power it up, it would just serve as that purpose. So it's not really a threat for Darcy.
Yeah.
And that's one of the strengths that these Giratina decks have. Whilst they get to use Greninja for draw engine, they also get access to it as an attacker, which is what makes it one of the best Radiants, if not the best.
It is probably the best in the game, isn't it? Even with, I think we've had Radiant Gardevoir, Radiant Steelix, and there is a third Radiant that came out in last Origin. I don't think they run in many decks unless someone is playing Hisui and Zoroark. They might be running that Radiant Gardevoir. But yeah, Greninja has been just an instant staple, whether you're playing Palkia, whether you're playing Solrock, Lunatone, whether you're playing Mewtwo V-Star, or Giratina. You're seeing that in basically every deck. It is an extremely powerful card.
If your deck has the energy economy to be able to do it, you play Greninja.
That's it.
And here's double Solrock, and the energy will be going to Lunatone. And that's what we were talking about. So now the energies will presumably come straight off of that Lunatone again for Mewtwo's attack.
Yeah, right. So Charlie is going to be able to get off an attack this turn. The only unfortunate part of it that it is just going to be the Cramorant. He'll take one prize, but it's not going to hurt Darcy too much. I don't know what is in Darcy's hand. We can't see it. If he has another Cramorant out, that he'll be able to get out. He will be able to start swinging again. But has he got the Giratina in hand? Because he has quite a fat hand right now. He's got like 8 or 9 cards in it.
Does have a large hand, although I think the Darcy may just continue to go to the single prize route.
Yeah.
And he's not in much rush. He's able to use Greninja if he wants.
Yep.
And if he Greninjas, that would also make it more difficult for Mewtwo to continue to strain these attacks.
So we can take 5 prize cards there for each player.
No? So notably, if we take a look at the prize cards, we have at least one Psychic Energy for Charlie. We have a Boss, Net, Mewtwo. Now there's only a 2/2 Mewtwo line. So that's quite relevant. We see a Gate, a Rod, Tina V, 1 Energy, and a Colress. Everything fairly standard. Nothing too standing out here. However, the Nets are always a premium resource for both players.
Yeah.
So finding that will be very useful.
I think Darcy's going to want that ordinary Rod ASAP too, depending on which way this matchup goes, because if he does need to bring something back from the dead and fire it up again, he will be needing that Rod for that. But I don't think it's going to get to that point. You know, these single prize decks, for the most part, the Pokemon serve their purpose. As long as they serve their purpose, they get their knockout, and you do have that prize strain. If they get knocked down the next turn, it's not going to break the game. And you can see Darcy's got 2 energy now on that Greninja, so it's 1 away from being ready to go. I don't know if those were manual attach. I feel like they were, unless he's Mirage Gated and I missed it. I feel like he might have Mirage Gated because he's got water and grass on it.
He's just played Mirage Gate. Yep.
Yeah,
so he's played Mirage Gate, so now he's lining up the Greninja attack.
Yeah.
We actually can see a very clear prize mapping for Darcy to win this game. If we're looking at Darcy, what he's going to line up is take 2 prizes this turn. He'll drop to 3. He'll take presumably the double Solrock, maybe the Lunatone as well. He'll decide based on how many of each Charlie has in his discard pile. So try and attack the resources that way.
Yeah.
Now we see Snorlax come down. He may continue to just play single prizes for the whole game, or he will presumably line up to take that Mewtwo as the final one, or the Crobat even. The Snorlax that Darcy just put in his hand will be able to KO a Crobat.
Yeah, okay.
Snorlax
180.
dealing 180 for 3 colorless.
Yeah.
A seemingly basic card to play, and a lot of people say, why do you play that? It has an ability that's not terribly relevant, but it just hits very good numbers.
Yeah, I think a couple of weeks ago you put up a list on your Twitter, BenryTCG, at BenryTCG. Go and follow him.
It's not children in this team.
But Henry did put up 2 lists, and my first thought when I saw these Snorlax was, that's interesting. What's that doing there? But yeah, once you start to see how it plays in with the other cards in the deck, the math is incredible. You know, you can Cramorant something for 110 and then quickly turn around with the Snorlax on the next turn for 180. That takes out basically every V-Star in the game and gets you very close on V-Maxes. So that's 2-3 prizes there off of 2 turns of play, which is very interesting. And like you said, it can knock out the Crobat in 1, which is going to be great. It does fall asleep if you don't flip heads, I'm pretty sure, at checkup, but Snorlax serves one purpose, just get 180 out there. If you can get 180 over 2 turns, it's fantastic. But
slowly, and we actually see here, the Moonlight Shuriken has targeted the Mewtwo.
Yeah, right.
Now, you were talking about maths.
Okay,
so if we look at the maths, so Mewtwo V-Star has 280 HP. Now, Darcy has that Snorlax. He's just put in his hand, as we know.
Yep.
And he's got Zigzagoon.
All right.
So he's placed 10 onto that Mewtwo.
Yep.
Now, with Snorlax, he's able to take the clean KO. With 100 damage plus 180.
Yep.
So that will KO the Mewtwo V-Star. Now, that'll drop to 2. And he can look to find his last prize on another Moonlight Shuriken. He can look to find another Crobat. Or he can continue to just hit these Solrocks and Lunatones and take 2 more afterwards.
Yeah. So the prize trade Darcy is well and truly winning it. And yeah, it's going to be interesting because I think, well, basically he's saying, I want to get rid of this Mewtwo V-Star as quickly as I possibly can. And by that point in the game, Charlie won't have many options. His energy attach is going to be difficult. I don't know how many Soul Rock he does on the 3 Soul Rock. So he's 1 KO'd so far. Did he knocked out?
1 has been knocked out, yes.
Yeah, so he knocked out 1. And when he hit that Moonlight Shuriken, and we're supposed to be expressing this to the players, instead of me trying to figure it out as we're going. But he hit the Mewtwo V-Star with the Moonlight Shuriken, and what did he knock out with the other?
He knocked out a Soul Rock. And so that's relevant because we've also seen the Rescue Carrier already discarded for Charlie. Now, this is a closed deckless event.
Yep.
With the Rescue Carrier gone, you already know that those are starting to get whittled down. Now, it's always valuable to take Soul Rock because that is a bench spot that is already going to be occupied.
Yep.
And when this Mewtwo goes down, presumably this turn, there it is. And Darcy's going to be really looking to find that Ordinary Rod.
Yeah, that's right. He probably knows that it's prize at this point in the game. It is the 3rd prize. So if he's taking his prizes in order that we can assume you won't see it for another couple of knockouts. We need to get the feedback there to just drop out momentarily. He is retreating, or has he scooped up? And he's put Snorlax down, loaded up with the 3 energy. So he's going for that play, as you said.
Yep.
He's taking out the Mewtwo V-Star. That was a very smart play there to get the Zig out. And he's got the Giratina V-Star out on the board now as well. So,
so we've seen a Thornton. So in this little delay we've had, Thornton has transformed the Zigzagoon into a Giratina and straight into the V-Star. Now, this is eyeing up a boss next turn. Potentially boss plus Gate will carry that Crobat. And if not, it's an easy sweep for the rest of the game. Darcy's up 2 prizes. And even the Snorlax is going to be a bit of a pain for Charlie to knock out this turn.
That's right. I mean, at this point of the game, I would probably scoop if I was Charlie and go to game 2. We do have 36 minutes left in this round. I don't know if that's bad form to make that call, but I'd be looking at time here because, we've already spent 14 minutes on the first game. You want to get that second game off. Charlie wants to definitely bounce back and give himself the best opportunity here to take round 1. But one interesting thing that we didn't speak about at the start of the cast is that there are no ties today. So we have actually set up the format here down in Melbourne to avoid ties entirely. We are still playing 50 minutes plus turn. But you don't like that? You don't like this?
I think it's interesting. I think it's an interesting little change. Yeah. So we'll have to see how that influences the tournament. It is 2 pods, and so if calculated correctly, it should result in a clean cut in both sides.
Yeah.
So it will influence matchups. So it influences what decks you pick. It influences how you approach the tournament, and it is slightly different than your standard regional event. We've just seen Pokestop get rid of Mewtwo V-Star. Not terribly relevant given that the last V is prized and 1 has already gone down.
Yeah.
We're just going to have to see Lunatone for the rest of the game.
And I'm not sure that Charlie recognizes that Mewtwo V is primed because he's unable to search his deck. So he's probably hoping to pull it or reach it at some point. But his hand is looking quite big at this stage. I think the realization is coming upon him that, yes, that Mewtwo V is not coming anytime soon. And if he doesn't get it out, he's just too far behind in this game. Darcy's next turn is basically boss game. And yeah, this one's pretty much settled. I love that Zigzagoon play though with the Thornton, because Zigzagoon comes out and you've got the option of scooping it up and doing it again. But it can sometimes be a liability if it's out there and your opponent only needs 2 prizes to win the game. If they've got Greninja on the board, it's easy to take out that Zig, but Darcy's able to basically just transform it into Giratina V, and because it was out the turn before, just instantly becomes a Giratina V-Star without becoming that V liability that you were talking about earlier in the round. So
yeah, Thornton is one of my favorite cards in the game at the moment. I think it enables so much creativity in deck building, but also with playing.
Yeah.
Anything that makes it far more difficult for your opponent to read what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Anything that just generally increases lines in play makes for a really interesting game, just like this. So we've seen a ton of energy come onto this Lunatone.
So he's going for it. He's going for it. I don't know. Let's have a look at his list. He does play the 3 boss, so if he could take out that Giratina V-Star, he would need a lot of energy to make that happen. Though.
There is the Recycler, there is the Mirage Gate. We see Tina fully powered up, and I would expect we're going to see a boss for game. There it is. All right, so that is game 1 over to Darcy. How do you feel about that one, Julie?
Yeah, like Darcy had complete control, and I think that game was kind of decided in the first turn. Essentially, the strength of the Lost Zone deck is how quickly it can get powered up and start swinging. It's incredible how you've got, even if you fail to get the Giratina V out, if you're playing against maybe a Palkia and you need that firepower with the Giratina V, you've got so many options. It's not hard to Lost Zone 4 cards and start hitting with the Cramorant. It basically almost always happens. And the strength of the Lost Zone is that it's still a great deck going second because you can cold res. You know, you can start ripping out supporters. You almost always get those 4 in the lost zone going second. So I think it's a fantastic deck. Very hard to navigate though. It's not that straightforward because you do have to make very difficult decisions what you're going to burn to the lost zone. You can't get those cards back. If you presented, for example, if you're, because we are seeing some deck lists out in the States of, you know, like Radiant Charizard running like lost zone deck. You know, if you lost zone, if you flower selecting and you're presented with Radiant Charizard and Fire Energy, you know, your strategy's basically gone. But it's rare to see that happen.
It is, and it's the difference between these decks. There's two kind of lost zone variants. There's one that played Gates and Greninja.
Yep.
There's one that came second in the Champions League in Yokohama with about 3,000 people that played that Radiant Zard and a very heavy focus on Sableye.
Yeah.
And Giratina is not one of those. Giratina was a gate-focused deck.
Yep.
But it's generally a bit more well-rounded. This matchup does prove quite challenging for the Solrock Lunatone. And what I think Charlie will have to try and do is get as quick as an attack as possible. Both attacks first, generally very far in the lead, but the Greninja is something that can swing the prize trade back into Darcy's favor.
That's right, yeah. So Darcy will be going second. I believe Charlie's going to want to go first in this matchup. We are going to start to see the first few of those. The wrong way around. But we just can't see him because the lighting is a little bit dark. Give us a second for the cameras to adjust. Okay, so he has prize, Mewtwo V-Star, Solrock, a Quick Ball, a Rod, another Solrock, and Research. So that is a very significant disadvantage for Charlie going into this game because he does only run the 3. He will be very limited with his Solrock usage until he starts claiming some prizes.
Yeah, the 2 out of 3 Solrock being prized is very difficult. That is the core part of the engine. We were talking about how if you want to use Mewtwo V-Star, it is very, very resource intensive. And the way that you mitigate that is with Solrock.
Yeah.
With 2 of them in the prizes, every time you use that Psy-Purge attack, you'll be going down not only the 2 energy from the board, but one of those will have to be from your hand every time.
Yeah. And this is rough because he's got the ideal start. You know, he's got the Battle VIP. He's got the Lunatone in the active. He can't attack on this first turn. He would be primed second on his second turn, but he's going to soon realize that unfortunately those Solrock are missing, which is a bit of a pain. And again, the strength of this Lost Zone engine with Darcy running the Cramorant in it, you've got 2. You know, I have no doubt he will get 4 in Lost Zone, most likely get a Cramorant out in play and take out that Lunatone, instantly taking a prize on his first turn, which is great. So it'll be interesting to see how Charlie works his way around this matchup, knowing that he's significantly handicapped, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is quite interesting because if Darcy does get the turn 1 Cramorant attack, he's almost in too much of a lead. It's very difficult for this Solrock deck to catch up, especially with 2 of them already prized, as we've been mentioning. The turn 1 is reasonably likely on the Cramorant. There's 2 Cramorant, there's the 4 VIP. Darcy plays a very consistency-focused list. There are, of course, 8 switching out, or 7 switching outs, I will say. So that 1 less switch that Darcy plays, if he plays 2 broken, 1 switch, does affect the likelihood of that turn 1 Cramorant. So that could very well play a factor. And when it comes to Charlie, we've seen him get Mewtwo again. Now he's noticed that with that Solrock prized, 2 of them, it's difficult to string Lunatone. So once again, he's going to have to.
Yeah, he's going manually as well here. I feel like he's got a Psychic in his hand. So if you get at least the attach on this turn, it's not too disadvantageous of a position. But, you know, it's just like you were just saying, like the probability of Darcy getting this going is so great with so many, you know, you got scoop ups, you got your battle VIPs, you get capture energy. It's just, I have no doubt. I'll be surprised. Honestly, I'll be stunned if he doesn't get it going.
I'd put the turn 1 Cramorant odds at somewhere around 70%,
Yeah.
Which is pretty reasonable given that you're going second. And again, like we've been talking about, the Lost Zone decks are so powerful because they can do something going second.
Yeah.
They're not at a colossal disadvantage. You're able to gain tempo, be it a prize, some damage.
Yeah.
Just anything like that is something that sets it apart from every other deck.
Yeah, I think it puts it in that tier next to Mew VMAX in a sense, in that the strength of Mew VMAX is that going second, it is a massive threat. You know, big meta decks that have done very well up at Worlds, you know, you got your RCSV with PGV. We're not seeing much of that. And the Flying Pico, we're not seeing much of that at all anymore. But, you know, Palkia V, it's a great deck, but it cannot attack until its second turn. Mew VMAX and now this Lost Zones deck, they're both great decks that have got single prize options to start dropping damage. Obviously not as strong as the Malouetta turn 1, but it's up there in my opinion. So Charlie has played out. What is he?
So we've seen an Ultra Ball, getting rid of an Ultra Ball and
Yeah.
a boss.
Yeah.
And we're seeing 2 Lunatone and a Solrock come down. Now, Charlie's got a reasonably sized hand, but it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. He does have concealed cards available. He may have already used it, but he does have net.
Yep.
So being able to reuse this Greninja, there it is.
Yeah, right.
So, yep, the ability to use marker is now going to go back on. You see two cards drawn. It does look like perhaps the last card in hand is a Crobat.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that second concealed cards because he did have to put that energy in the discard. How do you feel about that?
I think that's fine. He's going to be able to use Soul Rock, and it'll give him
Right.
energy for next turn as well. We can see Crobat for 5 now. This
That
is
is smart, man. Sorry, my bad. I missed that.
That's okay. This is interesting, and Charlie's managed to get a second Lunatone because the one in the active will be knocked out. And that's very smart because he assumes the Cramorant will come in, knock out the Lunatone, and now he's got another one. We have seen the Crobat straight away, which is interesting because I don't think Charlie's terrifically looking for much.
Yeah.
He's not really needing much for this turn, but he's valuing being able to set his hand up for the following.
You probably should have saved that for a later part in the game because he was only able to draw another, I think there was 1 or 2 cards there. And like I said, it didn't really help him too much. He already had the energy attached. He already had the Soul Rock. The energy was in the discard. So he was going to be able to do that anyway. I don't know if that's going to leave him at a little bit of a disadvantage later on because he has gone very draw heavy. He's scoop up net. He has played the Crobat. I'm not sure what's in turn for him on his next role here. But now Darcy is getting well and truly into the game here with the Battle VIP parts.
Turn 1 VIP from Darcy. That's everything you want to see and more from a Giratina deck. Of course, unlike something like Palkia, there is no Irida to search it. You do have Colress, which looks at a large number of cards, and you have Comfey, but it still isn't quite the same going second guarantee as Irida.
Right.
Now, the VIP is straight away. Darcy's checking his prize cards. Look at this. Darcy is experienced. Like we know, in this Lost Zone deck, you play such small counts of your resources, and every time you have to Lost Zone something, you really need to know what you have to play this deck optimally. And that's exactly what Darcy's doing. And also, this will give him a bit more information if he's playing Simian Heavy Ball.
Yeah. Generally, if you guys are just tuning in for the first time, but you haven't watched much Pokemon, you know, one of the first things the player does when they get the opportunity to search their deck in their turn is to identify which of their cards are prized, so they can identify, like you said, what they should and shouldn't do through the rest of the game. For a very resource-intensive a deck that burns through resources like Lost Zone, where you're putting cards into a discard or a trash that you cannot get back, it can be the difference between a game. You put the wrong card in the Lost Zone and you need that late, you'll be in a bit of trouble. But I don't think Darcy's going to run into that obstacle here. He's got another Comfy. Yeah, he's got a Greninja. He's got the Cramorant now, so he's going to start flower selecting.
And just as we talked about the Sui and Heavy Ball, that is exactly why he's price checking. He's opted to get his price checked so that he knows what to get. He didn't need to get another Comfey because he has the Heavy Ball in his hand. So he's going to get exactly what is not in the prizes. Then he just gets to access that Comfey for free with the Hisui and Heavy Ball. He's got Colress already as well. This is looking like a turn 1 Cramorant attack to me.
Yeah, I personally love to see it. And it's why I think this deck is so cool because you flower selecting, you basically pull off 2 flower selecting, which is pretty easy with the scoop ups and the air balloons, the battle VIPs, and then you just get 1 Colress out and you're already flying. If you can get 5 in the Lost Zone, which you can occasionally, depending on how many times you do that flower selecting loop. And if you don't know that flower selecting loop, it's Comfy's ability, which basically lets you draw 2 cards and you get to put 1 in your hand and the other in the Lost Zone. But if you can keep cycling through those Comfy, if you can retreat them, if you can scoop them up, and then manually hard retreat without an air balloon, you're getting multiple options, multiple opportunities to do that. And that's what Darcy's doing.
Darcy was faced with a difficult decision. He knows how important that Greninja is in the matchup. So Water Energy was the hard choice to be Lost Zone, but the Scoop Up Net just proved a little bit too valuable.
Yeah.
Just like Julian said, paying attention to this Comfy loop, the nets is exactly how Darcy's able to get these 7 cards in the Lost Zone for Mirage Gate, 4 for Cramorant, 10 for Sableye. All of these things are exactly all powered by the Scoop Up Net engine.
Yeah. And it's great. It's going to be sad to see Scoop Up Net rotate out. I think it's probably sometime in January 2023 we're going to see Scoop Up go away.
Yeah, I think I'm personally quite excited for that. It'll slow the pace of the game down a little bit. But for now, it'll enable some really interesting combinations.
There you go. There is the turn 1 knockout with the Cramorant. So he's already leading the prize race. It's not done and dusted here. Charlie does have some options. It was great that he could get that Psychic attached. And he does have Psychic in the discard. And he's got the Volve, which is great. So Darcy hasn't made himself vulnerable. He hasn't put out any 2 prize Pokemon. This is going to be a slow trade as he loads up a Lunatone as well there. So that is probably smart because we're going to see that energy move over to the Mewtwo V-Star shortly, aren't we?
Yeah, so we've seen, again, the Mewtwo V-Star is the way to go here. And now, I wonder if Charlie, he has some ways to try and mitigate this Greninja. We did see Darcy target the Mewtwo with it last time. But Scoop Up Net to remove perhaps a Soul Rock from play does reduce the amount of targets that Darcy will have.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, if I was Charlie right now, would I be going for the Cramorant or would I be targeting that Greninja? I feel like the Greninja is the bigger threat here.
Greninja is the bigger threat. However, Cramorant is a completely resource-free attacker.
Yeah.
And so it's continually able to attack for minimal investment.
Yeah.
It will always be a problem, and it's not something for Darcy to need to continually power up. I think the boss on Greninja is pretty reasonable, but it's the same amount of energy as it is to KO anything.
Yeah. I mean, if Charlie does choose to let the Cramorant live and the Cramorant gets to come out and start swinging another 110, Darcy is kind of limited in what he can do because you can only play one supporter per turn, and you'll have to decide, does he want to continue loading up the Lost Zone with cards that you can then Mirage Gate later on in the game? Or does he want to boss up the next threat and take out a knockout? Does he want to get rid of the Soul Rock? Probably not, because Rescue Carol will bring it right back. Does he want to get rid of the Lunatone? Maybe. But yeah, Charlie's just got energy attached on this YouTube V-Star, so he is pretty free to do what he likes attack-wise.
So there's boss. Like we think about, and this is good. And now we see players adapting to how game one went.
Yeah.
This is what's great about a best of three and how Pokemon should be played, is that you're able to adapt. So Charlie's saying game one, the Greninja was a big problem. It let Darcy skip ahead in tempo. But now he's decided, all right, that's a big problem. That's a big priority. So he's targeted it down. You see Colress getting rid of a gate. Usually these decks can afford to Lost Zone one of them.
Yeah.
And just play off 3. Now, maybe even 2 sometimes. It's pretty reasonable. And we're going to see probably get to 7. Now, Darcy's got many options. He may choose to just sit with Cramorant. He may try and rod that Greninja back.
Yeah.
But there's so many lines of play that we have to wait and see. And actually, Julian, that's the second water energy.
Yeah, so he knows he has conceded that Greninja will not play a part in this game. And I feel like he's going to be relying pretty heavily on that Snorlax Cramorant combo with the Zigzagoon to take out the Mewtwo V-Star again. Otherwise, we don't see a Giratina out on the board right now. And without that, it's going to be difficult for him to knock out that Mewtwo V-Star. So he's going to have to go 2-turn approach. But that's a pretty complex combo. He has to get out the Cramorant with the attack. He's going to get Snorlax out, and he has to get the Zigzagoon out. Not impossible, but he does have to work a little bit for it. But I think that's his line of play, isn't it? He's going to go. I feel like that's actually his line of play. He'll go for that, bring out the Zigzagoon, and then the next turn he'll have the option to forward and bring out the Giratina, which is going to be really hard for Charlie to knock out.
Yeah, so we actually won't need Zigzagoon now because of Cramorant and the Snorlax.
Yeah.
We'll be able to
that's right.
mash up to 290. So the Zigzagoon is relevant for the Greninja on this.
Not bad.
But the Snorlax now is a very clean knockout with Cramorant.
So that's a 2-turn. That's a 2-turn knockout. I don't think he's going to have difficulty pulling off.
No.
Especially with the Mirage Gate, he's going to be able to load up the energy onto the Snorlax with ease. Yeah, I don't see how. I mean, Darcy still has to play this very straight and narrow. He's going to play it clean. And if he does misstep, Charlie will have an opportunity to bring himself into the game. Looks like this is the great thing about Pokemon, is that it looks like Charlie's in such a dominant position, and that's how most Pokemon rounds look. Like it looks like at face value that he's in control, but if you know the game, if you know the decks, if you know what the players are capable of, Darcy can basically turn this board state around in a turn and be on top. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's one of those interesting things with many card games, but especially Pokemon, is that prize count is not always indicative of who's winning.
That's right.
We see Charlie ahead on prizes.
Yeah.
Well, after this turn, he will be ahead on prizes, but the board state tells a different story.
Yeah.
And there is another attachment, and we can see the Cramorant knocked out. Alternatively, Charlie could choose to play a boss again if he has one. And that will allow him to conserve energy. So he'll be able to discard only 1 as opposed to 2.
Right.
That's an option. Now, there's a couple of different ways that Charlie could go at the side purge. Where do you think he might want to discard some energy from?
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be careful with it because he doesn't have the Soul Rocks out there. I don't think he picked up one when he claimed a prize. So yeah, I honestly don't see which way this goes for Charlie. I've only played against this Mewtwo V-Star deck once, and it was tricky to navigate for me. I think I tied the game. But I can't see where this is going for Charlie.
Yeah, so the side purge is just taking the energy off the Lunatone. Now, if he was able to, he's had 2 options. He could take it off the Lunatone, or alternatively, he could think, well, clearly my Mewtwo might get knocked out, and so I might choose to conserve my resources by getting rid of the 2 on the Mewtwo.
Right.
But then that would open him up to further problems where Darcy might just choose to ignore the Mewtwo based on energy switch counts left. And so there's interesting things. Potentially one way to go about it was to hedge your bets and go one off each.
Yeah.
So that if your Mewtwo was to get knocked out, then you only lose one. But it also means that Darcy can't play around to essentially take advantage of that situation. But we're seeing Lumineon.
Yeah.
Straight for another Colress. So we are looking to find a whole lot of cards. A little bit of a zoom there. Very nice for us. See Boss, Roxanne, a Giratina, and 2 mystery cards.
Okay, so if he's got a quick ball, he's going to be able to get that Snorlax out. I cannot tell if he does. I think he's hesitating here because it is not the optimal. It's not the cards he wanted to see. Usually, when you get exactly what you need, you start firing. But Darcy is trying to map this out so that he does play the optimal line here. So it looks like he's going to play Giratina, or is that a? Oh, I'd love to know. He has played the Colress, so he can't boss.
So we do see the Giratina go to the prizes. The Lost Zone, and same with the Lost Vacuum.
Now, Lost Vacuum, that's removes an item or a stadium from play. It puts it in the Lost Zone. You need to discard a card.
That's Lost Zone, a card from your hand.
Yeah.
Which works perfectly for these Lost Zone decks that already want to be filling their Lost Zone up. So it acts as a 1-card accelerant.
I don't think he needs to play that at all in this matchup. Charlie does not run the Pokestop. Yes, we haven't seen that at all at any point in the game. Charlie does run the Pokestop. He just hasn't played it, and I don't think he really has felt the need to, and we haven't seen it come out at all. So,
it looks like Darcy is lining up a Sableye for this turn, perhaps. He's found himself unable to find the Snorlax to KO, but that's not a big deal for him as he's able to get that Sableye and take a free prize essentially without the need of boss's orders.
How many HP? What's that HP count on Lunatone and Solrock?
They're at 90.
90, yeah, that's right.
So
can't take 2.
No, but he is able to put 30 on another one.
Yeah.
And if, put 30 and perhaps build up to knocking out multiple later on. But we see the rest of the damage go on the Crobat.
Yeah, right. Smart. So he does have that option later in the game to. I mean, how much damage did he put on the Crobat? Why would he put the damage on the Crobat?
So the damage of the Crobat could lean into potentially 2 more uses of Sableye. That might work. Alternatively, that's the large one. It can be carried with Shred now from Giratina. It's worth noting as well.
Yeah.
But potentially just leaning into more Sableye attack.
Yeah, right. So Sableye is going to start to... We're going to lose Sableye this turn. Potentially.
We would like to see that, or we could see a boss on the Lumineon. And again, Darcy has kind of put the clock forward by playing that Lumineon, which he seemed like he was forced to.
Yeah.
And then he's missed the knockout on this Mewtwo. So that Lumineon is vulnerable. And again, pace of the game has been changed.
Yeah.
If we look at this Lost Zone deck, we've just seen Sableye come in. That is the 5th attacker, perhaps, that we've seen Darcy use this match. So we've seen Cramorant, Giratina V-Star, Snorlax, Sableye, and Greninja. And that is a lot of different attackers for one deck.
So much versatility. It's incredible. I think it's just such a cool deck. You know, it has so many options and it lets you deal with the meta so handily. You know, as long as you are navigating the deck correctly, you're going to be able to handle most matchups. And that's the key here.
So we've had a slight delay on our end, but now the Sableye has been knocked out by Mewtwo V-Star. So again, this Mewtwo V-Star proving a fairly large body for Darcy to try and get through. And that is why Charlie is rushing for it as his main game plan.
In terms of prizes, I think off memory, I feel like Charlie at this point will have taken at least 2. We've lost the Greninja, we've lost the Sableye now, so.
So my Cramorant and then the Sableye last turn. See a Rod coming back, putting a whole bunch of energy and Pokemon back in the deck.
So is he going to go for the Greninja there, or is he going to go for...
We're likely to see the Greninja come back. We have just not been able to see that quite as yet.
We've got the Snorlax out now, so
we have the Snorlax, so this Mewtwo V-Star will be going down.
Yeah. So again, that's how Pokemon essentially works. That's how Mafia works. You look like you're at a disadvantage because you're losing the prize race, but in one turn, you take it back, and you're in a pretty commanding position because Charlie loses his primary attacker. He does have the Lunatone there, so the Lunatone does have options. But it's going to be difficult for him to load that up with energy and take out anything that isn't basically comfy.
Yeah. You see that, and we see the 30 damage from Sableye placed on the Crobat from earlier. Still going to stick around because the Scoop Up Nap will only be able to pick up and heal the non-V Pokemon.
Yep.
Whereas that 30 will stick around. So there's the Tina with an energy. And just like we talked about, that 20 damage or 30 damage on the Crobat does mean it is within Boss Sworder's range.
And the great thing about this deck, again, I love this lesson deck, is that you can continue to attack. What can we do? I would love to go out and just see how the rest of this game is playing out. Darcy was in a pretty good position.
Darcy was in a commanding position, and the big thing we have to note, and then I think Darcy's cotton onto this, Lee may be conscious of Amani, there is no hand disruption in this Soul Rock Lunatone deck. So everything that Darcy is able to build up is entirely going to stay there. And then we have the feedback.
Yep.
All right, Pokestop comes down from Charlie.
Okay. And he's going to need to, I guess he's going to need to rely on that in case. Well, what's the line of play here with the Pokestop?
I think he's just playing it. He's going to see what he can find. He finds Scoop Up Net, Quick Ball, and the third one, and a Rescue Carrier.
The Rescue Carrier is pretty handy.
That is probably what he's looking for the most out of all these. Perhaps a Rod.
Yeah. But he would not have taken... Oh, he does have that second slot, right? So he's got a 1 out of the prize there, which is helpful. But Darcy just has, I think. I feel like Darcy's just got too much of a lead, you know? He's got KO on the next turn. His Giratina's loaded up to take out that Crobat. The Snorlax can take out the Crobat, or it can take out the Lunatone. I feel like it's going to take out the Lunatone, which will hinder Charlie's ability to get an attack out, or at least do significant damage on his next turn. He's loading up that second one, which is smart because he knows this one is dead. But yeah, Darcy only needs to take 2 more prizes that he's got to get, and that's just Crobat.
That's his 2 prizes away. I think he's got it in his hand now. There goes the Tina V-Sub. There's the energy. Boss orders onto the Crobat. And there's the lost impact for game.
Yeah, and it's just a testament to that deck. You know, it's too strong. And that Crobat, you know, I understand most decks play Crobat. Most decks that rely on draw support will play Crobat. But man, it's a double-edged sword. You know, it becomes such a liability late game. It's the 2 prizes most often you need to close out the game.
Yes, it is. We talked about the game being a single prize battle, but in the end, Charlie managed to put so many multi-prize Pokemon in play that Darcy was always able to catch up on that prize trade and play a little bit less linear of a game. He didn't continue to just knock out Charlie's active Pokemon, but he went around it. We saw Greninja, we saw Sableye, we saw a whole lot of different things. But just going through perhaps some kind of time tunnel.
Yeah, did we just go into an alternate reality? I know Daylight Savings brought us an hour forward today, but I wasn't expecting to be transported twice. So that is a pretty handy win for Darcy. You know, there's 10 minutes left on the clock.
And Darcy put the Top Guns on as he walks away from the table of Victor. Yeah, and this will be an unexpected deck with the Soul Rock Lunatone, but unfortunately it did not match up to the Lost Zone Giratina powerhouse, essentially, which is looking to position itself as firmly one of the best decks in the format.
Yeah. Charlie's not at a total disadvantage for the rest of the day. You know, it's not ideal to take a round 1 loss. You just need to adapt and correct your mistakes going for the rest of the matchups. And I guess, like you said, not leave yourself so vulnerable. Recognize that this is going to be a single prize battle, and whoever navigates that the best is going to come out on top and mitigate basically your liabilities on the board.
Yeah, I mean, tough matchup in both deck and player for Charlie round one, but it's interesting to see how he kind of tries to bounce back as a senior player in this tournament.
Yeah, he's a strong player, Charlie. Like he knows how to navigate his deck. Unfortunately, I feel like in that matchup, he just kind of got the raw end there with the prizing. Getting those 2 Soul Rock in there on that second game put a bit of disadvantage.
Yeah, of course. And as we've said, Darcy takes a round 1 win, going into this tournament as one of the favorites for sure.
Yeah.
And not only that, but with a very powerful deck.
Yeah.
And I've seen him play it quite well. And honestly, it seems like after that round and going into this tournament, the deck he's playing, it seems like one of the favorites.
Yeah.
So pay attention to Darcy as the tournament progresses.
Keep your eye on him. He is an absolute addict to the game. He travels all around Victoria. He lives. I won't doxing him. He's pretty rural, where he's based, but it doesn't stop him getting all around Melbourne. We're here in the heart of Melbourne. We're in Fitzroy, Mazer Fitzroy specifically. But this is a testament to the passion of the community down here. Is that you got players traveling all around just to play competitive Pokemon. It's awesome.
Absolutely, and I think it'll be interesting to watch Charlie throughout the season because his goal is to qualify for Worlds.
Yeah.
And so good luck, Charlie, to that.
I think he'll get there. You know, like he's a pretty strong player, and he'll only improve from here on out. So best of luck, Charlie.
Yeah, and we have to give a bit of info on Darcy as well. We've just seen him play a fantastic game.
Yeah.
He's been playing for 3 years. He won a league challenge. He says is his crowning achievement, but that is not it. Darcy has actually been in Europe, and he's top 32 to European regional before. I think he was on holiday or something. You might have to ask Darcy about that. And his favorite deck is Guardian. It's one of the first things he picked up.
Feeling kind of cute, might top a European regional. He did pretty well at Worlds. For a player that started during the pandemic as well, I spoke to Darcy. He started
about 6 to 12 months prior.
Yeah. Okay. Right. And then just grinded basically because there was nothing else to do, and it paid off. Look at him now.
Yeah. So that was round 1. Thanks guys for watching. We're going to be back soon. We're going to hop to a quick break.
Yep.
And we'll be back for round 2.
Easy. Excellent. I'm looking forward to the rest of the matchups. You will see, I believe it will be James and Tibor, who are 2 very strong players down here in Melbourne, passing round 2 for you. Tibor and James both love single strike decks. It's an interesting matchup of both of them. I don't think they're particularly good decks, but you do you guys. We'll be back, guys. Hey, cut to the BRB screen. I'm going to walk away.
Right, welcome back, everyone. You might see that we are not Julian and Henry. I'm James, or also known as Perry Melbourne, a streamer from Melbourne, and we have
Tibor, also known as Tibbs, joined here at the Melbourne Champions League Finals. We just had round one, looking into round two, the winners at the moment. Who have we got coming up?
we've got on our main table one, we've got Peter Lowe and Christian. Now they're both very, very established players, known very well in the scene. Peter, I know that I've probably seen it a fair bit more than Christian because Peter's been quite active for the longest time. Christian had a bit of a break, I understand.
Yeah, that's
and then
right.
he's come back to it.
Yeah, he was a very accomplished player back in the day. I think it took about a 5-year hiatus, something like that. And he's back now. He's still strong. His performance has been amazing. He's just doing in the last couple months, and he's already made the Champions League, cementing his spot here. And yeah, I mean, his results speak for themselves.
They really do. And he always kind of, whenever I played with him or against him at locals, he's always playing those kind of more fringy decks where there's something a bit more interesting going on. And that's what he's kind of bringing to us today, where he's playing the Vicavolt and Drapion V-Star deck, which is all about establishing item lock against Peter, who's playing the Curum VMAX. And we're just jumping in to turn one now, where Peter is starting off with Curum active straight into battle VIP pass as well. Prizes. What are we looking at? Which will be able to, I understanding this correctly, be able to block that Drapion V-Star ability.
Correct.
Could it come into play?
Massive prize there. Unfortunate for Peter, but hopefully he can take a few knockouts and grab that prize quickly. But yeah, at the start of this game, definitely Chris going turn 2, he should hopefully secure that item lock with a Melanie play. That's what the goal is, definitely for him.
For those that don't know, that's the big play and the big kind of drive with Christian. Is if he can get that item lock established really, really early, he's just going to be able to make it really, really difficult for Peter. Peter will still be able to use abilities, but when it comes to using any of those capacious buckets, which usually you use with Orangaroo to chuck on top and do that glaciated world, he won't be able to rely on that. He'll have to naturally draw into those energies. So very, very tricky.
Yeah, this matchup is still difficult for Vicavolt, I would say, because he just does so low damage and Curum has so much HP. It's just turn after turn. It gives him a lot of chances to draw with Greninja, draw with Glaciated World, draw with Orangaroo. And then you've got the backbone of the water decks with the Irida being able to still get your Palkia VMAX as well to accelerate energy. So there's lots of ways still for Peter to break through the item lock, but not really break through it, but still accelerate. So yeah, Christian will have to really establish himself early with an early lead, with an early lock, and just really keep that train going throughout the match.
I don't know how much I like the look of that quick balling away the scoop up early on. Usually you want to be quick balling away an energy in this turn 1 for Christian. So I'm a little bit concerned with what he's got in his hand to start off. But his hand looks pretty dry at the moment, I must say. So it's going to have to be a big search, and hopefully he can come away with some more establishment in this turn 1, because Peter, as we can see, he's got that Curum out, he's got that Palkia out, Orangaroo and Greninja as well. So it's all happening over on his side. Let's see what he's got. Bringing the Miltank out.
Yeah, he did bring this little bit of spice with the Miltank and the Jolteon Memory Capsule. That is his answer to the Curum matchup. But we did see before that he prizes Jolteon, so he's going to be relying on this Miltank throughout this early game, I guess, maybe to get that Vicavolt out as well on the bench, maybe take a few turns to build that up, and then maybe even build up the Miltank and put on some damage that way. There we go. He gets the Crobat out. He wants to draw some more cards. Really looking for that Vicavolt turn 1. That energy attachment turn 1 is super important.
Yes, definitely is. You'd love to get especially something like a speed energy at this point as well. That would really kind of help him get things going a bit more.
Yeah.
We're also looking for a supporter on Christian's side as well. Still yet to play a supporter.
Well, he did have the option to grab a Luminion just then. But
Yeah, he
didn't
did
grab
too.
that, so he's pretty confident he should be able to draw into something now. There you go. He's got, yeah,
Wow.
decent. I think
And
he
just
has
like
a quick
that.
order. Yeah, there we go. He's got he does have access to the turn 1 item lock, I believe.
I think as long as he can get that mill tank now out of
Yes.
the active, he should be pretty good. So there he
So,
goes,
yeah.
quick balling away the water. No doubt to search for that Vikavolt V. And he does have the Luminon enhanced. We can get that Melanie, which will be a nice little bit of draw. He's got the speed energy as well, which you do love to see.
20.
So there's another 5 cards you can use to dig here and hopefully be able to get that that mill tank out of the active
Yeah.
and establish this item lock nice and early.
Speed energy is an amazing, amazing special energy there, allowing you to draw 2 cards each time, and it counts as an electric energy. Placing the Luminion, assuming to get that Melanie now. Yep.
Straight out. He knows what he's after now, and Peter knows what he's facing up. A little thing that I have noticed at locals as well is that that Curum doesn't have a water weakness. It does have a steel weakness, unlike Palkia, which does have the electric weakness. So won't be hitting for weakness unless he gets that Palkia, which I don't think will happen. But here we go. We are getting that item lock going. Turn 1.
Beautiful.
Amazing to see Christian come out of the position he had in that opening hand. And it looks like he might be chucking down maybe
Red?
Okay,
Another one.
just in case. Yep. And the collapse, I actually mentioned this to him on Wednesday's league recently. He played Vikavolt, and we've been discussing a few strategies with the collapse stadium just to potentially reduce the Palkia damage coming onto Vikavolt, and then to get rid of the Crobat. You see how he got rid of one of the drawing Pokemon, either the Minion or the Crobat, just to get rid of those liabilities for those easy 2 prizes there.
Very neat way to kind of
Get rid
get
of
those
something,
liabilities out of there.
Mhm.
I think Christian's first go at this deck was at locals on Wednesday night,
Mm.
and he ended up going 3-0 as well.
Yeah.
Which is really, really impressive to kind of come bursting out of the gates with this deck. So
Well, it's just the perfect meta at the moment. There's these low HPs, heavy item kind of decks, and Vikavolt just eats them up. With 2 Zapdos on the bench, you're 1 hit KO and you're comfy. And then, you're piling on damage onto these water Pokemon as well, which are just so popular at the moment. So it's a really good meta choice at the moment. So we see Peter conceal cards, drawing 2 and then drawing into that Palkia VMAX. So he is still able to accelerate onto the either of any Pokemon there that he wants to. Primate Wisdom. Now, Peter does have a fair few items in there. An Evo Incense, Belt, Capacious, which he can't use. So this is beautiful locking by Chris at the moment.
Did the judge call for Kingsley?
And
so just piling that damage on there.
Don't forget Kingsley judge call.
Yep. Okay, so it looks like he's going to Training Court and Conceal. Okay,
Just
cool.
trying to
So
get-
he's concealed cards into that another Curum on the bench, so he can potentially use that in the future. Another Primate Wisdom,
Looking for
a VMAX, or Melanie. That's right.
there we
there
go. Beautiful.
So he can still 1-hit KO here, which is extremely scary. Curum has that ability to just 1-hit KO anything in the game at the moment.
And there we go.
In with 1 supporter.
We just need that extra energy attachment onto Dream VMAX, and then away we go.
Lace-headed World discards the switch, unfortunately. And I believe he still has an attachment here. So he can.
Yeah.
And he also has the V-Star ability. So he definitely can 1-hit KO. He can knock this out. It's just about cementing the future of the game. He wants to be in a good position for afterward. He needs to continue that the KOs on the next Vikavolt and so on.
Interesting enough for Christian as well, there's no energy on that benched Vikavolt, which means that he will need that combo play if he doesn't get anything on soon enough. So
Correct.
he's really got to get something out. He's got to get something on, preferably this turn. If that Vikavolt does get knocked out in the following turn, he wants to be able to keep that item lock established and keep making this game quite difficult for Peter to work around.
Yeah, well, you've given they've got the training court there, so it's very easy to get your energy back. There we go. He's going to try and stall it out a little bit with the boss and the item lock. It's a very good strategy at the moment. But yeah, that training court really helping Chris at this time. He's able to attach energy, or he could have even concealed cards again. But then you go, he just bosses, hits, and now it's Peter's turn again. Peter looks to be in a little bit of a sticky situation. He does have a lot of cards in his hand. I think Christian will look to Mani him soon, but we'll see what Peter can do this turn.
Definitely wants to try and get something going. Poor Peter.
Yeah, well, he's stuck in here. He can't switch out. Kirim has that heavy retreat cost.
It does 3.
But however, he does have that the attack where he can attach as many waters as you want to your Pokemon, so he can accelerate still. And I believe he just used that. Oh no, wait, that was the ability plus the manual attach.
And there goes the Mani.
Into Mani.
Both players very, very careful there, as we've known that everyone coming back to playing in real life, especially I remember seeing at Brisbane, there was many people forgetting how Mani works and shuffling the whole hand into the deck, and then before realizing, because this is the one thing after everyone playing online for so long, is that some of these kind of little things kind of glaze over your mind, and then all of a sudden it's the judge being called over.
Yeah, for sure.
How do we get out of this? So both players being very, very cautious here.
Yeah, well, they both had massive hands there, so you got to shuffle your hand. You got to cut it. That's how it is.
Top 33 is top 8.
So Peter's Mani'd, and now he's going to Climate Wisdom. He still has that VMAX V-Star Star Portal ability.
The Glaciated World onto the active. So here we go.
Here we go. Beautiful acceleration. Kirim just has that ability to hit so hard, so quickly.
It's the first 2 prizes of the game going to Peter. The interesting thing now as well with Training Court is the Training Court only brings back basic energy. So you'll note that on Christian's side, I believe he only has, he's only got the 2 lightning energies, but they are both in the deck currently. He's only got that water energy that he has access to in the discard via Training Court. So very, very tricky. And I don't know if he has, if he's got,
still has access to Melanie. Oh,
so
yes.
he does have the draw.
Yes, but he needs to hit a speed, or he has the access to energy search as well, I believe.
Yeah, I believe he does. He's got 2
Yeah,
two in the deck.
You have that access to energy search as well. So there's still a few opportunities here.
Oh, and there we go.
Last card, clutch.
So there we go.
He's still able to continue that item lock. However, he's only doing 90 damage at the moment. So like I said, that Kirim just has so much HP, and you're not hitting him for weakness. It just takes a very long time. Now switch over to Peter. He's still under the lock. He still has Melanie.
And that's that kind of chain that you want to keep going with that Kirim VMAX. You want to, if you're getting rid of those energies, you want those Melanies, and then you want energies already in hand so you can Glaciated World with a Randoru, keep it going. And obviously with the Training Court still being active, I don't know how much longer Chris is going to want to have that sitting there, depending how his hand goes. If he's got a way to counter the stadium, which he does have 2 Pokestops, so he does have the access to it. To getting it out, it's more or less just waiting for that opportune moment, because if it forces him to dig again, if he loses the Vikavolt and he needs those energy attachments, it's going to be very, very interesting. And there we go. Peter taking one of those crucial prizes, that wash energy out of the prize cards, and if he can get that onto the active and that Drapion V-Star does come out, it will not be able to use its V-Star ability on it. And Paralyze and Poison, which is what Hazard Star does. That Drapion not being used as the V-Star for any form of attack. It does have a Dark Energy cost in its attack, and there is no Dark Energy in Christian's deck, so it's just there for its neat little ability. to cause more problems.
Yeah, well, there we go. So we have the energy search coming down. He's powering up that Luminion on the bench, I believe, because he has a Thornton in there, so he can swap that over for the Vikavolt if he wishes to continue to attack. However, with that item lock, I think he'll also be looking for the Drapion lock soon as well. So he really needs to move him if he can. There we go. He's going to try and lock him in here. This is the strat it looks like. The strategy is to lock his opponent and keep them stuck in the bench until he cements something. So it's 4 prizes to 6, is that correct?
I believe it is, yeah. So Christian still, yeah, he's done plenty of chip damage away at those Curums, but he hasn't managed to take any prizes yet. So you can see there's a couple of components there that he definitely does want access to. That Jolteon, especially, I believe that's Zapdos sitting up there in the top left, I believe.
No, that is in the prizes.
Yeah, in the prizes.
In the prizes, that's a Jolteon. Yeah,
that is the Jolteon.
That's what he really needs. But he's obviously seen that he's prized it. So the play is for the middle tank to come out and hopefully stall. There you go. Peter has just energies everywhere, and he comes out with the boss, and that is game 1.
Wow.
Really strong. Strong performance by Peter there, taking game 1. The water acceleration is incredibly fast. Going second as well as Christian, it's a difficult situation because you're stuck playing Melanie turn 1, and you kind of want to disrupt the setup for Peter, and you can't really do that if you're accelerating with Melanie plus the energy.
True.
It's very difficult.
It's a very, very commanding position for Peter. Christian a little bit on the back foot here, but you know what? Anything can happen. All it takes is just a bad start from Peter and Christian getting that item lock established early, and it just gets so hard to dig out of that hole. Luckily for Peter, once you get energy in the discards, he does have access to those 4 Melanie and the 3 Irida as well, while not being able to accelerate any energy, just even getting the Pokemon out that you need to get everything going again. So getting that Greninja out, really, really helpful. I'm very excited to see how this next game turns out, because if we can see Christian get the advantage at the start of this next game, it could be very, very big game 3.
Yeah. I'm assuming he'll want to go first, just so he can potentially disrupt Peter's setup. However, going second for Peter's also not too bad, because they have access to Irida, and then he does have the Battle VIP as well. So Kiram going first or second, it's just an extremely strong deck at the moment.
Prize is not too bad on Peter's side. One of his training ports is down. That Crobat as well is down. That could be a little bit tricky because he does not run Luminion, and it's only one of the Crobats. So usually they can get you out of a pinch. So having that prize that's
rough prizes. You do not want to prize that Greninja. That is a huge drawing and Melanie setup for the Vikavolt deck, and obviously Drapion there as well, just to hinder the VMAXs really.
And that memory capsule as well, most importantly, because there only is one Eevee, one Jolteon, one memory capsule in Christian's deck. So not having access to that as well, it does really sting.
He does have the Eevee in hand, and if he can take the first 2 prizes, he will pick up that memory capsule, hopefully. So we do have a little bit of positivity there for for Christian there. Okay, look, so he does go second, it looks like. Yeah, Peter using his items quickly, getting those capacious buckets. He's aware of the item lot coming. So I'm assuming you will see lots of items, as many as he can. Comment Wisdom. Number 2.
Go.
I think it's another.
Another bucket.
He's got plenty of water energy in hand at the moment.
Let's see what else we can see from Peter. Let's get a Kyurem out or a Palkia or something. We've got to get some form of attacker ready to go and established, so then we can take some potential knocks on at turn 2. All we can see is a hell of a lot of energy.
Just an attach. Fantastic. This is what you want to see as Christian. He kind of needed that slow turn one. And now it doesn't look like he has a very bad hand. Like Chris can find the energy. He's just saying that his prize is Greninja. That's unfortunate.
You can see him there chuckling to himself, being,
Yeah.
I cannot believe this.
That's very unfortunate. He does not have. He still has the speed of lightning, so he can attach for turn and draw. And he has an Eevee in hand.
It's not all, it may not all be downhill skiing for Christian, but that's all right. He still has a number of key components that he needs to get this item locked out. And Peter's got nothing too flashy on his side with it, missing that attacking V on his side for his turn one. So
Yeah, no basic. Palkia or Kyurem is absolutely massive. So yeah, the breathing room that Christian has at the moment, he really needs to use it really well whilst he still can. Grabbing that water energy with the energy search, quick ball it away.
straight away. He does have Melanie in hand. So and he does have, I believe, that speed energy as well. So he's got the draw there. Sadly, in Christian's, he's not running his Huey and Heavy Ball, so no way to get out of no way to get that Greninja out early.
Yeah.
We do often see in many decks people run at least one Hisuian and heavy ball just in case. That access to that basic in the prizes can definitely get you out of some tricky spots, and this is a prime example of one of those spots that you would love to have it there. However, that deck list he has is very tight.
It's extremely tight. And there we go. We see the Melanie for the attach with the Zapdos on the bench, so he can two-shot the Oranguru. So he's doing 60 base damage now instead of 50. So that's a nice little tech. And he will, just hit for,
I believe it's
maybe a few more. Actually, there we go. He just hits for 60, and now it's Peel's turn. Picking up that Kyurem V
I know.
and the Irida. I'm telling you, it's the backbone of every single water deck at the moment. You've got to play 4 of them. It allows you to grab that water Pokemon and the item card.
it's basically do whatever you want type of card, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing.
very infamous card in overseas, especially at regionals with some American players. So we do love it. We do love to see. We love the lore and the character as well, and what this has done. But just huge in every single water decks. Just when you think that
Water couldn't get any better.
it definitely does.
Yeah. Okay, so Peter concealed cards. Oh, he's going to cut. Concealed cards. Draw 2. Kind of useless, I believe. He grabs a water energy. I think he grabbed a Battle VRP off that.
You did too.
So that I believe Oranguru is currently stuck. So there we go. This is what Christian wanted to see. No backup Palkia, so no immediate water acceleration for the knockout. It will be difficult to return knockout after this. Just quickly thinking, he can quick ball, maybe set up another
speed.
Oh, okay.
Another Melanie coming out there.
So he's got access to his second attack now, which does 190, discard 2 energies. With a belt that does 220, so it's perfect damage for a V. There we go, he's going for it.
It's coming out. Gonna hold
We have belt in
near
hand.
his tracks.
Quick ball.
Thinking very long and hard about whether he does the big dip.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if he wants to go for the belt or if he wants to just go grab another Vikavolt or a Luminion. For the Marnie play, he could disrupt Peter. Peter has a massive hand at the moment. Access to concealed cards all the time.
Burning through those capacious buckets the way that Peter did, we know that his hand is absolutely loaded. So at this point, if he can give that Marnie and put all those water on the bottom of the deck, he just puts Peter in a very difficult position, because hard for him to shuffle his deck once you get the item lock established, because we all know that when you're using ball cards and search cards like that, all item cards. So he will block that, and he will stop him from shuffling his deck, so he will just know that the water energy is down there, and that's all it is. And he takes the big knock as well.
Massive knockout for Christian there. I remember, yeah, he has that access to the Zigzagoon ping to also increase that little bit extra damage that you need to finish off those Vs. So 2 pings, 20 damage, plus the 200 from the Vigorwell is the knockout on the Kyurem, taking the first 2 prizes. I think he took that memory capsule.
He should have taken the memory capture, yeah. Which means that he can probably get that EV established now.
Yeah, he's taken the
And the
memory
Greninja as well?
capsule. He has the EV in hand, so I believe we will see that setup coming soon. Peter with the return, he has a belt on. He has access to items for a turn here, so he will be using everything he can.
Make the most of it when possible.
Yeah, exactly. Manual attach here. You've got the belt attached. Haven't seen the supporter yet. Wisdom looks a little bit stuck here. And pass.
Wow. Really, really tough. Really tough.
Well, I guess that was a very good play from Christian then. He's made the right play by bossing and getting rid of that threat straight away. And now Peter kind of has to reset. Takes another turn to do it. And now Christian has a lot of control over the game at the moment.
Huge control.
Just
Very interested to see what we're going to do here. Weighing up his options, Christian. Thinking, all right, how do we keep this momentum? How do we keep this lock? What's going to be the most annoying thing that I can do to slow Peter down?
Exactly. I think he wants to cement another Vikavolt down.
Oh, he's just
showing the tech.
He's shown what's happening.
Uh-oh. He doesn't look too phased. Just weighing up the options here.
The other thing as well with that Eevee, you don't want to show that too early, and you don't want to give them the opportunity to gust it up. So,
well, you know what? He actually hasn't shown the EV yet, or so he. Oh, okay. I was thinking maybe he could be keeping it for game 3, but okay. If he accomplishes this Jolteon memory capsule, I don't see Peter recovering too well from that.
No.
However, he gets rid of the Grand.
Yeah, he's committing to it now with that Greninja now leaving the hand. He's going to be committing to getting to that Jolteon. I was interested to see if maybe he does another collapse stadium play where he keeps the Greninja in, perhaps having it on the bench before getting rid of it once that Jolteon becomes active and he no longer has use for it.
Yeah. Yeah, collapse stadium is very good like that. A little bit of tech. So you can see Christian's hand, I believe he has a Drapion in there, a couple of scoop up nets. Melanie's in hand, there we go.
Beautiful. Got that energy attachment. You can now continue the lock. Don't know if he's found what he's looking for off that Melanie.
He's just got so much control at the moment.
Takes another prize.
So he's up 3 prizes at the moment.
Here we go.
There we go.
Kyurem VMAX into the Melanie, taking another 3 cards off the top for Peter. Getting that Palkia out, that's a really big get off the top there. And the Choice Belt as well. So if he can...
Peter will definitely need to take a KO here, and he's going to need a lot of energy on that Kyurem, or just have access to a lot of energies here so he can take knockout after knockout. That is the plan.
And there we go. Look at all this. Look at all this energy now onto the active.
Stop.
And the lost vacuum as well. So there goes the memory capsule. Huge. Peter feeling massively relieved. I bet you seeing that come out.
Oh, did he use the vacuum on the memory capsule? No?
Perhaps not.
Perhaps not. Okay.
Interesting.
Maybe
Very interesting.
All right. So there we go. We got Goon in the active at the moment. He will be scooped up, I'm assuming. Miltank coming down. Energy. There's just no Vikavolt at the moment for Christian here.
No, he does have the hazard start coming at him because we don't have that wash energy on the Cure and VMAX. He will be able to use the ability and paralyze and poison, and also with that hazard start, for each checkup you are putting 3 damage counters.
Okay, so there we go. Grabbing the water energy there. Attached to mill tank, so he's going to look for the attack on the mill. Look for mill tank. Won't be able to attack this turn. No way to accelerate to this without. Oh, and mine. Cool. Disruption coming finally. I believe he only plays the 2. Yeah, 2 Manis. So you're only looking to do it once or twice a game. Especially after they take the KO, because they've just stacked the hand. You want to get rid of their resources as soon as you can. So got a fresh hand of 5 here for Christian. Picked up the Pokestop. Picks up a few things. See if he can get some momentum back here. Access to the Ultra Ball. Possibly to find that Jolteon now.
We're looking for, I reckon,
Or-
Jolteon from attachment.
Yep.
Eyeing up, I reckon, whether they get rid of that Pokestop or not, which
He does have another one in the deck, so it's not all bad. I think he does need to keep one for sure, because that training court does give Peter that extra little advantage, either with drawing and attaching, and Legacy of the World. It's just amazing synergy with this deck.
it's a nice double-edged sword training court when it does come into play. And you've always got to be very, very cautious. I feel like with younger players as well, they chuck it out and they're like, yes, I've got that energy to that. I've got access to the energy in the discard. But very often you forget your opponent can also utilize that ability, and especially with how heavily Greninja is being played, getting that energy straight out of the discard as soon as you do the concealed cards is always very, very neat. And I know it definitely saves a lot of people.
Drawing cards, with Greninja is an amazing ability. We see it almost in every deck these days. And there we go. We're going to use the V-Star Drapion ability to poison and paralyze him, leaving him stuck in the active, taking 3 damage counters instead of the 1 for the turn for poison. Peter does play a switch, so he does
have the 1 switch.
he can get out potentially. If he has access to Irodar, he can grab that.
The tricky thing as well, though, is even trying to get it out of the active, you've still got the mill tank on Christian's side. So very, very hard to kind of keep tempo up and keep doing, unless he switches into something like the Greninja and does manage to do the
Water Shuriken. I mean,
Yeah,
that's the
the
only
Water
way he
Shuriken.
can attack at the moment. This mill tank is just such a pain. Oh, he's got the Empoleon as well there. So that does
another way to
negate
get around
mill
it.
tank's ability. So Peter did come prepared for this. He's brought the Empoleon. It does go around mill tank's ability, and it does a one-shot it as well. So now we're just looking for a way to accelerate that Empoleon, get it into the active. I don't think he's too worried about getting that Cure out this turn, because it will live one more turn. But yeah, he does. Christian's only got 3 prizes left, so Peter does need to watch out here.
He definitely does, especially with that Empoleon as well, weak to lightning. If Christian can get, I think potentially 2-shotting it will just cause havoc for Peter. I'm seeing a lot of people with Cure and VMAX these days playing 2 Empoleon as well, because it's that Empoleon is absolutely brilliant to counter those Lost Box decks, or just the Lost Zone engine in general, because it does block those pesky comfies from the flower selecting.
Yeah.
It does stop the Cramorant as well. Once again, a basic that has an ability. So it does a number of neat things, the Empoleon, because for the longest time, people were not using that card. People were just like, you know what? It's what it does, the Swirling Slice. It just moves 1 energy across. Even in Rapid Strike decks way back when, it's not doing much. But now it's you see the price. It's absolutely stonks now, the way it's gone up. So
Yeah, for sure. Empoleon's found its way in the meta. There's a lot of single prize decks at the moment, and so it just slots right in there. There used to be a lot more Vs, now it's more single prizes. So yeah, Empoleon is seeing a lot more play, playing the Irida here. He's not under item lock, so he can grab the Lost Vacuum and the
Yes, he
Palkia to
can.
get rid of that.
And he'll be looking to get rid of that memory capture because otherwise as well, I've missed this before, even if he does get the Empoleon into the active, he still does need to get rid of that memory capsule
Correct.
before Empoleon's ability does come into play.
Yes, this Lost Vacuum from the new set is massive for these kind of decks that kind of lock either with Path of the Pig or with the memory capsule. It just gives, something to get around that.
Yeah, brilliant for getting rid of those pesky stadiums. And even just adding that extra 1 card to your own loss zone, which does help that reach when you need to get to those critical 4s or 7s or 10s in the loss zone so you can use respective cards. But there we go. The memory capsule is out, which means that even though paralyzed, we can use Glaciated World. And we can use V-Star Portal now as well. Very, very big. But under paralyzing, you cannot hard retreat from the active. So Peter will be looking to switch it out and hopefully into that Empoleon.
Well, like we just said, he's stuck in the active, and with that Irida, he kind of had to grab that Lost Vacuum, otherwise he had no access to any ability there. And with the Irida, instead of grabbing the switch, he grabbed the Lost Vacuum. Now you see the Crobat coming down for the extra draw. See what he can do here. He's still stuck. I would say if he's stuck in this active for another turn, could be curtains.
Oh, so there we go. So there's the air balloon.
Ooh,
and the switch.
Found the switch.
Wow.
He can retreat back in if he wants to. Wow, huge draws from Crobat. It's been clutch for many.
And here we go. Using Palkia's V-Star ability, Star Portal. He's getting it straight there onto the Empoleon. And I reckon there we go. There's the retreat and the mill tank at this point. Gone. Christian now re-establishing what he's going to be doing here. What's the best place to go? And there comes out, I believe, was that a Boss's Orders or a Money that Peter just took? The Rainbow. I know he does run the Rainbow.
I believe,
Money, so maybe it's just a Marnie.
Wow, that was an amazing draw from Crobat, allowing Peter to switch, allowing Tim to get rid of the memory capsule, giving access to Palkia V-Star for that Star Portal. He's been saving that ability all game, and now it's just come to this point where it's just the perfect time for it, knocking out the Mill Tank. And now Christian's just left with a couple basics, no Vicavolts, nothing really going on. He can obviously pick one up and then Melanie to it for the draw. However, you're really looking to knock out that Kyurem VMAX.
There we go. Pokestop looking for some items. Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, was that Pokestop you just did? Maybe not. That
was the Crobat. Okay.
That was the Crobat.
Yeah,
so I was going to say,
place the Crobat now.
discuss that Pokestop could have been horrible.
Yep.
But he's got the pieces that he needs, and there goes the Melanie.
Yes.
So we can get that Jolteon out. It'd be very, very nice. And there he has, I believe that was the, still not yet.
He has no way to retreat yet. I'm not sure if he has a scoop in hand.
He's just missing his last 1-2 cards that he needs to keep this pressure on Peter.
Yeah. Well, the beauty of water decks these days, they can come out of nowhere so fast.
They definitely can.
And even when you've got some disruption, there's always an opportunity for them to accelerate and go. We can see that from Peter. He's got the Empoleon in the active with plenty of HP. Yeah, and with the Kyurem on the bench, he still needs to boss that out somehow and take it out. It's pretty rough position for Christian at the moment.
Very, very rough.
Yes, it does block the Zapdos whilst it's in the active as well.
Yeah, it does.
So base damage is 50. That Vikavolt paralyzing bolt. It does also block the Goon Ping.
Yeah, it does too.
Very strong card. Okay, so he does have access to the switch and the attack.
Well, this is the tricky thing now as well, is that doing only 50, hitting for damage is 100. That's 3. It's a 3 shot. There we go.
Beautiful.
He definitely needed that. He needed that
Huge.
extra little bit.
Okay.
And there we go. That's the
If you stop, gets rid of the Zapdos, finds a switch.
There we go. It's got the item lock established again.
Yeah.
Let's see what Peter can do in return. He does have 3 energy attached to it. He does have that critical wash energy as well.
Yeah, the wash energy obviously doesn't block the item lock. Yeah,
No.
so he can just free retreat into the Pelk. Assuming he has access to Melanie here. There we go. And yeah, the backup attacker with Palkia in the Kyurem deck, they're just such both strong attackers.
It does put your opponent in a very interesting prize position as well. Swapping between the 3 prizes and the 2 prizes. You can definitely put them in a weird spot just as they think that they're there. They might need that 1 extra prize, and that can make or break some games.
Yeah, absolutely massive. So Peter still has 3 prizes to stake. So even if he knocks his Vikavolt out, there's still 1 to go. Discussing a few things here.
Options.
So he Pokestopped, I believe. Either Pokestopped, grab some Battle VRP. Yay. Coming end of his deck as well. Not many cards left. Assuming. Coming Wisdom, draw a card.
Here we go.
Yeah, it takes the knockout. It's actually so nice to see some of these older cards like Oranguru and Empoleon coming back into the meta.
Yeah.
Finding the synergy with these new cards that come out.
Orangaru's always been kind of in and out of some decks where it's been really useful in some and then not so much in others. But in these Kyurem VMAX, it just works so well, being able to chain that water energy on the top with Glaciated World. And the neat thing with Glaciated World as well is not just attaching onto the Kyurem, it's onto any Pokemon that you have in play, which is really great. Especially if you're playing against single prizes. I've seen a lot of people power up their backup attackers, power up stuff like Greninja.
Exactly.
So then you've got the ability to knock out those sim prize Pokemon, stuff like the Luna Rock decks as well. Causes a lot of trouble for that.
Yeah, amazing ability. Gives the Kyurem deck even more versatility with attackers and just all-around strategy. So we're getting rid of the Luminion. I think he's looking for another Vikavolt.
Wait, he's trying to think of how does he get out of this position here. Christian needs to take 3 prizes and Peter only needs to take 1.
Yeah, it's looking very rough for Christian. I believe he still has Thornton in deck, so he can grab that Miltank out. But then once again, you've got that Empoleon just waiting on the bench.
And that retreat, there's only 2 retreat cost for Palkia. And there's 2 energy already on that Empoleon on the bench. It's very, very tricky.
Yeah. Yeah, and even if you boss something out here, it's got the Oranguru ready with the air balloon on it. He's given a few turns to use items, so he used them. And with the Crobat and Greninja with the 1 retreat cost as well. He's looking
there he goes. He scoops. It's all over. Christian sadly taking the L and Peter taking the big dub.
Yeah, the Vikavolt deck, like we said at the start, it struggles to finish off those high HP Pokemon.
Yeah, it does. Definitely.
Kyurem with 330, you're looking at 2 or 3 turns to knock it out. And in that time, Kyurem has that time to accelerate and knock you out in the 1 turn. So it's extremely difficult matchup.
Yes. I think the only way that would have been made even harder for Christian was if Peter ran something like the Cheryl. I've seen more recently the Cheryl tech being chucked into some of these Kyurems. And it's amazing because they go straight into that and then into Star Portal. And just getting that and then just kind of really putting your opponent on the back foot, having to get all that damage back up again. can be incredibly difficult. But Peter just closing this one out with some strong draw there, especially in that game too. Starting with the two Rangaroos and then coming out,
Yeah.
especially after Christian had those big 3 prizes early.
Yeah. He was ahead by a mile. I thought Christian had a lot of it advantage there. I thought the snowball was going to keep going. However, he did draw a lot off that Crobat, and just those few extra cards that you thin early game. He grabbed those water energies whilst he can. Just those little bit of extra thinning, like it helps you dig for those cards that you really need.
True.
And it showed that he was able to get access to them and pull out the W.
Guys in probably 15 minutes, 20 minutes. We'll see how we go. We'll see you guys then.
See ya.
Oh, hello there.
Hello.
I'm just
Trying to get chat going.
what's good, guys? I was looking at the wrong. So used to looking at a chat.
Yeah, I know. It's very interesting for us both being, well, you way more established streamer than me.
Thanks,
but,
man. I like a little bit of a stroke every now and then. What's going on, guys? We are back here at the Top Table AU. I'm Julian. This is James, and we are doing a just chatting segment now as we are for round 3 to start. A couple of good results out there for some of the more established players, some of our favorites. I know Darcy went down actually. He dropped a game. He dropped a round. Yeah. So Darcy's probably my favorite to come out of Pot A. But
yeah.
no more L's for him. Otherwise, that's GG for the rest of the day. What did you see out there today?
I saw a couple of very interesting decks out there. I think my favorites at the moment, especially because I'm playing single prize decks, is like having a look at some of those and what's going on. Some of those Reggie decks.
Couple of Reggie out there.
I've seen 2 of them out there so far, and I love to see that type of stuff because it's actually not the worst matchup against the Lost Zone boxes, which has caused a lot of single prizes a lot of heartache because you can easily just straight away with the Cramorant 110, but when you got 130 and 150 HP, it does make it a bit harder to kind of knock it out. So you got a bit more of a better matchup.
It's a bit of a prize race today between that matchup ends up becoming a single prize race, which is kind of cool because you like seeing single prize Pokemon being pretty prevalent in the meta.
Well, they're going to be very big as of Scarlet and Violet as well because we do have the EXs coming back, and a lot of those EXs do evolve from those one prize Pokemon.
He's right.
So I'm very, very excited to see it and see some of those other cards that maybe we've not so much kind of had a good look at come into fruition when Scarlet and Violet and these EX cards come out. Like I know Gloria is going to be a really good card.
Yeah.
Stock
up on your Glorias, guys.
Yeah.
Buy them from Japan. I think they're about 200, maybe 150 AU. I missed out on auction just this past Friday, which was a bit of a disappointment. You know, $160 AU with there on the Japanese Gloria from VMAX Climax. It's going to be a strong card. We have got apparently a stream's frozen, which is killing me. We've got Kygus in the chat. Sakana Sensei in 10 box. Up is Duke. Joe, what's up, guys? Good to see you all. Thank you for coming down to support the stream. I don't know if you can even hear us. Blendy's down, Rebel's down in 10 box, Robbie in. Guys, thanks for coming down into the chat today. Hope you're enjoying the cast. This is something a little bit different for us.
Yeah.
We used to drop in F-bombs left and right.
Be very careful what we say to
Yeah.
Especially when you had a very big trial by fire commentating your first game with Henry.
Yeah.
Henry has done a lot of commentating. We were saying before, he's done a lot of stuff for tournaments over COVID and everything. We did a fair bit of casting.
Yeah.
And we're just used to call it the way it is. I mean, you did the massive stream with Joe
Yeah.
when you were commentating Worlds.
Good fun.
Yeah, but now you got to be careful. What's the language? Little automatic things.
I mean,
It's not so much like swears. It's just like
Yeah.
using the right language where it's like you're not favoring one player over the other.
I mean, I want to just favor a player wherever I can. You know, if it looks like someone's going to win, I want to call a spade and say that they got this in the bag. But game's pretty fluid in that way. And, you know, there's not a whole lot of comeback mechanics in it, but the tables can turn at any opportunity, depending on who's driving what there. So, I think good fun. Henry's an absolute legend. He held my hand. He did, and he handled the technical stuff. I mean, I'm a very game time player. We got some primal beast chat. I'm a very game time player, so like I just usually react to whatever's in front of me, and I connect the dots and the pieces as it's happening. It's hard for me. I find it actually quite difficult to back a game out 2 or 3 times a game, which I think is kind of like a meme as well, because like you know what's in your opponent's deck generally, but it's impossible to know which path they're going to take.
Yeah.
Game's not that like it's rigid, but it's not that rigid again. So
There's also some interesting kind of components with the way that we've got this because obviously we're not professionals in terms of how everything's set up today. So Tim and I had a moment in the last game where someone kind of went to play that lost vacuum, and then they pulled it back to say, actually, I'm not going to do that.
yeah.
We were kind of like lost in the sauce, being just like, wait a minute,
Did
we call this correctly? Or
Did he take the hand off and?
Well, he ended up pulling it away, and then it didn't go into discard, and we kind of were just like, oh, I guess this is not being played now.
Yeah,
We're
right.
kind of trying to call it a bit soon, but we're having a hell of a lot of fun here, actually.
It's a good old time. Sorry if I look like I'm distracted. I'm just trying to manage Twitch chat on my phone while casting because we don't have the Rolls Royce set up here. And it's being put together by a small, what do they call them? I want to say ragdag crew, but a small. The word.
It's small thing. It's
No,
small.
it's a. what do they call it? When it's like a dynamite crew? It's like a
Wrecking crew.
no, it's not a wrecking crew. It's like the A team, but like it's a ragtag squad. What's the
Motley crew.
a motley crew? I'll Google this later.
All right.
That's basically what it is. It's just like 3 guys with a dream, a
Yeah.
couple of cameras, and a computer. They're actually streaming this on Horizon 3, which low key I think is a mistake.
Like yeah.
Hardware issue. But
I made a kid.
nah, we're making it
cry.
work. Although
I made a kid cry, so now I'm happy.
You made a kid cry?
Yeah.
So we got a grown man made a child cry. That's how you know it's a Pokemon tournament.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they put
That's like
players. That's why they have masters, seniors, and juniors so that people don't come. By the way, he's an absolute gentleman of a person, but he's very competitive. So
Yeah.
emotions are running high. People, there's a lot on the line here. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So not only did he make the child cry, but he came in and he gloated about it.
He
as
did.
well.
He did. He came in and he gloated about it.
I
But
see.
you know what? I've played against Jose before where he's banged the table in front of me. He definitely scared the pants off of me. So
One of my first experiences with Jose when I started playing was him playing you, and I remember
that was the game.
Yeah.
That was the game.
and I was like, man, Judge just took a granola bar. Get the hell out of here,
Judge,
Judge.
penalty.
But yeah, my first experience meeting Jose as a player, he's a super competitive dude, but he was just molding because he couldn't beat you because
Yeah.
the game went to tie. He had a way to beat you, but I think he misplayed.
Yeah, he missed sequence with Mew, which
Yeah.
we've all talked about sequencing with Mew and how important it is.
Yeah,
But I was literally stalling for time at the
Yeah.
very end because I couldn't get set up, so I was just making a knockout one prizes, and he had the way out, and I could see how frustrating it was for him because he had the opportunity. But yeah, he just spaghetti out of the pockets, and it was all over, and he molded and he banged the table, and he scared the pants off of me, and that was one of the first locals that you went to.
yeah,
and
that
you
was
were
the
like,
first locals I ever came to.
did you just make a dude like
I-
in real time?
Yeah, which is funny. Like I enjoy. They'll tell me off for saying this. But I don't think they will. I mean, the good thing about this is that it's like an independent stream, so
Yeah.
like we can say whatever we want. We're not out here trying to be absolute edgelords.
Absolutely not.
But I like when my opponent is pissed off.
Mm.
Like I like seeing that happen because not for like because I'm like a sicko and I like to see people suffer. It means that I know what I'm doing is working.
Yeah.
And like competitive sport, competitive game, like competitive games, like they are as much about what's happening in the game and on the board or as they are about what the player's doing. And like emotion, if you let your emotions spill on the board and your opponent can see that, you can take advantage of it.
It's
You
like,
can play
it's, like,
around it.
it's like the same thing in poker.
Yeah.
It's like you read the players, they're like, wow, they either have, and you say the same thing like when they've got nothing in their hand,
Yeah.
especially when they're already down bad, like down a game, and you can see that, then you're like, oh, well, maybe I won't play my
Yeah.
money now because if they've got nothing good in their hand, then maybe I just research instead so then I make them stick with that difficult hand that
Yeah.
they've got. And that's why it's kind of like sometimes you do actually have to play with such a poker face. And that was the thing in the last game. Peter Lowe, poker face the whole time.
Yeah.
You could see Christian kind of like moving around in his chair and kind of going back and forth. And then especially at the end when he knew he couldn't get out of what he was into a winning position. You could just see it was written all over his face.
Yeah.
So it is a big
It's a
competitive
giveaway.
game.
It's a huge giveaway. I think a lot of pro players probably do themselves a disservice because they give up that element of the game. Like you expose yourself. It's a self-report while you're playing.
Yeah.
And if you can control it, even if you're molding in real time, and you can control it and hide that, like it throws your opponent off.
It does.
But when you can see that your opponent is losing control of the game, because it's an arm wrestle,
Yeah.
especially when it comes down to like single prize races at the end.
Yeah.
Single prize Pokemon, and you're racing for prizes. Sorry, it's a huge arm wrestle because if you're playing, I don't know, say you're playing Kyurem Palkia V-Star and you're playing against Giratina V-Star, you're expecting that matchup to just basically be the Kyurem swinging and the Giratina swinging.
Yeah.
But if all of a sudden it becomes a race for who's Greninja's going to hit first,
Yeah.
what that Sableye doing, or is the Snorlax going to come, then the most finite of moves and plays in those later stages of the game will decide the winner. And if you reveal your hand by showing that you're molding or like you're stressing out, because a lot of the time when the game gets to that point, you need one off. If you are molding and you're shifting in your chair and you're stressing out, you should pretty good tell that your opponent knows you need the one off, and they know they're not getting it. They adjust their game plan to suit that.
You can also bait your opponents by maybe molding when you don't actually like need
That's
to.
like next.
Yeah, I know.
That's
And
like
that's what people do. You see it more so online with people like picking like weird like deck covers and stuff. So you think that that they're playing something. I remember when I first started that game that I was playing against Jose, I actually had the pink playmat,
He's
the pink Clara sleeve.
Avery, yeah.
And he's like, oh, another Mew player. Hello, fellow Mew player. And then turned it over and there's a Gengar. And he's like, well, maybe they just put the wrong Pokemon in the active to start off. I know Mew, it's probably not so much a thing. But you can kind of psych your opponents out in a way. And that's why I love playing with Pokemon Center sleeves. They're also very difficult to shuffle. And I feel like aggravating your opponent just that little bit. It's like, I don't know if you've ever seen like one of those cop shows where they have the interrogation room and they kind of do the little annoying things where it's like they kind of cut one of the chair legs like short so it's rocking and they kind of adjust a couple of things and it's just one of those little things. I remember playing at Melbourne Regionals. I actually played against, he plays at locals as well. Someone who's actually quite an established player. And he went to go and shuffle the Pokemon in the sleeves and because they're so grippy, he did it once and then he was like, well, I'm never doing this again. So I'm just going to cut your cards and then that's it. I'm not going to shuffle the stuff for you. So I don't know.
I remember at Melbourne, I was seated right near the doors, entrance into the venue as at St Kilda Town Hall. And the way that the setup is, you've got the doors into the main venue, which is like a rectangle building. And then before that, you got like a foyer.
Yeah.
And the doors flowed from the outdoor doors coming into the foyer to the doors coming into the venue. So there was a draft. And I remember my first round was at the doors. And all I could think of was left side draft. And it was like in my head. It tilted me. I lost that round. And I'm pretty sure I was playing against Miltank. But that draft, and like it shouldn't have. Maybe if the draft wasn't there, I would have realized to switch into the Greninja and start swinging with like Shuriken. But
well, you know what?
Take it back.
You came back from
Still went 4-1 too.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but you came from like doing. I think you lost like a number of your first couple.
Yeah,
of
it was 0-2 to start.
Yeah, and then I remember you were just like, man, this game, it's rough, and then you just brought it back, and you were electric for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it was awesome. Henry said to me before. The night before, he's like, if you go 0-2, you just have to win. I was like, true, bet, just win. We went to Melbourne Regionals with a few different people. One of them flew down from Queensland, and I don't know why, but he played Rapid Strike Malamar. It was so good to see just lose and tie all day. It was really fun. Melbourne Regionals was awesome.
Yeah, it was. Getting everyone together is unlike any other experience, and that's I think we're all like chasing the dragonfly when it comes to Worlds. Next year. So I believe the next round is just about to start, so we will actually have to scoot out of here.
Be right back as we get the next casters, which I believe are
Henry and Tibor are up next, and then it's we'll be back in probably about an hour or so. Commentating the following game, I believe. So
get some coffee.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some lunch. I'm starving, so
I might do some interviews. You know, there's a good burger shop down the road. I think Daniels.
Oh yeah,
actually decent. Small chips, $5.50. Got a big bowl.
Decent.
Henry and I can finish them.
All right, well, I'm gonna have to go down there now.
Yeah, easy.
All right, we'll see you guys in about an hour. Otherwise, stick around for the next game, as we'll be starting in the next 10 minutes.
You know the best thing about casting Pokemon? I just don't know which way to look.
I know.
Do I look at the camera? Do I look at
I kind of feel like we need to like position the chairs in for next time and be like,
we were critical of the world setup.
Yeah,
and like we're out here literally doing the same thing.
I know.
I think ideally, like it would just be us like facing like this, and we'd have a mic and we'd just be chatting. But but we have to look at this. It's like
I know you do have to look, and then we're too far from the mic and all this jazz. All right, we're stalling now, so we'll jump out and we'll see you guys in a bit.
We're ready to cut to a Be Right Back screen, and thank you.
So,
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to round 3 of the Champions League for Melbourne. I'm Henry. I'm back, and we've got Tibbs.
Tibbs on the side. How's it going, everyone? We've got round 3 coming up between Tom and Jose. We're both very accomplished players here. We've got Tom. I think he's rocking the Giratina, and Jose playing the Palkia Empoleon for the engine today.
Yes. So Jose is looking to disrupt his opponents. He's playing 4 Marnie. He's got double Empoleon, and obviously this is the Palkia B-Barrel. Whereas Thomas is just playing your standard Giratina list.
Yeah, with Cramorant as the backup attacker, Sableye for late game as well, clean up. Yeah, it should be a good game.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting interaction because obviously Jose is playing the double Empoleon. He's specifically intending to slow down these comfy base decks. And of course, the 4 Marnie helps a lot with this.
Yeah, the disruption is massive from Jose's side of things. Once again, he'll try and accomplish that early. Hopefully get that turn 1 in the active Empoleon to block off that comfy ability, allowing you to get that lost engine style kind of going.
Yeah, so we see, contrary to most current Tina builds, we see no VIP pass in Thomas's Giratina deck. So his starts will be a little bit less explosive, but more consistent throughout the turns.
Yeah, well, he has those captures and energies there, so he can grab those comfies or Giratinas, or even the Greninja to get some more cards in hand early on as well.
We see no Roxanne in Thomas's deck. Now, in most matchups, that's one of the key tools of the Giratina deck. Able to use Roxanne plus Sableye or Greninja, or just various different attackers. We see none of that. Compared to other Giratina decks we've seen earlier, Tibble, what else do you think is different about the list?
The Giratina deck usually has it's got a Manaphy in there to protect the Sableyes and the Comfies, which is nice. Also, usually runs 2 boss. Maybe the extra one in there just to knock out an extra 2 prize on the bench as well there.
Yeah, the 3 boss will definitely come into play here. We've seen turn 1, we have Bidoof and VIP straight away from Jose. So he's going first. A deck like Palkia, unable to attack turn 1, is fantastic for going second.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, going first.
Going first, yeah. So you got the Battle VIP. What do you think he'll grab here? The Bidoof and...
Well, if we look at the prize cards really quick, we do see Greninja in the prizes. So that would be an instant target, but unfortunately that is gone. And on Thomas's side, we see pretty standard prizes, nothing standing out too much.
There's no heavy ball either, so he can't grab that Greninja out, which is a pretty big loss for Jose early on. He'll need that to draw cards usually. So he's gone with the Empoleon Palkia there to start with.
Yeah, he's looking to get that into the active as soon as he can. There are 2 switch and 1 air balloon in order to do that. But actually, we do see Jose's only VIP pass has been opened in his hand straight away. So definitely beneficial there. Most of the times found with Irida, but just that single one going on.
Yeah, very good early game for Jose here. I think he'll just look for an energy attachment now. Maybe set up for the next turn. And then hopefully Thomas can get his lost origin engine going.
See, Giratina, of course, not being the ideal starter for the deck, you're unable to use Scoop Up Net to get it out of the active, and you're unable to retreat for 1 energy. So in order to get into that comfy, Thomas will need a switch or an air balloon or an escape rope, all of which would be fairly good. We see no way to get into Empoleon from Jose. So Thomas is safe from that ability just for now.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. He does have the chorus in the hand and the escape rope, so he can protect and the capture. So there we go. He's able to get the engine going. Let's see what Thomas will go. He'll probably go through his deck quickly to see what he's prized, as most players do.
See, Thomas, known around Melbourne for liking Dragonite, will be looking through his deck now. If he has no switch outs, he's probably going to need to look at what he might want to get. Now, hopefully he's checking his prize cards. We seem to see that he's going through his hand. Very important in a deck like the Lost Zone Giratina, where you have such finite amount of resources and you will be lost zoning things constantly. So you must know what you have access to. And this thing that off this capture, he will probably be looking to grab his own Greninja here. Now, Jose doesn't have access to his, but Thomas does.
Absolutely massive there. Yeah, he does grab that Greninja. He does want to draw some more cards. I mean, he doesn't have that chorus as well, so with that he will be drawing cards, and there's a very high chance of him drawing into a comfy there instead of the Greninja. So I think it was the right choice to go for that. 1 on Greninja there.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Thomas. Perhaps he could have considered sequencing if he wanted to call rest first to see what he would find.
Yeah.
But he's valued at checking the deck, checking his prizes, and seeing what resources he has available. Now we'll have to see what his sequencing is on this. Whether he opts to use Greninja first, whether he opts to use call rest first, how he wants to kind of approach those situations.
Yeah, and he does run plenty of energy in this deck with the recycler as well, so he can afford to scoop up net, and Greninja can steal cards a few times here if he doesn't get what he wants. Here we go. I believe he just picked up a comfy there.
You do see what looks to be an escape rope in his hand. So there is a training court slam straight away.
Yeah, okay. He's got the 2 psychics. He's got plenty of energy in hand. And there we go. The chorus, the supporter has been played. See what we can grab.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a few options there. Quick ball, Tina. I'm pretty sure he'll keep the Tina. The comfy, obviously. I think maybe. Oh, there we go. Give him a quick ball.
It's quite interesting given that he is unable to play, he is unable to use himself I think the 3 cards in the loss zone. That's his V-Star mark. Okay, there we go. I was confused as well. If Thomas does play escape rope, unfortunately Jose will be able to promote Apollyon, so he's very much discouraged from using that.
Okay, so yeah, that's actually huge. I'm not sure if Jose meant that. Oh wait, he didn't have a way to get Pelkey out of the act. Okay, that would have been next level mind games there. But yeah, that actually works out in Jose's favor. So let's see what Tom will do here.
We're seeing Abyss Seeking.
Oh,
So
okay,
Abyss Seeking Giratina V's first attack. Part of what makes the deck even better is that the Giratina V is not useless. So even under something like Apollyon, were that to be active, can continue to loss zone cards and build his hand using that. But given that Jose's deck is built around playing Marnie, we're likely to see that cut Thomas's hand deal.
Yeah, it's massive. He's got 4 monies, correct? Yeah, he plays the 4 monies, so it's heavy disruption. With that chorus, obviously you're drawing so many cards and there's so many valuable cards there. You want to disrupt that as soon as you can. And Palkia doesn't necessarily need that turn 1 energy because of that amazing ability it has, where it can accelerate 3 energies in the 1 turn. So Jose wouldn't be too worried about that. He's just grabbing a few energies here with the capacious buckets. Now, maybe a quick ball one away, put one into the discard pile as soon as you can. Big Charm in hand. Might come in handy later for that Giratina big 280 swing.
Yeah, we just see double Big Charm in Jose's list with 0 choice belt. So he's really going for a slower, more methodical, and I guess almost defensive and disruptive Palkia list.
Yeah. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, we see an Irida, so Thomas's very large hand will stay.
Yeah. It's massive. The Irida is just, I was speaking with James about it before, it's just the backbone of every single water deck now. You've got to play 4 of them. It allows you to get that water Pokemon and an item card and to just really set the tone for the game.
Yeah, this Irida is very important for Jose because he was unable to find any energy turn 1, which means that he will need to essentially discard 2 and Star Portal if he's looking to attack this turn. Palkia does not want a Star Portal turn 2 just to attack. It severely limits your resources for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Now there's no access to Greninja. Every subsequent Palkia setup will be more difficult than the first, and it generally limits your options quite a big deal.
Yeah, well, obviously Palkia has that very low energy requirement as well, so that's also very lucky. He's got access to Melanie if he wants to accelerate as well. So there are ways around it. It'll just take a few more early resources, unfortunately. It might come back to bite him, but we'll see.
We see Ultra Ball and Luminion from the Irida. So Luminion proving to be a useful card for the following turn, with the Ultra Ball being the primary way to discard this water energy.
Yeah, getting rid of 2 water energies with that Ultra Ball there. Grabbing that Palkia V-Star, I believe, so you can get that early attack going. Okay. Oh, he's got the Bibarel, so he can start drawing consistently over time now. Super important part of the meta at the moment with the Bibarel. You consistently draw cards. Okay. So yeah, he's just going to have to brutally go the V stars down as well. So Jose does have that option to attack now, attaching that big charm for the extra health, so he can leave that Giratina. Hit if need be.
So we're going to probably see the star portal here from Jose. Industrious and sizes will refill the hand to 5.
Yeah, amazing ability there. And he's counting the bench. Yeah, he's doing the maths now, just so he can two-shot the Giratina if need be there. Let's see. He's got quite a few Melanies in hand, unfortunately. He is using that ability, it looks like, yeah, just to accelerate to this Palkia and get the early damage off. Is that what you've done, Henry?
Yeah, so that's essentially, unfortunately, the only thing that Jose can do. Now, he's been able to get in a turn 1 attachment or the turn 2 Melanie, which has proved that he's just have to star portal. It's put him a fair bit behind in tempo. Using a V-star that early is never what you want to do. But in order to keep pace with a Giratina deck like this, he has opted to just use it, and it's unfortunately a necessary evil.
Yeah. Well, we can't see a comfy down yet, actually, for Thomas, which is absolutely huge. I mean, that's kind of what you wanted one turn ago. And so Tom is a little bit behind at the moment. He does have, I think, 3 or 4, maybe in the lost zone at the moment. Needs to bump that up to at least 7 so he can start accelerating using that Mirage Gate.
Yeah, we see we're up to 6 now, but we still need
6.
comfy. But that escape rope is burning all in his hand, given that it can't be played, and Polygon will just come active and deny that exact use. So it's really struggling here. There's no switch cards. That's why I've seen some Tina lists have been opting for 4 switch. The rope doesn't often even help against Empoleon, but in this moment, it's really lacking.
Yeah, well, he obviously has that option to find the air balloon as well. He really needs to find that switch out. Maybe even into a Cramorant, just to pepper up the Palkia for the following turns.
And he's found the Lost Vacuum. That's a huge fight. So Lost Vacuum will put him at 7, and we'll get rid of the Big Charm, which will be able to hopefully take a knockout for Thomas.
That's huge.
He's counting now. He's checking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The Abyss Seeking pushing him just over that line last turn.
Yeah, Abyss Seeking really just. Usually the V attacks aren't too good. It's usually just the V star making an impact, but Giratina both V and V star really benefiting him.
Yeah, both Abyss Seeking and Shred being incredibly useful. Big Charm going to the Lost Zone. It's huge because now that second Big Charm that Jose plays is just going to be gotten through by use of Giratina's V-Star power.
Yeah, and the Big Charm going to a waste in a way there. That was kind of his go-to to live with Giratina. That was his early strat, but it's been taken away. One less option now. It's what Giratina can do with this new set, given the Lost Vacuum. Either getting rid of the Stadium or an item card.
There is the V-Star, so we'll now very handily be able to knock this Palkia out. It'll be interesting to see how Thomas wants to protect the rest of his hand. I'd like to see him measure the Comfy potentially, providing a money might come in, but he has a massive amount of cards in hand. The gates, he could preemptively gate. It'll be interesting to see if he wants to set up. He's opting to attach the second Giratina B, but I'm not sure where the damage on the active has gone.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just see where was there any damage?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there definitely
Jose
was.
did. So he should be able to. The goal here is for Jose to return KO it. And yeah, we don't see the Comfy coming down. I guess he's got the amount in the loss zone already, so it's not exactly necessary. But yeah, maybe it would have been good just to have that pivot, draw that extra card potentially after this knockout here.
Absolutely. I think there was damage on it. Then I believe that there was damage. So
I believe there
where that was, I'm not entirely sure. They did have to step away for one moment, so I'm not 100% certain. But now Thomas is in a good spot. He's at 9 in the loss zone, so a single use of Comfy or Colress will put him straight over the line.
Yeah.
But he's opted fairly cleverly to actually seemingly not bench the Comfy for damage reasons now. But Jose is very limited. Like we talked about with that Star Portal, Now, if he wants to attack with the Palkia every single turn, he will have to play Melanie. And there's only 2 of those in the deck.
Oh, wow, yeah. And like I said, he plays the kind of, he wants to disrupt you. And when you're playing Melanie, you can't disrupt them, unfortunately. And so, you know, Tom can kind of just keep snowballing and snowballing it like this if he keeps playing Melanie. And yeah, like you said, that's what happens when you got to burn those early resources.
Yeah, this game is looking worse and worse for Jose as it goes on. Like you just said, the supporter restrictions are going to prove massive here. There's no way to play Boss's orders and Melanie in the same turn. So essentially, Thomas is able to dictate whatever Jose is attacking for the rest of the game.
Yeah, very commanding position for Tom. Must be very happy. With that start, it was pretty shaky at the start, I would say. Starting Giratina is probably not what you want to do with the Lost Zone engine. But, you know, it worked out in the end.
And this is what we see from Jose's deck, is that it's trading power for disruption and consistency. And yet, when that doesn't quite work and the Star Portal has to come off, your deck is so much weaker.
Yeah.
And so it's proving that here. There is a Capacious Bucket.
Grabbing the 2 energy here.
And it's worth noting that there is a Crobat, there is a 9 Water Energy, and 4 Capacious Bucket in that deck. And so missing energy is fairly unlikely, and yet it's managed to happen.
Yeah, very unlikely. The Capacious Bucket with these water decks is just amazing. Obviously, it synergizes so well with the Greninja. You know, drawing cards, drawing energy. That's kind of what you want to do in Pokemon in general.
Jose is going to play Evolution Incense. Looking through his deck. Looking for the V-Star here. We have a none prize, so there it comes. Hopefully we'll be able to string together something.
Yeah, I mean, he really needs to take this KO, otherwise, I mean, Tom will just attach an energy, potentially get another 2 in the Lost Zone for that 10. And, you know, obviously with that Styro Queen, he can just instant knockout, and then he's up 4 prizes to them. He's taken 4 prizes to Jose's nothing. So he really needs to take this return KO here.
And the usual comeback card of Roxanne, as we said, will not be very useful given that Melanie must be played.
Oh, yeah. Huge. Yeah, Giratina just proving how strong it is in this metagame at the moment. It just hits the right numbers continually, and it's not too hard to accelerate. It's turn after turn, it's a threat.
Here, there's not a whole lot he can do. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how much damage that Giratina should be on.
Yeah.
But with no disruption coming out, Thomas is pretty much holding everything he needs in his hand. He's going to Training Court from Jose, get back that energy, give himself a little bit better of an economy. A free quick ball here, one of the many uses of Training Court. 160 damage is currently on the Giratina, as far as I am aware. Production Manager has just confirmed that. 160 damage on the Giratina V-Star, which means an easy knockout now for Jose on the return. But, of course, Thomas has plenty of things of his own.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas does not look like he's struggling at the moment. He's got a massive hand. He's got ways to draw. He's looking pretty comfortable at the moment. Let's see what he does. Okay, he's got a couple energy in hand, Recycler, and a Boss. Yeah, he goes for the Concealed card. He's looking for that V-Star, I believe.
So we're looking at Thomas' hand. We're seeing no V-Star as of now.
He does have access to the Scoop Up Net and the Training Court plus the Concealed cards again, so he can draw a few more.
Does have an Ordinary Rod as well. Now, an early use of that, whilst maybe not to the full value of an Ordinary Rod, would allow him to put back that Giratina V-Star and increase his odds of finding it.
Yeah, I don't believe he prized any, did he?
No, I don't believe he
Yeah,
did.
so there's still 2 more in the deck.
He has, however, for noting, there's a Coal Rest Experiment, allowing him to dig even deeper, and we found an Ultra Ball.
Okay.
So that will find Thomas the Giratina V-Star required, and very much seal the game, honestly. I don't see way for Jose to come back if Thomas is able to leave that Giratina in the active with 2 energy, 1 Grass and 1 Psychic. That'll all but checkmate.
Yeah, it looks like curtains for Jose, unfortunately. He wasn't able to get an early kind of start. Wasn't able to cement it, and Tom took full advantage of that, getting the early KO on the Palkia, and then obviously another one here. It's very hard to come back after that.
So we see the world's biggest Dragonite fan using a different dragon here, proving just as effective at that task. He's still looking through, he's just getting everything kind of played out. He wants to double check his prize cards at this point. Now, that is a big deal because he is taking 50% of his remaining prize cards. So all of the play that he wants to do this turn will be dictated by the types of cards he get on prize. So he may choose to conserve resources or burn cards in his hand, knowing that he may get something like that extra Ultra Ball off the prize cards.
Yeah, I mean, he's just at the moment he's just looking to secure the win, making sure the following turns are as easy as can be. Just setting it up for later.
Absolutely. He also now will be considering if he wants to play that Rod or that Recycler in his hand in order to get back some energy before he Mirage Gates. And that was also something he wants to extra make sure, because he does have a massive hand. And when it comes to that, a whole lot of the energy that you're looking to actually attach from the deck may be in that.
Yeah, well, he'd need to get it back in the deck to use that Mirage Gate, obviously. There we go. He does use the Rod, putting it back some... He does use both Energy Recycler and the Rod, I believe.
It does appear that he is playing both at the same time. He's putting that back, that V-Star, and all of this energy.
Yeah,
everything at once. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 energy. And then the V and the V-Star from...
Good stuff. Yeah. Okay. Does he have a Mirage Gate in hand? Not too sure.
You see in the gate there's the gate. There also is Comfy and Scoop Up Net. And now I'd like to see him potentially protect himself a little bit from disruptions, because he knows that whilst Jose can't attack and disrupt, still that is one of the few ways that he could lose. He's managed to sequence very well in that he, instead of just straight up playing the Luminion for the Colress, he has tried to use the Greninja as much as he can. And he knows that energy discarded is not a big problem. There's a training core in play. He's going to play that Recycler anyway. And so using that to draw cards is often beneficial for him.
Yeah, extremely beneficial. I mean, once again, we've said there's no disruption whilst if Jose wants to attack, he's going to have to use that Melanie. And so, yeah, Tommy's just cementing his position here. Very comfortable. Okay. Shuffling his deck. Yep.
And let's see whether he chooses to use Star Requiem or Lost Impact here.
Has he used the Mirage Gate yet?
He has played his Mirage Gate, but he's not yet attached for turn.
Okay. Still quite a few energy to come.
Yeah. So let's see. There is one is definitely better than the other. Let's see what he chooses to do. He does use Lost Impact, which is definitely what I would consider the correct decision here. Why do you think that's good, Tibbs?
Well, because he only needs one more energy to finish the game, basically.
Absolutely. And we also see that Jose has one remaining Big Charm.
Oh, okay.
And so with one remaining Big Charm, he needs to save that Star Requiem. And Thomas is very, very in touch with that. He knows exactly what's going on. And he's got his eye out for that second Big Charm.
Yeah, wow. Amazing play by Tom there. Really good. Just making sure he's making the right plays throughout the game. Yeah. Very consistent. That's what happens when you, I guess, 2-0, you got to expect that kind of play from these players.
And 2-0 with Giratina as well. That is not an easy deck. Thomas clearly has practiced a lot and knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
We can see all the energy conservation and use of gates is very, very well. And he knows how to use Giratina's 2 different attacks. And Jose is all but out here. He's continuing to play. He's choosing to continue on with this game.
Yeah.
What do you think? What path do you think he's going to try to take?
Jose?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he wants to put down. Look, I'm not sure. Like all his Pokemon days, he's got his Empoleon, he's got his Palkia. He doesn't have too many more options left. I think he would have like the Greninja prizing that was an absolutely just a massive difference in this game. I think he would have liked to attack with that personally. Okay, so he does opt for the Empoleon, and I'm not sure what else he can go to from here. Maybe he's just thinking about game 2. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Jose is deciding to play this game out rather than to scoop for game 2 for time. It's already taken 25 minutes this game almost, which is definitely longer than you'd want it to be for a loss.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what you've got to take into consideration with these time limits. Early scoop is always good for the time, or any Roxanne. So the game might even go for a little bit longer.
There is that Roxanne, but Jose's still on 4 prizes. The Thomas is 2. There is that B-Barrel in the active, but with the training cord in play, Thomas, I believe, has no energy in the discard though. He might have shuffled all of those in.
Oh,
so maybe a consideration of leaving one in the discard pile could have fared him a little bit better.
Yeah, that would have been a very good play if he left that in the discard pile just for the concealed cards to get out of the potential Roxanne that was coming. Okay, big 6 cards coming here for Jose. Let's see what he gets.
What does Thomas get? Let's see.
Keeping their cards close to their chest today, I think.
Sure, right. It's not a whole ton that Jose will be able to do this turn. He will just attach that big charm and he will pass it over.
Okay, so that's actually really big. Jose kind of did not need to attach the big charm because he's going to get Star Requiems anyway. And I guess at this stage, Tom didn't really know that he had 2 big charms, but now he does. So now he has that added information for this game.
Yeah, really good point there, Tibbs. Flashing the big charm in this scenario is pretty bad as well because previously Tom might have considered Star Requiem the B barrel, but now that he knows that there's that big charm, he will just definitely hold it, which is probably a more intelligent decision here.
Yeah.
And something that now he is absolutely clued into doing.
Mm-hmm. Still Jose's turn here, just weighing up his options.
I believe Thomas passed it straight back over.
Oh, okay.
Thomas passed straight back over. We've seen 2 comfy and a Sableye in that hand. Absolutely nothing going on. We've seen this is exactly what happened. Maybe Thomas shuffled back too many energy here with the ordinary rod and that recycler. He should have left one in the discard for that training court.
Yeah, the potential disruption was always coming. I mean, Jose didn't really have any other option there but to disrupt. So, and it's worked out very well for him. The Roxanne, an amazing card. And now he's able to attack with the Palkia V-Star. Tom just needing that 1 energy if that Palkia V-Star comes into the active.
Plenty of outs here for Tom. Plenty of outs. There are Quick Ball and Luminion and plenty of various different supporters for Tom to draw. Beam Energy, Mirage Gate, that kind of thing.
Okay, so using the Irida, grabbing that air balloon. Yeah, definitely looking to attack this turn. Getting rid of that Giratina V-Star, that huge threat in the active there.
There's the air balloon. We're going to be able to see an attack, but beyond that, it's not going to look terribly strong for Tom.
I'm actually surprised Jose's still in this game. I'm surprised how Tom had such a massive advantage going into this. Okay, attaches the air balloon, able to retreat that Bibra for 3 now. Manual attached to the Palkia V-Star. Bibra Industrious Incisors for the 1. And Tom kind of just waiting patiently, just really wants to get that last energy. Retreat into the attack. There we go. Coming out, just double checking. Jose known for taking his time. He's very well in for that in the community. Yeah, just making sure. Double checking, triple checking this stuff.
So we've seen a 30-minute game on here, and this will come down to the wire. What will Thomas draw?
Wow.
That is great. That is a concealed cards.
Oop, it needs that grass.
And it was a Mirage Gate, presumably finding a final grass.
Yeah, should be game. Yeah, that's curtains for...
Do we see it, though? Is there a grass? Woo! There it is.
Beautiful.
Down to the wire. Thomas definitely mismanaging some energy towards the end there. Most of it very, very expert energy conservation, but just factoring in that Jose definitely his last chance is that Roxanne. So Thomas managing to get game 1 with very, very solid play throughout the early and mid game with the end game bailing him out just a little bit.
Yeah, well, I think it was only a matter of time. Jose was on a kind of like a time limit at the moment. It was like he just needed that 1 energy, like you said, the Luminion, the Mirage Gate was coming. It was just a matter of time. And and he also had access to the concealed cards to draw those extra things that he needed to find those last few pieces.
Absolutely. And again, that early star portal just crippling Jose, we talked about at the beginning, and we've seen it spread through the entire game. There's far too much tempo loss from that early star ability.
Yeah, well, I mean, he didn't have access to the Greninja as well, which is huge. Yeah, and hopefully in game 2, we're looking at less resources used earlier and maybe cementing a better turn 1 for the later game.
And we'll have to see as well how that Empoleon factors in, because whilst it didn't play a role that game, the next time Thomas might try and lean on that comfort more.
Yeah.
And the Empoleon will stop that engine.
Oh, for sure. I think Thomas, at least one of these games, he's going to start with the comfy in the active spot. Although he might not choose to because of that Empoleon, because it's pretty easy for Jose to put that in the active and counter that comfy. I mean, we'll see, but Thomas might take that into consideration when starting next game.
Absolutely. We'll see. Thomas did use Abyss Seeking fairly usefully against that deck, so that seems to be something he might be able to lean on to fill up that lost zone quickly. Of course, Jose's deck, more focused on disruption and consistency rather than raw power, might mean that Thomas can get away with something like an early Abyss Seeking, not get kind of run down by a Zigzagoon or a Choice Belt or something like that most conventional calculus would play.
Yeah. Well, we also didn't see Thomas use any of the Cramorants or the Stabilize, so they might come into play this turn. Can either knock out the Bluebells on the bench if need be to disrupt Jose's side of things. And also a very good early attacker just to set up for Giratina or Sableye later on.
We see good setup, a comfy start from Thomas, and there is the Bidoof from Jose.
Yeah, not a bad start. I mean, you want to start Palkia or a Bidoof is fine. Yeah, once again, we don't need to see the water attachment turn 1, but if it happens, it happens.
We see no water from Jose. Hopefully, we at least see a Melanie turn 2 from him. That will be best.
Yeah.
We see Thomas has accidentally put his prizes. And same with Jose. They've not put it on the camera.
Oh,
So they're just going to quickly do that.
yeah, help us out.
Yes. All right, what do we got? We have the one Cramorant is prized. That is Thomas's only Cramorant. He's opted to play one. Oh, sorry, I'm wrong. That is a Manaphy.
Okay, not
That's
too
a
big of an
Manaphy.
issue.
Okay, so that is not as big of a deal. Anything big for Jose?
Nothing too crazy. I mean, he has 4 of those Capacious Buckets, a couple Ultra Balls. He's got at least 1 Vibram in the deck, which is fine, and 4 money. So nothing massive. No massive losses for Jose this time.
All right, we're going to see Thomas pick between a Comfey and a Capture Energy. Both functionally the same for him here, but one slightly better than the other. The Capture Energy will enable a retreat, but it chooses to go into the Lost Zone as Thomas values the use of that Comfey that has just entered his hand.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He's got energy in hand anyway. You can switch out into the next one if he wants. Okay, he does use the Chorus. Drawing those 5 cards, putting 2 into the Lost Zone.
And not terribly useful cards of Chorus here, dudes.
What has he got there? Training Course? Is that?
See, Draining Core, 2 Psychic
Yeah,
Energy,
Training
a
Core.
Quick Ball, and a Recycler.
Yeah.
Now, Recycler, very valuable late game, but not terribly good early. Something like a Training Cord can be valuable to put down. Jose already plays that anyway,
Yeah.
but instead he chooses to Lost Zone it, making all of his Quick Balls a little bit more expensive now.
I think he does value that energy recycler. He did use it last game. I don't think he needed to use it. Maybe the rod may have been enough, and there might have been enough energy in the deck. But keeping that recycler will make sure that he has energy late game.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a Quick Ball coming down. Looking to see presumably a choice between Radiant Greninja maybe, or potentially that the Crammer.
Okay. Yeah. The come out for the early knock on the Bidoof is potential. And that will definitely hinder Jose's early game. Because he was not able to establish another Bidoof on the bench, which would have been ideal. Cramorant being so good, having that early attack option, 4 Lost Zone in the deck is incredibly easy to find with this comfy Lost Engine. It's just an extremely good single prizer at the moment.
Absolutely. I think I may be misinformed that may actually be an escape rope in Thomas's hand, not an energy recycler. I'm not 100% sure there.
Okay. So he does have access to switch again and again if he wants to.
So he might be opting for the Radiant Greninja first off that Quick Ball.
Yeah.
There it goes.
Yeah, he's just looking to draw at the moment. Draw the cards he needs. Jose not getting that turn 1 water might come back to bite him, but we'll see. I think the play for Jose is to get that Empoleon early, maybe accelerate, and then using a swirling slice to accelerate to or swap the pass the energies to the Palkia or the Greninja, either one.
Another
And then,
concealed cards. We see a switch, and that will all but guarantee the turn 1 Cram attack. There is a training court coming down, and I believe there's another quick ball in Thomas's hand, which will find him that Cramorant.
yes, he does have access to the Cramorant.
But now, does he want to do that, or would he rather get himself a benched, another benched Giratina this turn? So there is a scoop up net.
Jose does play 4 Bustle Orders as well, so he can, if he doesn't, get that Giratina early and evolve it, he will be stuck with the V with the lower HP, so it does leave him a little bit vulnerable not getting that Giratina early as well.
It absolutely does. A Giratina early means that all of these Palkias are under threat, especially when Jose is open fairly weak.
Yeah.
There is a scoop up net, placing down back down the Greninja, trying to find hopefully both of what Thomas wants here. So if we look, let's wait and see. There's the Tina V, means that the quick ball will be able to find that Cramorant. However, look at the bench tips. What stands out to you?
Well, on Jose's side, he's only got the Palkia. Nothing else really going on for him,
He's
unfortunately.
got nothing going on. And with Thomas's side of the board, whilst he is able to get this powerful Cramorant attack, there is a lot of bench Pokemon going down with already scooped up net units. So Palkia's damage will be a little bit higher.
Yeah.
Jose might be able to string together with the right cards, potentially Ultra Ball into Crobat, into something like a Boss Sword onto that Giratina. But that would be a little bit far-fetched, but it definitely is something that Thomas is taking a risk on here.
Yeah, well, I guess he has a few more scoop up nets if that is the case, and he is worried about that. He can reduce the number on the bench. We'll see what he does, but yeah, that is a little bit of a threat there. I'm sure Jose has thought about that going into his next turn here. He wants to see more bench Pokemon for sure. And there we go. He does the manual retreat to the Cram for the early knockout.
And there it is. Okay. There's the water energy that Jose really needed last turn.
Would have been amazing. There we go. We've got it.
I don't see much of anything going on, Tips.
He's just got the big charm there. Yeah, he's got the Irida. That's good, but you kind of want a few more Pokemon on there. You want a few more energies. You want a quick ball. You want a Greninja. You want a few more things to set up here.
You just want something for sure. Irida will allow at least that, like we saw exactly in the first game, discard that water energy with the Greninja, and then we'll see a Star Portal. But even from then, not much is going on for Jose.
Yeah, I mean, he can't use that. He can't use Melanie now to attack this turn. I'm not sure if he wants to use the Star Portal so early again. He might hold off one turn. That does leave a bit of a risk though, because he can get return KO'd with something. But once again, unfortunately, he might be forced into using those early resources.
Yeah, just like we saw game 1, Star Portal was used on turn 2, ultimately proved that one of the losing factors for Jose. This Irida here means that if we see Star Portal, we can have the exact same problem where every single Palkia subsequent after the first one will have to be powered up with Melanie.
Yeah. Well, this is what happens when you use a bit of, instead of the Palkia, the Inteleon engine, I guess it's a little less consistent with what you want. You're drawing cards with Bibarel, but you're not getting exactly what you need, which is what you do with the Inteleon engine. And this is what happens when Jose is playing this.
Yeah, you're not able to cherry pick that Capacious Bucket plus Melanie play as easily.
Yeah.
So sometimes you are forced to use the Star Portal. There, of course, is also only one VIP pass, so your opening boards aren't as strong, although you need a lot less as a deck like B-Barrel. It is quite unfortunate to not have drawn those in the first place. But there's our concealed cards. You draw a VIP pass one turn too late.
You hate to see it. That's what always happens. It's just unfortunate. Oh, he does pick up the V-Star, though. He only has one water in the discard pile.
Okay. And we don't see another one at hand, I think.
No. So surprising. He has the 4 Capacious Buckets. He must be spewing.
What's this?
He does
arms.
He does have access to a Crobat, though. So you can draw a few more cards.
Okay, so he's going for the Crobat. That, of course, being a 2-prize liability.
Massive liability. Kind of only want to use it if you really need to. And it's unfortunately he has to use it. Might come back to bite him. So definitely something easy to pick up with either the Cramorant and the Sableye or just the straight Giratina attack.
Yeah, something quite easy. We could see if a second Bidoof ever comes down to the board for Jose's side, we could see a Moonlight Shuriken knocking out that Bidoof, putting 90 on that Crobat, and then suddenly the Sableye that gets so much use is a perfect target.
Yeah, well, this Lost Origin deck, it allows you to attack with so many things, including that Greninja, which is just such a good utility to have. And yeah, we'll see. Okay, so he puts in the Greninja in the
Crobat
active,
4-3. Right.
Okay, quick swarm. Probably grabbing another Bidoof. Yep. Does. Okay. Can manual attach here. Training court for the next one. Has he used concealed cards yet?
He has used concealed cards
Okay,
already.
He's used concealed cards. He doesn't play Scoop Up now, so he can only play the one per turn.
And there is that training court, and just a pass from Jose.
Okay.
So straight into Thomas's turn, but he does know that that Greninja is not getting knocked out by this Cramorant.
Yeah, there's no way to knock it out with that 130 HP. It's such an annoying amount. It's just like the perfect amount. And okay, what will Thomas do? Yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. That Luminion being able to grab whatever supporter that you need. He will most likely grab that Chorus. Experiment. So he has access, or he gets closer to that Mirage Gate, that magical number 7.
Whereas another option could have been opting for the boss to take out that second Bidoof.
Oh, yeah.
But it does leave you vulnerable to that Greninja, so he's opting for the Colress, hoping to just get the Greninja knocked out, get it off the board, limit the draw power, but also remove the Moonlight Shuriken as an attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so with the Chorus, he does draw some nice cards there. He only needs the one Ultra Ball, so that's fine. You got to really look at what you lost, only because, yeah, once it's gone, it's gone.
This resource conservation being one of the hardest aspects of a lost zone deck like this.
Yeah, well, there is plenty of energy, plenty of switches and everything like that, so you can afford to throw some out.
As considered cards, we see a Scoop Up Net, very valuable. Whether he wants to just attack with Giratina.
Yeah, Moonlight Shuriken would be quite good. I mean, yeah, that's probably the way I would go. Just maybe, yeah, hitting the Crobat, knocking out the Bidoof. I think it might be the play from Tom's side.
That'd be a great play. Alternatively, we could see a Shred from Giratina V as well. Not the worst. It will knock out that Greninja. And then kind of force a little bit of a difficult retaliation from Jose. Keep that Giratina V star on the bench full HP.
Yeah, well, Jose will need a full bench to return knockout. Oh no, wait, he can't return knockout the V-Star actually. So Jose in a pretty tough position then. Yeah, like opting for that big charm instead of the choice belt.
All right, plenty of options from Thomas, but he's taking his time to decide and work through things. Here's the Tina V. We do see a Mirage Gate in his hand as well. And the training core will allow him to access pretty much any energy he wants.
Yeah, so you're going to ahead and attaching that grass in there. They also have a few options here. Thomas is looking pretty comfortable and just passes.
Yeah, he's found himself unable to get this comfort out of the active.
So surprising with just, he has so many ways to get out, escape rope, switches, scoop up nets, but he might have just opted to leave him there. Just maybe he was scared of the Palkia, knocking out the Palkia or the Minion or something else.
Yeah, I can't help but think that maybe it would have been better for Thomas to try and perhaps just attack the Cramorant, or alternatively, he has just gone for the really powerful tempo play here, which can't really knock him. He's recognized that if he KOs this Greninja, it's such a big deal, and he's opted to scoop up net, the the Cameron and hoped to hit a switch out. But unfortunately, he has missed.
Yeah, unfortunate miss from Tom now. And now it's gone over to Jose. Now he can hopefully set something up with the attachment of the Greninja.
Or
Yeah, it's just big. Okay, so you can manual retreat now. And Melanie,
And he can also opt to use Moonlight Sugar
he can.
himself. So he does, however, retreat.
Okay,
He brings up a big barrel here.
interesting play.
Here's another switch.
Switch.
Okay, straight back
okay.
in.
So you can draw some cards here. Yeah, he wants to find another Palkia. He needs a second backup attacker for sure. The Palkia on the bench is sitting by himself there. Kind of needs something else to come back afterward.
Sim Dig, he may be looking for boss's orders. We could see a boss's orders on perhaps the Giratina with no energy,
Yeah.
and then a Moonlight Shuriken, and that will hopefully slow down Thomas a further turn. Alternatively, he might choose to take out too comfy. He could just try and race, or then we're going to see a Marnie.
Yeah. It's interesting because Comfy was stuck in the active there. So Jose wasn't really forced to do that. I guess he's looking for some stuff that he wants now. Yeah, look, he's got that Empoleon now. He probably wants to put that in the active if he can. He can Star Portal to that as well and start attacking with that if need be too.
Yeah, but I think we've seen that Jose is looking to kill off both Comfey as they are Thomas's kind of consistency engine. Then couple that with Amani, hopefully Jose will buy back some of the time that he lost from his weak start early game.
Yeah.
Also, we have seen, though, Thomas has drawn a call rest straight off that Marnie.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate. That's what happens with money. You money them into something they want instead of something they don't need. Or something that they can't use. So that happened this time. Okay, so
Jose weighing up his options here. Moonlight Shuriken does look like the play, but because he has already retreated that Greninja and switched back into it, so you'll have to Star Portal. What he chooses to target is really what we're waiting for here.
yeah, what would you do?
I think it's a hard thing. I think I would soften up the two Giratina on the bench here. I think we're looking to try and burn through Thomas's resources. That's really what he needs to do in order to win. He's not going to win in a good old-fashioned prize race. So there's a training court.
Okay, does manual attach there.
I
Interesting.
think we
play.
find that Jose might have been unable to Moonlight Shuriken this turn. I believe he only had 2 energy in the discard pile, and he's failed to draw into one off of the Marnie.
Okay.
So once again, missing one of his 13 energy out of his stack.
Yeah, very unfortunate from Jose. Oh gosh, he's just looking on, seeing Tom have all these cards in hand. He's like, "Oh man, I wish I had that." Drawing a couple from Comfey's ability.
Find a net.
Yep. Okay. Looks like he will skip up that start training
There's
course
training
first. He can attach to.
Skip up net. We're going to see the Comfey come out.
Yep.
Right.
Get rid of the quick ball, I presume. Yep, might be needing that. Keeping that water just in case if an Greninja wants to attack later on, potentially.
See another net in Thomas's hand. We have a whole ton of cards and a chorus as well.
Such an amazing supporter coming out of that new set. Just adding more cards to your hand, accelerating helping Giratina's attack happen quicker. Okay, so is it over to Jose at the moment?
Thomas is still laboring over his decision. We only have 2 minutes on the clock left.
Oh wow!
I don't know about you, but this game does not look like it's going to conclude. I've seen 0 prizes taken from both sides in about 15 minutes. Both players known for taking their time. I believe. Would you say, Devon?
Yes, for sure. They're both known for doing the same thing. The stall tactics from both kind of working against Jose in this time. He's having a slow start both games and he continued to play slow as well, and now it's come back to bite.
Sure has. Thomas is really, really taking his time with this decision. We've seen a boss get boss owned recently.
Yeah.
And also, there is the Colress still in his hand. There is the V-Star on the... V-Star somewhere is coming to play, and now we see the Colress.
Yeah, I mean, why not? He can draw cards. He's found the Mirage Gate. He can attack if need be. I think the decision was if you wanted to knock out the Greninja or if you wanted to boss something else out, go for that instead.
Yeah, we see the lost vacuum hit Thomas's hand as well. Potentially quite useful to get rid of that big charm preemptively.
Yeah.
And Thomas has so many cards in the lost zone that he's going to be able to use that V-Star power quite quickly.
Very comfortable position for Tom.
Yeah.
Looking very much in control. Comfy's still in the active. I believe he has a way to get it out. He does have a scoop up net in hand. So he can retreat.
1 minute left on the clock here. Really starting to get down to the wire. And already essentially almost hasn't begun this game. They've been going back and forth, but not doing a whole lot. Thomas is essentially maybe just content just passing as it is and leaving Jose to kind of take some time. There's an energy from hand. There's no gates from Thomas's hand, I believe. So it's not a bit of attack, but really that doesn't concern him since Jose can't one-shot this.
There's absolutely no way to one-shot the Giratina on the bench, and Tom is just in full control. I don't think there's much pressure on him. All the pressure's on Jose at the moment. Time's running out, only a few turns left, and still a full 6 prizes to go.
Massive hand hit, really not a whole lot happening for Thomas. He's just taking his time, he's having a think. See it come down. And we're seeing the clock tick slower and slower down to the end.
Yeah, Jose probably thinks there's still half an hour left in his brain, but time's gone.
Yes, that will be back up apparently. Time was out. Thomas is now turn 0. Okay. So that's probably why it's been taking a little bit longer.
Oh, okay.
Because he has had the time to think now. So he's no longer at any risk of running out of the clock or playing too slow. He's able to take his time now, which is kind of a benefit when the time it does get called.
Yeah. Definitely. Bit of a relief. Okay, so turn 1 is Jose now. I'm not sure. He still needs to take 6 prizes somehow. I don't know if that's possible.
Yes, I think it is all but certain that Thomas has won this series with an incomplete game 2. Neither player's taken any prizes, and neither player has a way to take 6 in 2 turns.
Yeah.
So I think we're definitely just seeing Jose pack this one up.
Yeah. Jose continuing his tradition on playing things out to the very end.
We are seeing a very candid freeze frame of Jose at the moment on our feed. So we're just waiting for that to catch up. And we'll be able to see how Jose is choosing to approach the end of this game.
Yeah.
It was a bit unfortunate. Jose starts both games are very slow. Happens very fast. It snowballs very fast. This is a bit unlucky from Jose's side.
Okay, Jose is playing it out. There's the money. Not sure how he's planning to win this game.
I don't think he's planning. I don't know. He's just, I'm not sure. Gathering information, taking his time.
Yeah, maybe trying to get as much out of his opponent as much practice as he can before he maybe plays him off later on.
Yeah, that's true. Potentially versing late in the tournament, seeing a few cards that he might not have seen yet. It's always good having that extra information. So standing back. Is this Tom's turn now? I believe so.
I think we're over in Thomas's turn. I think they're probably just passing it out now.
Yeah.
Thomas should know that he can just pass and be totally fine with the outcome here. But he's choosing to just make sure and play as much as he can.
Tom's still a senior. He's taking on the Masters. You can kind of see the skill gap isn't too high anymore. Like, seniors are taking out Masters, juniors are taking out Masters all the time now. Tom just continually showing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom's primary inspiration for playing is, of course, opening packs, apparently. Something that you'll see him do very frequently around local tournaments is that he loves a pack. But also, his main goal is to be able to continue to enter more tournaments over and over. And as you see, you need to play harder and harder decks, but also, not just beat seniors, but also beat, very, very old master players.
No, he's grown so much, actually. There we go. He's going to skip it up. Jose's gone.
There we go. And so that will be game 2 incomplete with almost no prizes taken from either player.
I don't think there was any prizes taken.
No, I think Thomas took 1 knockout on the ground at the end, or could have, but at the same time, essentially no prizes taken. So, see, almost a 1-game series.
I mean, I'm not surprised that came out of a Jose game. He usually goes to time against Jose. That time it was in Tom's favor. He played very well.
Yeah.
I was very happy with the choices that he made. Going with the Giratina first game, and then the second game with the Cramorant.
Yeah, both turn ones were great. We saw in game one just how Dave's Mirage Gates after he's used Recycler and Rod, and it's a lot of little intricacies with the deck that it's not always easy to answer.
Okay, so that will take us to the next round. Would that take us to top 8 after this, or is it still more round?
So, congratulations, Thomas, for being the first player locked for top 8 today at the Champions League.
Congrats,
There
Tom.
are 4 rounds, so 3 wins will lock him in. And so now we can play with the last round with a little bit of relaxation in mind. Jose is now only 1 win away from the top cut. But yeah, we have 1 more round after this.
All right, congrats to Tom for that one.
Yeah, so thanks, guys. We'll catch you back later on, but round 4 will be up very soon.
We're live here with round 4 of the Champions League 2022. I'm Julian and joined here with who are you again?
I'm Perry Melvin. Thank you very much for asking.
Well, good to see you again, buddy. As our first game casting for today together, and we've got a pretty spicy one.
We do.
It's traditional. I'd say it's spicy now because you don't really see this matchup anymore.
No.
There's so many different decks out there focused on Lost Origin and that Lost Zone. We've got Manik versus Ben. Manik is one of the juniors here, and I think I was listening to Henry and War casting that previous game. Gore made mention that there is just no gap anymore between juniors, seniors, and masters. Like,
There's really not. The junior players are actually turning it on today, amazingly, and we saw that in the last round.
Tom being seniors,
yeah.
he's a very, very skilled player.
He is a very, very skilled player. He's
I'm not allowed to say strong anymore.
he's representing his division quite well, I will say.
Yeah.
So, and especially against such a hardened opponent like Jose as well,
Yeah.
who's literally been battle ready from day one. It feels like so.
Here we go. We got Ben on the right now. I believe Ben is playing traditional RCS Intel deck,
Yes.
and Manik is running with Mu VMAX. Now, this Mu VMAX deck does have a couple of techs in there, most notably the Lost City, which is a stadium card, where any Pokemon that is knocked out while Lost City is in play goes into the Lost Zone. The reason why that's such a good card is because it prevents players from bringing back, I guess, single prize Pokemon that can be problematic, like Radiant Charizard back from the dead.
Of course.
If the Sableye goes down in the Giratina matchup, it's now no longer reachable, but also the Drapion, which has been the big tech that's come out in Lost Origin, making things difficult for Mu VMAX. Now, I don't believe Ben is running one, but he very well might be.
Yeah, he very well might be. Ben was actually a late addition due to a scratch that we had this morning. So that's why, sadly, we do not have access to his list to give you all the spicy details. But it's very nice kind of seeing these two decks face off against each other, because this was, as regionals came back for a lot of us, in-person regionals, this was kind of the big matchup at the time.
Yeah.
It was Arceus versus Mew, but it's so interesting to see it essentially a year later with these extra different cards in here, where you've got addition of stuff like Lost City, of the Lost Vacuum, and everything else, trying to keeping these decks relevant. Obviously, we don't see Mew played anywhere near as much as what it used to be played.
Yeah.
But still, just having it here, and then there's a different version of Mew you see being played as well, which is without the fusion engine of having Meloetta and Fusion Energy, where it just focuses on double turbo energy and everything else. So it's nice to see that Manik's kind of relying on something that I'm sure they've played a fair bit, because that different variation only came through quite recently, but he's obviously seeing success with it today. I've walked around today and seen him face the single prizes, and that Lost City definitely helps him out.
Yeah, just looking at the prize cards here, Manik has a great start going turn 1 with Mu VMAX. He does have 2 Mew to prize, which is potentially going to be problematic for him, considering he only does play the 4, which is traditional in a Mu VMAX list. But means if that Mu V that's in the active there goes down, he will run into a bit of problems. He has got another one there on the bench, so I'm sure over due time he will grab those other Mews there. But he has prized the Lost City. He won't have access to that tech, but he doesn't run 3, so I don't think that'll be an issue for him. Generally, the prize for Manik, not that big of a deal. He'll work through those, and he has got he's got a fantastic side. I believe he hit the Do Chromatic, he hit the Battle VIP pass as well. So he's firing on all cylinders. Ben, on the other hand, Ben prize, I think he just had like an RCS
V&V star. I think the bigger component that Ben's prized is that big charm.
Yeah.
Because in this matchup, Mew wants to take the one shot to really keep pushing that, keep that pressure on your opponent, and losing that big charm means that that's one less choice belt maybe, or a tablet that Manik needs to find to achieve that one hit knockout. So could be a big prize, but also because it's, I believe, on the bottom part of Ben's prizes, he could draw into it as soon as he does take a prize, which could be nice to kind of grab it and immediately have it in your hands.
It's likely he's playing 2 big charm in this list. Alongside Sharon's Care. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out for Ben, because I think looking at the matchup, it's pretty favorable here for Mu VMAX. Mu VMAX isn't an auto-win deck.
No.
There's a lot of fear at the start of the year that it was getting too strong and too powerful with Brilliant Stars. But you do need to be able to drive Mu V and VMAX. Well, you need to drive Mu VMAX properly. You need to be a skilled player. You need to know the deck very well in order to use the best of its abilities. So Manik with the pass for turn, he gets a great setup there. He's got the Meloetta, 3 Genesect out, and the Mew. He's basically flying here, and the Rose Tower there. So Ben to kick it off, he gets a Sobble out. He's got one benched. He's got a couple of water there. Not sure if he's got the RCSV though in his hand.
Ooh, that's actually a really nice card to see him play as well, making that reach that Manik will need for the one hit knockout even further. That Sparkling Gardevoir definitely just slows down you just that little bit. It could give him the edge here. You don't see it very often.
No, that's the first time I'm seeing that.
Yeah, usually you see the Sparkling Greninja being played just to kind of help that setup at the start and kind of really give you the opportunity to dig a bit deeper early game, get everything going, get an energy into the discard so you can Melanie. So then you can get it all going from there. But
just fill us in. What does the Radiant Gardevoir do again?
it does minus 20 damage on all of your Pokemon from your opponent's Pokemon V.
Yep.
So typically you would see it in something like a Zoroark deck because it has come out only recently, but that helps it that deck survive a bit longer. So it's nice to see it being integrated with the Arceus deck.
So it's going to give Ben the potential to hang around a little bit longer than maybe Manik would like in this matchup. Getting that one hit KO or getting just strong knockouts basically with the new VMAX will be a little bit tougher considering it's going to do that minus 20. RCSV rocking, off the top of my head, how much health has RCSV got?
220.
220. So it's going to take the RCSV out of range, especially if the DTE is on the new VMAX as well. So
True.
it's going to be tougher for Manik to get knockouts. And it's going to buy Ben a little bit of time, which I think is the key part in this matchup.
Yeah, Ben needs the time. I believe he's just in the Rapid Strike version of Keep Calling on Sobble to end his turn, so he's got a full bench of Sobbles. Sadly, no Vs.
Yeah.
Which kind of gives Manik the opportunity to evolve, perhaps attach, and then maybe just knock out what is in the active and hold off for something like a boss where as soon as that V does come into play, he can take it out of commission.
Yeah. He probably isn't as good as a position as it looks though, and I think this can sometimes be a bit of a problem with the new VMAX there. Is if you overreach too early.
Yeah, you do.
Too early.
Yeah.
You're left, I guess, on the back foot now. Well, it'll be great for Manik to just take out the Sobble one by one until this Arceus comes out. Because of the Radiant Gardevoir, he's not able to get the knockout on the Arceus V when it does eventually come out. Unless he takes the Radiant Gardevoir out now, in which case that Arceus V is going to be vulnerable again.
Yeah.
Especially if we don't see a DTE coming on.
And there you go. And he's got the Lost City out as well, so that Gardevoir is not coming back.
Yeah.
If that gets knocked out now, it will not come back.
So he'll take out this Gardevoir, which will, I guess, soften up or prevent Arceus from getting that extra little gap in damage there. But he's still, Ben gets an Arceus V out. It's still not that large of a gap for him. He is behind, but it's not looking favorable for him. I guess Manik just kind of needs to chill here. He gets another energy attach on that second UV there, and he'll have attackers. It's going to take Ben 2 turns to take out this UV max. Manik's got the option to Psy Leaf as well and just negate that damage once it comes onto him.
And that's a nice way to get around things when you're facing this deck is to just do that little bit of chip damage and then retreat the rest of it away. Obviously, there's a bit of math there that needs to be fixed if you want to hit the follow-up knockout. But here we go with the boss's orders from Ben, bringing up that bench Genesect and hoping to stall something out here.
When he's going to be out,
he does. He definitely does.
Just looking at his cards through the rest of his deck, unless he's got some spice in there. Just does look like the traditional Arc Intel.
I reckon he'll have a couple of cards up his sleeve that he's evolved into, but
it doesn't look like he has the Drapion because I don't see the Drapion.
No,
I feel like the Drapion would have come out already by now. Anyway.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one.
So he has done a deck search using. Has he quickballed or? It's hard to tell why he's searching there. He play boss's orders. But there's no Drizzle out there.
No.
Unless he is continuing to keep calling. Has he just kept calling?
He's just kept calling.
You just have to hit again with the
So there you go. He's just kept calling and used that as an opportunity to search his deck.
He's not happy.
Yeah, you can see Ben's really not happy with what he's been dealt here. I mean, we skipped on it before, but this is the win and in this match that we've got right here. So the winner will be going through to the next set of finals. This is the end of the Swiss round, if you will. So
we see a lost vacuum out there, and
he's going to get rid of the Mew. He's going to get rid of the stadium.
Yeah, I don't see Manik losing from here on out, just purely because he's in such a favorable position, betting on the back foot. Even if he does get the RCSV out, it's going to get taken out in one because I think the second. Well, he's got the choice belt there on the VMAX on the bench. So even if Ben gets the Arceus VR, it's going down that next turn.
It's going to be very interesting to see. You can see Manik digging through, looking for a switch option. I like the neat little move he did before where he used Lost Vacuum to get rid of the stadium only to put the stadium down, because that Lost Vacuum, you do have to put a card from your hand in the lost zone to be able to use it. So once again, a nice way to kind of
Thin your hand.
thin the hand out a bit more.
So.
Yeah, true.
All right, so he has Quick Ball and he's played a Power Tablet. I believe he is just thinning his hand a little bit before he goes to Genesect again with Genesect's ability. Played against VMAX that many times. Genesect's ability, what is it called again?
Fusion Strike System.
Fusion Strike System.
Fusion Strike System, I believe it is.
I feel like you're supposed to know that to start casting Pokemon TCG, but hey, when I play, I just look at the big numbers and I point at the moves that I want to do.
Yeah,
I let the rest play out itself.
I'm usually too busy molding it. My opponent is playing me every time it happens, so I'm kind of just like,
All right, so there's the Fusion Strike System, and I think he's looking for something that's going to let him switch.
So the Rotom Phone, very nice.
Try again. And if he does find what he needs here,
He's got that one more genie that he can do. He's found the switch.
yep.
He's going to chuck it right on the top of the deck.
And with another Genesect there on the bench,
You'll be able to switch it out.
that's it. And it's just the strength of the deck, If you sequence it correctly, you're able to just pull off what it is you want, provided your key parts aren't prized.
True.
Fortunately for Manik here, nothing major has been prized, and he's just able to get what he needs. Almost feels like it will. Why can be a little bit frustrating playing against Mew, because I feel like it just gets to do whatever the hell it wants.
Yeah, well, it's very funny because he's playing against Ben, who's playing the Inteleon line. That is literally the deck. The cherry picks exactly what you want.
Yeah.
And the fact that Mew is doing it better right now, I believe, is just a testament to how strong the deck is.
There's the switch. He comes out. He is going to get another knockout here. And there is no way Ben takes a knockout on his next turn. Honestly, if it was me, I'm not supposed to self-insert. But hey, I'd be scooping here if I was Ben, and I'd be going on the next match because, traditionally, Arc Intel and any Intel engine deck, any Shady Dealings deck does play slowly.
It does.
And we don't have ties today. Again, we would have mentioned that multiple times throughout the stream. But at this point of the tournament, round 4, we're looking at a win and in, about to head into top cut. Fatigue does start to play a factor.
It does.
And you don't want your matchups to go on for too long. Otherwise, you start to make misplays that you wouldn't ordinarily make during the start of the day. So Ben it's not looking good. Ben's hand is not very favorable. I don't know if he has a way to get the RCSV.
I think he's definitely contemplating now whether
The B star.
whether he calls a scoop or not.
I don't know if
I believe he's just passed now for turn.
so. I don't think Arc Intel plays Dawn. I don't think it would. If it did, he would have an option there at least to get the RCSV star flying, but it's not even his turn. Oh, my mistake. Has he passed the turn?
Yeah, he passed the turn.
He passed the turn.
He was contemplating it, and then he's just passed, and now it's back off to Manik. So
Dog. I would have scooped. Sorry, Ben. I would have scooped by now.
yeah,
It's not looking favorable. This is 3 prize taken for Manik.
and then once again, that's those sobbles and just going straight to the loss zone.
You've got to ask yourself, Ben, do you have an out? No, that's a Roxanne. So,
Roxanne.
there's a bit of disruption there, but is it going to buy you enough time? You get a Roxanne into an RCSV, which you very well might.
Yeah,
But then you're going to get the RCSV start and have that ready for the next turn.
he's doing the mental math on this.
The sequence to win the game, he needs to knock out 2 Pokemon, which is basically 4 turns.
Yeah, that's
2 on VMAX and 2 on the next VMAX.
The frustrating thing is that, like, even if he got an Arceus at the previous turn and was like he got knocked out, he might have been able to get a Drizzle. It means getting something. He can get some form of attack off. The fact that he's not being able to put any damage counters down at all is just puts Ben in such a difficult position.
Yeah.
But that's just a testament to how strong VMAX is. A lot of us thought it was just going to die, especially when they were printing cards like Marina, like the Drapion, where it's just like this is just designed to counter you.
A-Tech, yeah.
But to see how strong it still is, and you still need to kind of have something there for the matchup.
Yeah.
That's what we're kind of waiting to see here with Ben, is that will he actually have a straight up tech that he can bring out, that he can show us, that can give him give him the advantage because that's all. If he just takes a knock on a 3-prize Pokemon, that just brings him back into the game.
Yeah, but to pull that off, I mean, with Arceus, it's not possible. The most amount of damage he can do is 200.
230 with choice belt.
Plus with the belt, but I don't believe he's running the belt considering he's got the charms.
No. Oh,
Might be running. Okay, so it's going to slow down Manic, but again, I just don't.
And the Roxanne path.
Yeah, I just don't think it's enough though. And like, this would be a better. Like, it's still a good play. Like, it's a play that you would make at this point in the game. I just don't think it's going to do enough considering that Mew VMAX is loaded.
Yeah.
In order for Ben to I guess take some kind of lead in this game, he needs to get a knockout over the next 2 turns.
He does.
And hope that Manic doesn't have an out. And Manic doesn't have an out, I don't think anyway, because he has burned most of his stadiums.
Yeah, he's burned 2 Lost City, 1 Rose Tower. So yeah, he's sitting on 2 stadiums. And we can see that I believe it was an Oricorio and maybe a Ball Search card that he just got his hands on now.
So he doesn't have much going for him in this turn. However, he does get knockout on the next turn, puts him at 2 prizes, and then it's just a matter of taking out Arceus V-Star, which, I mean, unless I'm missing something, I think he still gets. If Ben doesn't, Ben has to load up an Arceus V-Star, he has to get energy on it, and he has to swing. Manic will then swing for 220 minus. He's got the belt there, so he's swinging for 220 minus DTE 200, so he's going to hit for 230. Ben's basically banking on Manic not getting that second Mew VMAX loaded up with energy.
Yeah.
It already has 1 DTE on it and belt, so
yeah, so there we go. He's just knocked out the
Sob or the Drizzle.
The active Drizzle. So Ben's down to 1 Sobble.
And if we have a quick look at the prizes just to see, Manic is definitely sitting on 2. Yeah, so 2 prizes left for Manic, none claimed there for Ben. Ben's played a Melanie, so he's got a 1 energy on. He needs to get a DTE. Has he managed to make it happen?
Because the tricky thing of putting Path in play means that blocks his own abilities. So he can't.
He
can't stop all the way that you usually do.
Yeah.
So.
And he did Roxanne, so he did delete or basically chuck that Arceus V-Star back into his deck. So it's not in his hand. He is contemplating his options here. He has
rolled away a Marnie and I believe.
So he's going to get the Arceus, but he needs a way to get the DTE. If he doesn't get the DTE, the game is basically done because Manic will win the prize race. There's the Arceus. Unless he bumps his own card, which would be silly because then Manic will just be able to Fusion Strike system. So he doesn't have the DTE in hand, otherwise he would have attached it and swung by now. It's looking like
he's contemplating. I think he's contemplating.
He's
there we go. There's the collapse.
I mean, it's going to keep him alive, but I'm not seeing why Ben is dragging this game out.
Well, I think the strategy, the end game for Ben at this point would be to get the next Arceus going, and then to just keep Sharon's carrying. So then you just not do if he isn't able to get the big reach, then Ben might be able to actually cheese this one and cop the win. But we are burning through a lot of the play clock at the moment. So it's very interesting. Ben's really going to come firing out of the gates if he does.
He has to.
If he does falter a little bit on this game. But we'll see how we go.
It's the trick with Pokemon and playing competitively at tournament level. You know, you're managing time, you're managing resources. You're going to make a decision in game 1 of a round. How long do I let this drag out?
Yeah.
If I'm not in a favorable or winning position, if it doesnn't look like I can actually turn this around, what is the point of continuing? You know, usually players will stretch out a game to try and see some more tech cards in their opponent's deck. But at the same time, if a player is in a strong position like Manic is and doesn't have a need to, why are they going to show off their 1-0s?
True. Very, very true. These players have not seen each other's deck lists. It's all about what they throw out there during games, which is one of the interesting things about the previous game that I commentated with Tabor, where we were looking at the 1-1 of the Eevee jolting off Christian's deck.
Oh, yeah.
And that was only, and he didn't reveal that game 1. He had it in hand. He didn't reveal it game 1, so then you could kind of show the following game and kind of put his opponent on the back foot.
Make them adapt on the spot rather than going to the next game what is potentially around the corner. Yeah, this is. I'm trying to piece together what Ben's strategy is here because I'm not seeing it, you know. I just don't feel like he has any outs. I don't feel like he has a way to get ahead or even tie up this prize race here. He got the DTE attach.
So there we go.
Okay, so he must have had DTE in hand the entire.
No, he's done Starburst.
Oh,
He's using the
Starburst,
ability. Yeah. So he put Collapse Stadium into play.
Yeah.
And it's just because he needed that attack off. He needed that damage down.
Now, despite the fact that Manik is going to Fusion Strike system his way through this next turn with ease because there is no pathing planes, he does still need to hit an energy. So, you know, it would be good to see him. There's the boss.
There's the boss.
So he will just take his last. Oh, he's waiting. He's waiting.
He'll escape rope first, and then he'll retreat back into Mew, and then he'll boss.
Yeah. And this happened. Yep.
Ooh.
There is.
So then he is playing the boss.
Boss?
I don't know. I believe is this the last two prizes, or was he on?
With Belt, he has the knockout there.
There you go.
Yes, that's it. That's the
Beautiful.
beauty of Belt. Is that it does fix the math. You know, you do get that reduction in damage. So Mew VMAX's attack does do 220. With DTE, it subtracts 20. You do get 2 energy attached, but yes, you do reduce 20 damage for whatever your attack is. But the Belt fixes that and lets him swing for 230, taking out that RCSV. So I guess knocking out that that second RCSV kind of put Ben at a little bit of a disadvantage there.
It really did.
exposed him for that last two prizes.
Yeah, but I think I don't think he had any other way out of it really, because if he was he needed to kind of just keep soaking up damage and then kind of keep reusing it and recycling assurance. We can see in Manik's list that he does run anything like Echoing Horn, which you might have seen in some Mew lists.
Yeah.
He also doesn't run any Palpad, and he's only got the 2 bosses. So that's why drawing into that last boss was very, very important, and utilizing it at the right time. Because I feel like if you misstep or if you burn one of these away too early, it could be really, really troublesome for someone like Manik. So
Yeah.
yeah, and he's only got 1 rod as well, so that's another way you can get extra stuff out there. So you got to I reckon Manik must be coming to this next game thinking, all right, cool, I've managed my resources really, really well. I've got to back it up again for the following game if I want to keep Ben on the back foot.
Yeah. I guess the issue with that was Ben was forced in order to be able to get that Starburst pulled off. He needed to bump his own stadium.
He did.
When you need to bump your own counter, your own tech, sorry, especially against Mew VMAX, you know, you leave the door open.
Yeah.
Very well, Manik could have just top decked that boss's orders and would have been able to pull off what he was doing anyway. Or he would have been able to hit some damage and make that a bit of an issue for Ben. When you knock the stadium and you let him Fusion Strike system, you basically give him the keys to the kingdom.
You really are. And like there is one way around that where you basically do stuff like Pumpkaboo, you grab one of the cards you need, and then you grab, for example, another stadium, so then you can put the stadium down again.
Yeah.
If you haven't already played the stadium for the turn.
Not ideal for Ben because one of those DT is prized, but he most likely runs at least 3 of those. Manik with the DT prize and a power tablet, and it looks like a Rose Tower as well as a boss. So these are your running mill prize cards. And not ideal having to start the Radiant Gardevoir there. So you don't want that really to get stuck in the active going forward.
Very annoying, especially because it is a 2 retreat cost as well.
Yeah.
It's not easy unless you want to chuck a balloon or you want to scoop it up and get it out. And you'd much rather use those scoop up nets on your Intellion line to kind of keep recycling those.
So he's quick all the way on water here. And he is most definitely looking for an RCSV to start this turn 1. Manik with the 1 view of the bench, sorry. And go back to the prizes. Oh, we've got 2 prizes. And the Genesect. I'm pretty sure Ben has gone turn 1.
Yeah, he has gone turn 1.
Yeah, now traditionally, you're not. It's not a rule per se, but most players suggest that you don't bench Pokemon before the game starts. You kind of just don't want your opponent to see too much.
No, but it's kind of like one of those things. Obviously, Manik's position that he's in now, having another Mew, like, Ben can't boss anything up right now. And if you use the scoop up, escape rope, you can just chuck your other Mew up. So it's not too bad in Manik's position. But yeah, you're not wrong. Typically, you would not bench anything until your turn begins to kind of really not give anything off to your opponent, not give them any information about what you have going on.
Having said that, if you're playing Mew, your opponent usually knows what you're about to do.
Yeah, you can.
Just gonna sex out.
Yeah, you can pretty much mill half your deck to find what you want in turn one when you play with Mew. So,
I guess the good thing here for Ben, he has got 2 Arceus out on the field, which is ideal because if one does go down, he has options. He's got the energy attach as well, which you always love to see.
capture energy as well, and he does have the water energy in the discard, so he will have access to Melanie the following turn. But it's going to be a huge turn for Manik, and then Mew doing Mew things. It's got the VIP pass,
So it just
straight
starts.
away.
This is what's so good about this deck. It just gets going, and it's highly unlikely that you don't get what you need because you got so many opportunities to get it. If you want what you want and you need to get it, you get it with you.
Pretty much. This is a big turn for Manik because he is running the fusion version of Mew with the fusion energies and Elisa. He will be looking to get those 3 energies out there onto some form of Meloetta, and then maybe if he can get it going, because if he draws into his 1 escape rope, he puts Ben in a very average position because he might be able to take 2 prizes straight off the bat, as what everyone fears when Vigos has first been going second.
Yeah. With power tablets and a switch, he's rolled. We didn't see what it hit. It looks like it is.
It is a head.
You get the heads.
He gets exactly what he wants. Interesting to see. What we're talking about.
Oh, so that wasn't power tablets. That was Cram. That's what he rolled.
Yeah.
So he got what he wanted.
That VIP pass, the prices on that have gone absolutely bananas.
Are they really?
Yeah, in English and in Japanese as well.
Yeah. I guess because it's not just Mew relying on it. You know, Palkia's relying on it, and Agiratina's relying on it.
Yeah.
Pretty much every meta deck at the moment is
Yeah.
relying on 4 Battle VIP as a must-have. So he discarded DTE. It's the Meloetta. And it looks like he's going to try and get that turn 1 knockout here with the Meloetta.
He is.
Although,
Scary spot for Ben at the moment. It's basically a wait and see. Will I survive?
I'm not sure how that's going to play out for Manik because he does only run 3 DTE. We know one of them is prior. Now one is discarded. So he will be relying on finding one if he wants to use the newbie in this matchup. He's going to want to use because otherwise, actually no, because he's got the Meloetta, so he's going to be able to take knockouts with the Meloetta.
This is a very high risk, high reward play for Manik because he will be burning through a lot of resources.
Just don't think that was necessarily.
So there's the escape rope. So this is really tricky stuff for Ben.
And loses the benefit, I guess, of getting that turn 1 attach. He has to make a decision. Does he let the bear Arceus get knocked out, or the Arceus with the energy? I mean, he's obviously going to choose the Arceus. No, he's putting the Arceus with the energy.
Interesting play.
Manik brings out another Mew. Doesn't look like he's going to bring the Meloetta just yet.
And he's going to save it in case he needs to burn through some switch cards with a free retreat.
Yeah.
That's one of those cute little sequencing tricks that you just need now as a new player. And you only get that through playing this for so long. And there goes the Elisa Sparkle. So
Come the energy. Here come the energy.
here comes the ambulance.
All right, so you get 2 on to. Oh, you're supposed to select where you want it to go first. He's putting 1 there.
Meloetta one on Mew.
Yep. And does he get a third? Sorry. He doesn't need a third if he wants to take knockout.
He needs the third, and I believe he needs the choice belt as well. Because he will be doing 210,
Yep.
and because Arceus is 220, he will need to find those other 2 pieces. So in the list that he's got, he should be able to draw into a fusion energy and one of the 2 choice belts.
He does have 2 Genesect out there, so he's going to be able to very easily fusion strike system and reach for it. He ultra balls. Looks like he's
And quick balls as
so
well.
he's really thin in that hand. Giving himself the best opportunity here. Bringing out 6 new cards. It's just too strong, man.
Yeah.
It's too strong.
I get the feeling, though, if he's going to want to keep those fusion energies around, because the other interesting thing you can do with Mew VMAX is if you have all 4 energies in play, all 4 fusion, you can swing with Mew imitating Meloetta's attack and do a big 280,
That's right.
where you don't have to worry about modifiers such as tablets, such as choice belts.
So I think that might be the play then for him going through the rest of this match because if he has the option to hit for 280, he is just one hit KO in that Arceus.
So we're seeing Lost City and we're seeing the phone.
Yeah. So he's going to give himself a very good opportunity to find it.
You find one piece.
There's another
Cool, and
phone.
there's another phone there. You can dig a bit more if
Yeah.
he needs to.
Looks like he opted for the extra phone, I believe that.
I think it was the phone.
So he's got one more chance, I guess, or one more opportunity to reach for it with this next Genesect. And it's just why this deck is too good. It's really good, and in the right player's hand, you know, in the hands of a player that knows how to drive it,
True.
it's just a very efficient deck. It just gets the job done.
Well, that's why we see players like one of our friends, Chris, who's been playing Mew for, I don't know Chris to play anything other than Mew, to be honest with you.
I only know Chris is a Mew player. Well, he's having a shocking day, so
Yeah, well, you Mew give and Mew taketh away, honestly. There's some days where it draws well.
there's the belt. So he's got the belt. He's got the knockout on this turn, which is just, oh, he needs one more energy. Is he going to find it? He's going to cram for a Tails, which is what Ben
Oof.
wanted to see there.
There he goes. You can see Ben cackling to
again.
himself now.
3, so he hits 2 Tails in a row. And
Wow.
it doesn't look like Manik's going to pull it off here. So there you go. He reached for it, and almost always do you get it. Considering,
But he's doing the right thing now, Manik. He's
Yeah.
retreating into the Mew without any energy attached.
yeah,
So I believe he's retreating to the Gen
so
set.
give him a Genesect. He probably doesn't. He doesn't. I mean, at this point in the game, he's reached quite a lot. He has
He
multiple
has.
energy attached. There's not that many cards left in his deck. I don't think he really needs to fusion track system 3 times
No.
beyond this point.
Yeah.
Chances are, like the probability of him finding what he needs from here on out are relatively high because so much of his deck has been drawn.
Mm.
He's okay losing 2 prizes here to Ben with the Arceus speed, which is most definitely going to take the knockout here. But Ben is going to want to take the knockout on the Mew, you know, while it's still a Mew, because once it becomes a Mew VMAX, there's going to be some problems.
Very, very tricky.
And if Ben can get a knockout on that Mew with the energy attached, you know, Manik's not in that good of a position.
No, he's not. He doesn't have anything like Starling to get those energies back. So once they're gone, they're gone.
2 DTEs missing, I guess, 1 in the discard and 1 prize. And unless Manik starts taking prizes, he's not going to get that second one. So there's 1 DTE left. He needs to get DTE manual attach on his next turn and potentially Ellis's Sparkle for that last Fusion Strike energy, or Aurora energy, sorry. It's Aurora.
It's
Fusion Strike energy. Yeah, I mean, Manik might have played himself into a corner here. We're about to find out. Ben has got the Arceus V-Star out. He's going to be able to starve her, so he's going to take a knockout here. But I've got the feeling he's going to want to try and boss up that Mew.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. I think that's what he'll aim for.
But to do that, he's going to need Choice Belt, isn't he?
No, he will not. Because it's 180.
180 on Mew,
And
so he does get
Mew
it.
is 180, so it'll be a clean knock.
Yeah, I'd say if Ben can get the knock here, he's going to be pretty happy. He just needs box, but he's going to keep him get it with ease. He needs boss and an energy to attach.
The tricky thing in this matchup as well is both players take quite a lot of time to play their turns out. And we are seeing that we are in game 2 now, and we're only really just starting.
Mm.
This is Ben's second turn, and we've just chewed through so much of the play clock. It's going to be really interesting to see how we end up here.
All right,
So
so
he's got the boss,
Yeah.
and he's got the DTE. So there we go. Bossy bosses that
Yeah.
bench me with the energy.
oh, sorry, so he had Capture Energy attached.
Yes.
Now he's gone for DT and Big Charm.
Big Charm's good.
Yeah,
I like that.
I mean, he's in a very favorable position here. You know, he's got a knockout on the Mew. Manik doesn't have much energy attached left at his disposal. One of the Choice Belts prize, you know, Rose Towers. He's losing the ability to draw. You know, if Ben gets a path out at some point, I'm going to slow Manik down considerably.
Yeah. It did really, really well.
I guess Ben's got time on his side here as well now.
The interesting thing for Ben, though, he doesn't have any sobbles now. He doesn't have access to
Yeah.
that engine, so he needs to have what he needs in his hand ready to go. Otherwise, he could be in a very, very precarious position.
All he needs really as well, though, to stay relevant in this match is another Arceus V star. Because he has loaded up the energy onto the
does.
Arceus V. So he's got options going to the next turn. I don't know if he plays Crobat. He just needs, or all he could need to get is a quick ball. He'll be able to get Crobat and draw. He gets an Ultra Ball, he can get the Arceus V-Star, and he is going to be one-hit KOing most Pokemon that Manik put out here unless he gets a UV mode. So it's not ideal to lose the UV that had the energy attached. You see a Power Tablet come out. Manik's going to try and thin his hand here as he goes Goodwill Hunting for
Yes. He will definitely need to go and dig as deep as possible.
Looks
There
like
we go. He's just drawn into the double turbo energy. I believe I
Okay.
can see is one of the cards there, which is
So he's going to Ultra Ball so he
exactly
can
what
get that
he
UV
needs.
mix as well. Manik's in a pretty good. He's in a good spot. You know, he's still here.
He's got the option at the moment, I
Yeah.
believe. He's got the option to reach and to get to exactly where he needs to be. He does need belt. He does need some more tablets to burn through. Gets that lovely alternate art. Igawa.
That's just a huge flex.
It is. What do you think about the full rarity decks?
English.
Rarity.
Yeah, just send it. Why not? Just send it.
Mm.
Having said that, I play Palkia and I'm too much of a coward to put the original form Palkia V alternate art in my deck, but
Do you have any of these?
do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, I do have two, but I'm a coward.
It's fine. You get it in Japanese and you're like, come on. We're, in case you couldn't tell, we're both inclined to one language for collecting and a different one for playing.
Yeah, if I find a rare card in English, I'll just put it into the deck. I like putting full arts in.
So, yeah.
All right, so Manik he's shuffling. He's got an MV Max. He hasn't attached it just yet. He hasn't evolved just yet, but I'm sure he will very shortly. But again, in order for Manik to get an attack you, I'm pretty sure he needs to get an Ulsa out at some point as well.
He does.
Oh, well, there's Ulsa. Look at that. Just what the doctor ordered. So he'll get the energy attached from Ulsa, and he puts it onto
Only got-
the UV. There it is. So he's got three fusion strike energy out in play.
Three and play, one in the discard. So you can already imitate Meloetta's attack now.
Yep.
The Melodious Echo.
But he's not going to get knocked out.
No, he's not.
No.
And that Sparkling Guardian on the bench on Ben's side as well, making him forcing him to reach a bit further as well. I've been having another quick search to see what Manik has burnt through. Manik is really trying to get to where he needs to be.
So with this, Manik will get. I think he will Melodious Echo.
There we go. There's another
A few
tablet.
power tablets out there. I think that's the second power tablet he's played.
I believe it is.
Yeah, so he's doing plus 60. If he gets a belt down,
There
he's
he
doing
goes.
plus 90. And you can just see Ben reacting to that very negatively. It wasn't. Yeah. I mean, if Manik was going to get. Oh man, you actually hate to see this.
You do.
90 plus on Melodious Echo, so 210 plus 90.
Right
That's
in
300.
fire.
He's gone for another tablet or he's going for a belt? He's what's he gonna get? He's got a boss.
He's got the boss there.
So he's gonna take out Arceus V. He can't play it though because he's got
Yeah, he's already played Ulysses. So
Right. He can't keep reaching with Fusion Strike system.
and this is the tricky part as well, is that what does Manik do after this? After this turn, if he does take the knock.
I don't think he takes the knock though, that's the issue. So with Gardevoir out, so 280.
Plus an extra 50 up there. So
Okay, so he's chucking out the Meloetta. And he's doing 210 plus 90, so 300. Yep.
he does take the knock.
No, hang on, surely not. So he's done. How does he take? Hang on, my little brain can't possibly process what just happened.
Yeah.
If he was doing 210 with Meloetta plus 90 with the power tablet, he's doing 300. Radiant Gardevoir
It doesn't
brings that to 280
It's not for. It's only from these. It's not
from these, so he's doing 300.
Yeah.
The charm puts him at
What's the extra 10?
charm puts him at.
Yeah, 310.
So he's only doing 300.
Yeah. So
How does he?
I thought
Judge.
yeah, I believe he had the previous turn Ben bossed up the Mew with the fusion energy. That should be in the discard, but maybe there's something I missed there. Perhaps.
Judge. Ben just takes a knockout here. I have missed something now, unless there was 4 fusion energy.
Well,
Well,
it
there was.
looked like
Wait,
there
hang
was
on.
4 fusion energy.
Oh, there was 4 fusion energy.
so
So
it
he
might
was-
have been another energy that he had, and I just completely misread it. That's my fault.
that seems very. I'm confused. In my mind, the Mew V that got knocked out.
Had a fusion energy.
Had a
That's
fusion
actually
energy.
what I thought.
And there's only 4 fusion energy in this
They
list.
only run 4.
He only played 3 power tablet. Well, color me surprised. Chat, have I missed something? I'm going to pop over the chat and see if we got something wrong there because I feel like we did. I'm rattled. That has actually skilled me.
Now, Manik, with some causing Ben to do more math as well by chucking the Fusion Oricorio on the bench. With your second UV backs online on Manik's side.
Hey Henry, have you caught much of this game that's been rocking?
No,
You haven't caught. Oh jeez. Well, we're a little bit confused here because Manik had a new V that had a fusion strike energy attached to it, which got knocked out, which meant there was only 3 left possibly for Manik to use. So he had all 3 attached between his Meloetta and his Mew, which meant 210 if he does the Melodious Echo.
Okay.
He played 3 power tablets, which is plus 90, so it's in for 300.
Unless there was a belt on him.
Was there? He didn't have the belt on him, so we're just trying to understand how Manik took a knockout on an Isis V Star.
Did it have a big challenge?
Apparently,
It had a big challenge.
but apparently it had the choice belt. So maybe we
I
just
think
missed the choice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Belt.
triple plus choice belt. So there we go. It was just the choice belt
belt.
extra. So that was the one card that
There was, I saw it when I was watching the final.
Ah, there you go. Thank you. So we missed that, and that is why we are not sweaty pro gamers.
Yeah.
Squid Flavored Squid said choice belt. He had a belt on Meloetta. Thank you for clarifying that. This is game 2 of round 4, winning in. And damn, I'm just shook.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a testament to the game. Like, I'm getting a little bit fatigued watching this.
Yeah.
Imagine playing it while you're having to process everything that's going on.
It kind of makes us appreciate the commentators that we currently have
Yeah.
in the Pokemon scene for everything that they do because it's not an easy job trying to read the play and kind of preempt what you think these guys are doing because we also don't wear headsets in here as if we can hear what's happening down the table. So that's why we are relying on chat and then whatever Jared is putting in the chat for us.
Yeah.
He's driving stream today. Thank you very much, Jared.
This is what we call damage control for making a mistake. You know, look, we're only human. We aren't perfect. We all make mistakes.
It's all fun.
If we have a quick look at the prizes just to see what status the game we're looking at here. All right, so Ben in a pretty solid spot. He's got 3 more to take. All he needs to do is get a knockout on a UB max and he's got game. However, it's going to take him 2 turns to pull that off. And Manik is most likely... Well, Manik's not going to be able to get that off again. Because he did have to burn through 3 power tablets.
Correct.
He's got 1 more power tablet likely floating about out there. No, he doesn't.
He's in the price.
Okay.
Price.
So Ben's in a pretty good spot.
He's in a really good spot, and that Guardy really just helped him out in that previous turn because usually you would be doing 220 with the belt and the DTE, but that Guardy just came in clutch, saving that Arceus. That Ben was able to share his care, sadly take all the energy off of it, but now he's been able to put it back down just fresh with no damage on it, chuck the first water energy on it, and then hopefully he can keep going from there.
Yeah. So he needs to get a DT onto the Arceus V in order to attack the next turn. If he makes that happen, that's 180. He just needs to hold on for dear life, and hope that Manik can't get what he needs to take a one-hit knockout. I don't think he's going to be able
I
to.
think it's just, there we go. Ben's conceded he has to into the DTE.
I called the Q.
And it's all over.
Give it a
That
win.
is it. You know, he had an option there. If he got what he needed, he would have been able to maybe Roxanne and then Path. He managed to pull the Path out of the Roxanne, but it hasn't happened. Manik is just too strong here, and it's a testament to the deck as much as it is the player. You know, he played that very well. Personally, my take was maybe, you know, the power tablet reach
Yeah,
was a little bit too much.
yeah. Like I think it was if they're able to keep tempo, then if Ben was able to keep tempo, Manik would have a lot harder of a time
Yeah,
trying to play from that position that he put himself in.
yeah,
But just goes to show what amazing thing junior players can do.
Yep.
Especially with such a deck as ferocious
Yeah.
as Mew. Like I just think it's an absolute testament to Manik and his strengths, playing with his strengths here.
yeah. To recognize that by cutting off that Arceus that turn, you're basically dismantling the Arceus's game plan, which is to tag team and rotate maybe and cycle through the Sharon's loop. If you can actually just cut that head off instantaneously and get a one-hit knockout with the Mew Max, like take it, I guess.
Yeah,
But the 3 power tablet, massive play, and it paid off for him.
it did. It really, really did. It also forced Ben to do what he did with Sharon's, and then he had to find that DT because he took all those energy.
Yeah.
And that's, I believe, what caused him to scoop in the end. It was just like, well, I can't play from this position. So
Yeah.
very, very, very tough loss. I know Ben on losing the win in end is going to be very, very upset. But look, amazing to see the juniors in there now in the finals.
The top 4, yeah. Ben also was in a bit of a precarious position because he wasn't able to get any sobbles out.
No, in that last
in that game too, yeah.
And it's called up Intel.
Yeah,
He laid that up Intel engine, and he had all the sobbles game one. Nothing but sobbles. Surprise, it's all sobbles.
Yeah.
But in that second game, just nowhere to be found. Which means that you think about all the components that you have to drive that, and that means that's all the level balls, all the other evolution cards of Drizzles. It's all dead weighting.
Yeah, those cards just aren't doing anything there.
We had the similar thing where that dead weight in a deck cost someone worlds, I would say, where you commentated on it as well as him on your own channel.
Yes, it did.
And poor Darcy had those cards that he didn't really need.
They just weren't doing what they needed here. So we've gone to...
Oh,
Hang on a second.
Ben won.
Ben won? Manik
He
had
had one card left and no switching options, so he decked out.
He didn't catch that.
Unbelievable.
So hang on. I'm going to just quit. I think I'm going to leave this to you on your own, Perry. You're casting the rest of the night out. How did we miss that?
Well, this is the thing. If we can't hear it, then how do we know?
Professional casters, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think they're going to give me the call up again. Or you. You're done for.
I know. I think it's one of those ones where how would we know otherwise? We're looking at the screen being just like, I guess this is happening.
Okay. We're at game 3 now. And there's 5 minutes left. And we don't have to worry about this going to a tie. But we're going to want to see Ben get what he needs going, I guess, to have himself have a shot in this game. For him to have won that by Manik decking out. Yeah, that's what I mean. So we saw Ben grab the cards first and basically assumed that Ben scooped because he didn't get what he wanted. So, which is what threw me a little bit. Anyway, we're at game 3, and this will decide who progresses into Top Cut or Pod B. We're in Pod B.
We are in Pod B.
And we've got Manik going first. You can see he's got a great start. Mu V, Fusion Strike Energy Attach, and a Choice Bell. Power tablets come out, but he's just basically thinning at this point to set himself up. 2 Genesects. He's rolling. He won't get an attack off this turn, but it doesn't matter because he will be set for that turn through knockout, I think, anyway, provided he gets what he needs going. So he Fusion Strike systems for just the one at this point. He's probably looking for a Battle VIP pass. A little bit unfortunate to get it. And he passes for turn. So not the best start for Manik. He's got a couple Pokemon on the board that he needed.
He does.
Ben would be pretty happy about that because he hasn't completely stacked his bench, which gives Ben a little bit of time to get into this game. He's most likely looking for an RCS V right now.
Getting a good idea of what he's got in the prizes.
And we're going to have a quick look at the prizes just to see what's going to hold him back here. So yes, he does get the RCS V. Looking at his hand, he's got a energy, so we're going to energy attach at some point. He shuffles his deck. He's most likely going to try and draw him.
Yeah.
Unless maybe he's gone for a melon.
He might have a supporter of some sort to play.
Yep.
But otherwise, I think what Ben would really, really love to do here would be to actually get a keep calling off this turn, get the rest of the engine out.
Yeah.
That would put him in a really, really good position, give him all the options that he needs. But it looks like he's
contemplating. Does he attach now, or does he? Yeah, I bet you he's thinking about what you just said. Is he maybe thinking, hang on, do I want to get the attach onto the Sobble?
I think the DT is too important for him.
Oh, he wouldn't put that on the Sobble, no.
Yeah, it's put him in weird positions previously. So I think he's.
This is the issue. I mean, at least what I found playing this deck, if he doesn't get a second Arceus out, is he going to put the DT on the Sobble? Okay, he's thinking about it. He's done it. Okay, so he's attached the DT to the Sobble, and he's going to keep calling. Yep.
Committed to keep calling.
Oh, wow.
Does he ideally, you'd love to get another an RCS V out here and just be able to work around if Manik wants to get a boss out and play. Because if he's only got one, and I think that's exactly what he's doing.
He's Ultra Ball off one of the Sharons. So that limits his loop potentially, his heal potential later on in this game. He's got a Power Pad in there, so he can get another one. He most likely plays 2 of those Sharon's Care.
I would assume as such,
But
especially with that style, but see how we go.
Yeah,
Real plays the Marnie.
Yeah, okay. So he's probably
This could be good for Ben if if Manik doesn't have any way to reduce his hand size, because then he can't fusion strike.
Yeah, you're
Because
right.
he's already got
Looks like Manik S. You can't really tell. You know, honestly, I'm just gonna say it. I would not have put that DT on the Sobble, but he really wants to stack up his bench and get going with this option. Manik has the Ultra Ball, it looks like, so he's got it out. He's going to start flying with the Fusion Strike system. Yeah.
No, I think he felt the effects of not having any of that Sobble engine going, that Intel engine in the previous game. So I think he's got even more of an inkling to have all this on the go. He's got the Melanie in the discard as well. He will have access provided.
So you can Melanie.
Yeah, so he'll have the Melanie for the next turn. He'll have access to, I'm assuming, an RCSV stuff, so he'll be able to cherry pick a DT out should he need it. And then from there, once you get the loop established, it should be pretty good, unless you do a very vicious boss's orders. But we'll see how we go here and what Manik has to offer.
I reckon you're right, because he's got the 2 RCSV out, so even if Manik does take a knockout here on one of those RCS, the other one's there. Ben will just have to find another, but he'll be able to find another because he's got so many Sobble out there. If he gets a level ball, if he gets a Drizzle, if he gets another Ultra or an Evo Incense, he'll be able to find the Drizzle and start searching for what it is that he needs.
Mhm.
Find an RCSV star in some capacity, retreat that Sobble and attack, and then load up the second RCSV that he gets out, which is inevitably happening.
And there we go. There's
So
the
you got a
boss.
there. Oh, I bet you. Which at this point, Ben's probably hoping that I don't know. I personally would have put the attach on the RCSV, but that's just me.
But that just gives you the option to, if he's had boss in hand like he had, then he would just be like, well, I'm going to pick the one with the energy on it. If you give him 2 options and you attach energy to one of them, he's always going to go for the one with the energy on it anyway.
This is the thing. It's time in the round now. So
Yeah.
we've got 3 turns, and whoever's on top after whoever's taking the most prizes, I believe is going to win the round.
I think you're right.
Well, who's got an easier? Who's going to clean prizes easier in this matchup?
Well, Matt, in this position, Manik's going to.
Yeah.
I think Manik will be able to edge this one.
So it'll be all those Sobble out there as a potentially undone Ben, because Manik just needs to target these Sobbles.
It's very hard, and this is why a lot of people do seek stuff like professional coaching in TCG, because sometimes it's very hard to see what the right play is.
Yeah.
That's why, obviously, it shows in our experience of casting and playing the game as well, is that we might not have the best grasp of what the best play would be. And that's why people would just like, well, tell me,
Yeah.
what should I have done here? I know I've done that many times where I've reached out to people and say, was this the correct play?
Yeah.
Because that's what this game is all about, is it's mitigating your risk and thinking about those options of what you can draw into and what is potentially the best thing to do to put me either in winning position or to mitigate my loss, really.
So the Ronin phone comes out. Manik just very easily to draw another 5 cards. And, honestly, I think Manik is chilling because you see the crown.
Tails again.
Slow him down a little bit. It's not too bad, though, because he is able to just continue Fusion Strike system.
He does need.
He's utilized Rose Tail already.
He just needs to find.
Volve. He's got Belt.
Does it belt? And there's no Sparkling Guardian anymore.
Yeah.
So
This RCS is going down. And unless Ben finds a way to knock out and take another couple of prizes himself, this
just draw into the fusion energy too,
Yeah.
which you kind of hate to see. Not that it matters too much in this position, but still, when it comes to continually knocking Pokemon out, he does need to kind of not have that attached. He doesn't want to be told that he's reducing the amount of damage he's doing.
So he reaches once more, Fusion Strike system. I think this is Manik's game, basically. He's got the knockout here. Orikoro comes out. Real hard for Ben to take some knockouts. Manik is going to be swinging for 200 minus 20 plus 30. Oh, no, 220 minus, no. Yeah, he'll be getting 230.
Minus 20, which is 190 plus choice belt, 30, so 220.
So he will be taking the knockout on RCSV.
He will take the knock.
This is turn 1, time of the round, and it is decided by whoever has the most prize cards, or the least amount of prize, who's got the less prize cards remaining, which will be Manik, unless Ben manages to get a knockout on turn 2.
Techno Blast takes his 2 prizes.
So at this point in the game, Ben needs to get energy attached DTE, a Melanie, and an escape rope.
Yeah,
And he can do it because he has got 4 Sobble out.
he can do it.
But the next turn,
The only difficult thing is that he can't boss and Melanie in the same turn.
he got boss from the prize.
So Manik pulled
game.
pulled his boss from the prizes, which is obviously brilliant for him. The big chunk comes out from
Yeah.
Ben, but I believe
Unless, there's no way.
if Ben gets the other Arceus out on the bench,
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because Manik's just going to boss up, take a 3rd prize.
that's what I mean. He'll be able to keep going with that. Otherwise, we'll just keep swinging into Sobbles.
Yeah. If Manik hadn't got that boss, he would have either top deck for it or found it via digging with Fusion Strike system.
There he goes.
What Ben doesn't know is that he's already dead.
There you go. He's got the Sparkling Guardi out.
But it won't save him. It's not enough. Ben will take a knockout here, most likely with a boss, because he's going to be able to start. He's star birth already. I haven't caught what he's grabbed. You know what?
I get the feeling it's definitely a Melanie.
Yeah, so he needs Melanie and Rogue. Because he'll Melanie for energy attach, which will let him attack with Ice's V star. But he wants to take out the MUV to even up the prize rates to make it 4-4. The issue, there's the Melanie, there's the attach. The issue here is that Manik just bosses to kill the Sobble and wins because he has 3 at turn 3. I'm feeling for you, Ben. He doesn't know.
Yeah.
Why or more? Shindu. Contemplating. Ben's doing the math. He just doesn't know. There's a level ball. You know,
He's getting the drizzle activated. Finally.
he's going to get the rope. He's probably going to rope, bring out his own Sobble, manually retrieve with a DT.
That's probably the play.
But he just doesn't know that he's already done for.
No, it doesn't. And
That's the rock saying. It
part.
doesn't matter because he top decked it already, mate. He grabs from the prize. Ben, please. This is, he just doesn't know. If only his soul could leave his body right now and he could just observe. You got Christian flinging those Pikachu ears in the background. Oh, no. Oh, Ben. He's cutting, but what for? But for what? Ben's praying. He doesn't know. It's bounced. Part's gone. Lost City comes out. Man, if you got game, just... Oh, wait. Ben didn't even take a knockout there.
No, he didn't. He just hit into it and that was it. So
Somebody's
he's gonna switch out into the Mew.
I'm very surprised that Ben did not grab an escape rope. That drizzle.
He might not have it in the deck because we don't have access to his deck list. He might not have.
Wow. Didn't pack an escape rope.
Just remember,
Escape rope's a staple. You got to put that in almost every deck.
Yeah. Remember, kids, when you build your deck, pack one escape rope.
At least one. Like, come on.
The
A man needs an escape rope. It's just cost him. This is an example of why
escape.
Chris doesn't run escape rope. He says these. All right, Manik has. I'm sorry.
Speaking of escape rope, he's just got a red one.
I'm the kind of commentator that just gets hung up on what's happened by the previous turn. Manik is bringing another mute. He's
bringing out the
evolving to
Mew.
VMAX.
He's going to be looking for the DTE now so he can hit into it because the plan at this point is just hit into it because if Ben just... I don't think personally you would boss around this. I think you would just hit into Arceus. Because if there is a follow-up turn for Manik after this, which I believe there is.
So this, okay, then we have potentially made a mistake here. This could be turn 2.
I believe Ben was turn 0, Manik's turn 1.
Okay.
So if he just hits into it and then he just knocks it out the following, then that's where exactly where it needs to be. He'll have 4 prizes taken.
No. If Manik takes a prize now, he needs to knock out the Ice's V star. That'll be 4. That'll be 2 prizes remaining. If he just bosses a Sobble, he'll have 3 prizes remaining. And the only way Ben can fly and keep the game going is if he knocks out the Mew VMAX, which will make it 3 prizes remaining each. Then I believe from there on out it will be who takes the next prize.
Right. I was trying to think in my head whether he could get any form of reach with if he evolved and gotten an Inteleon out there and was able to boss up the Mew and perhaps do some more damage. But the 180 it doesn't make you don't end up doing enough damage, especially with DT on has the other energy attachment there. So I
Yeah.
think it is. It's not looking good for. I don't think it's looking good for Ben at all.
Manik may not have won that game too,
No, he's decking himself out because he built his entire deck,
but he is.
unbeknownst to us.
Yeah. But I think he has probably learned and adapted from that game too.
Mm.
Not made that same mistake here. It doesn't look like he's overextending. He knows that he just needs to keep this Mew VMAX alive, take a knockout, and just bait. So he throws out an Ultra Ball. In that deck out a little bit. He's still
Was to keep
drawing.
he's searching for something. Whether he's trying to go for the tablet play or more belts.
I mean, he can't attack this with this Mew VMAX here
Mm.
because he doesn't only have the DTE. He may potentially be looking for an Ulcer, in which case he can get a Fusion Strike energy on it.
But yeah, I don't think he gets enough going on.
Still
with
was a
it.
knockout.
No, he doesn't have the mellow order in play that he can utilize that either, because you just have to have that on his bench.
Yeah, right. Yep.
All he can do is Techno Blast. So I believe Manik might just be searching for tablets.
But he has the boss in hand, so he can just claim the life of one of those Sobbles, make it 3. Can we have a quick look at the prize cards just to see where we're at in this game? Because Ben has not taken a knockout,
No.
and Manik is still sitting with 4 remaining, so he is in a comfortable position. Now, I believe this is turn 2. This is turn 2 of time.
No, turn 1. So
I think this is turn 1.
yeah,
of
so Ben was turn 0 because that was when time
Right,
ran out.
okay.
Because Ben had a very, very long turn. I know it's a long game.
in my
These
deck,
guys are
okay.
playing long turns, but
Yeah.
I believe time was when it was Ben's turn. So I
Okay,
believe
okay.
Ben's turn 0 and Manik is turn 1. I'll have to wait for any sort of clarification from our Eye in the Sky Jared if that is anything different. Because sadly we're not able to hear Judge Ryan yell out time in the round as what we usually are. He's going to go and check for us. Thank you very much, Jared.
Okay, so I'd say you're right, and it looks like we're on turn 1. Ben is the final.
Ben was the
turn.
final. So there you go. So
This
you were
is turn 2.
yeah. So this is turn 2.
All right.
The vacuum. Manik was turn 0. So there you go. I reckon it might have been just the back end of Manik's turn that didn't happen. So
So we do get the energy attach.
he gets rid of the bell.
Yeah.
That's for the big chump. Sorry.
Yep. So he softens up when he brings that RSSV star back to
Back
Earth. But he
down.
still needs to do
He
300.
needs 2 tablets. If he gets the 2 tablets, he's there at 280. But
Yep.
does he have them in hand?
No, he needs 2. He needs 300 because of Gardevoir.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Correct.
So he needs 2 tablets from here to knock it out.
Which I don't think he's gonna get now. Which is scary. Which
Yep.
is actually really scary because if he doesn't take any form of knock, then Ben just bosses the benched Mew.
But
If
there's
he's
still
got-
no tie because
There you go.
Yep.
And no, but I believe this means that because Manik's only taking 2 prizes. And now Ben's taking 3.
Is Ben going to take a knockout here?
He does because it's already got damage.
Oh, it was already damaged. And I think with that, Ben wins because
Which
he's
mean-
taken 3 prizes.
Which I believe Manik should have bossed. And
He just
now
had to-
Manik's just
he's realized all he had to do was boss Sobble.
because then they would have been equal on 3, and Ben is just
Wow, that's so rough there from Manik. Yep. I
Manik.
don't think he hasn't realized that he just needs to maintain that prize lean. But that is the disadvantage of Mew VMAX. I guess in this particular format,
Yeah,
which isn't a traditional format that you see in regionals and official competitive Pokemon play, this would have normally led to a tie. But because we are playing with no ties in this format, whoever has the most prizes or the least amount of prizes remaining at the end of time takes it. And with a 3 prize knockout there on the Mew VMAX, Ben has, in my opinion, snatched that
he
away.
has. He really, really has.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I'm
unbelievable.
gonna say Ben had no business taking that
No.
that round, considering Manik set himself up quite well.
He did. But like, there was 2 players for Manik there, and whether he saw this or not is a different story. He could have bossed and then hope that Ben didn't get to have a boss or wait to get to boss so he could get that follow-up knockout, and then they could have been equal at 3 and then have to play another couple of turns. Or he could have gone big and try to go for the knockout, which I believe was the other play, because if he does that and you take 4 prizes, that means you're automatically going to win. And I believe that's what Manik was doing.
Yeah.
So you either you have the safe play or you have the big play. Sometimes it pays off. Other times you end up in Mank's position where he sadly whiffs.
Yeah. And I think Ben played that final round, that final game there, knowing that by putting that RCSB out, it was a liability. Because if he had played the RCSB, Manik would have had just an easy prize lead from there on out. Taking the Sobble and claiming the third prize there would have given him the best chance of victory. But if Ben was able to find a way to take out that new BMAX and take another 3 prizes, it would have tied things up again.
Yeah.
If the RCSB had gone out, Manik would have had 2 prizes remaining, and there would be no way Ben could have taken that with a knockout on the new BMAX. But by, I guess, playing that as smart, because I initially, my gut feel was saying, hey, too many Sobbles, but yeah, Ben played that.
He played it really, really well, and I believe being a junior player, Manik will learn a lot from this type of matchup, and he will definitely walk away a winner in that respect, that he will become a stronger player. He is a junior, and he's a very, very strong junior competitor as well. So hopefully they take so much away from this game, and then we see the next time. Next time when this all happens. So.
Well, that's winning in for you. It is the 2 best players there in that position, in that final round, battling it out to get the top cut, and it does come down to, I guess, knife edge plays like that.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Manik, it didn't play out for him the way he wanted. But hey, he has a very long, promising career ahead of him.
He does. He definitely does. So very, very excited to see that. So with that, I believe we're now going to finish up because that is the first 4 rounds completed. We're now going to find out who our finalists are. And we'll tune back to you guys, I would probably say 10, 15 minutes, and we'll have the next game ready to go.
Cast by none other than Henry and Delore.
I believe it will be.
Excellent. We'll see you guys soon.
See you guys later. We're live. Hey.
All right. Look at that. We're live to the world.
Alrighty.
Chris, how was your tournament? Because you played.
Well, I think what's important to remember is the joyous occasion of
Right.
the Pokemon community here in Melbourne coming together as a whole. From our humble beginnings,
From our
Yes,
yes,
no,
that's
it's
ours. Okay,
Yes,
so
I was
it's
part of
you're
it.
including
Yes,
your
of course.
yourself. Okay.
I am as team captain of the community. That's what's important. Not that I lost my first two rounds miserably,
Yeah.
and that I lost a deck check. No. What's yeah?
Oh,
I got
did-
deck. Yeah, so I submitted my deck list wrong.
You did.
Yeah.
Did you get penalized
Yeah,
for
of
it?
course. Yeah, I got a game loss,
Oh wow.
and then I got dunked.
Oh wow. So okay. So if when you got deck checked,
Yeah.
and this is one of the things we actually went in there. We wanted to do this
Yeah.
as professional as possible,
Yeah.
right? So when you got deck checked, what happened?
So
What was the process?
Okay, so we finished round first. So Ryan, our judge, very gently said, "Give me your decks." So like, all right, fair enough, no issue. And I also remembered because in Pokemon's matter, the arts.
Yes.
I knew I was gonna get that wrong because I forgot.
no.
I already immediately forgot that. That's okay. It's no issue there.
Okay.
However, because I was a bit sloppy perhaps and didn't look at my deck properly, I got my stadiums mixed up. So I was one Lost City up and one Pokestop down, which meant that my deck was invalid. So
Very invalid.
Very valid. A little bit.
It was a little invalid.
It makes
here.
anyone feel better. I lost game that round one anyway, so
Yeah.
my opponent was not. I said, there's nothing wrong with him. But for my next round, I got a game loss. Game one. So I got to pick who goes first.
Of course.
And then I did, and I drew a Genesect, and I got dumped.
Well, that's well deserved, I would say. Well deserved.
What about you, Mr. Hussein?
My day actually was started off really well. I went 2-0 and went on stream. And then I knew my deck. So I had been toying with the idea of either playing the Comfy Engine, single prize Lost Zone deck
Okay.
with the Greninja, because I felt the Greninja gave you just more flexibility
Instead of what?
instead of the Charizard. Right. So I felt that might be a better play for this tournament.
Okay.
And playing it over and over again, I was, and I think looking back at it, maybe I should have.
You should have been more scared of Empoleon.
No, actually,
No?
the only person that was playing Empoleons was me.
Oh,
I think in my pod.
So there you go.
So yeah, I went 2-0, and then I went on stream against Thomas Horton.
And you got crushed.
And Thomas beat me handedly because I couldn't, I was playing Palkia
Right.
Bibarel and I couldn't really deal with the Giratina's tempo.
It's you gotta
Yeah.
hit those numbers quick. And
Yeah.
you gotta be steady, otherwise you.
And he didn't overbench. It was really smart. He didn't overbench.
Well, we are in the Champions League. You see this playing we all got? This is playing list. We're all very good here.
Love it.
Which is something. It's a testament. We've been doing this for almost 2 years now.
Yeah. Okay. So let's tell everybody.
Yeah,
So tell us your experience last year, because last year you were our defending champion.
Well, it will always be the champion of the first one.
You're still the champion for another 3 hours, I would say.
There we go. So no, let's be real. So we started the Pokemon community about a year and a half ago now. I'm part of it, so we are all part of it. aren't
We did.
Yeah.
No, it was about a year and a half, almost 2 years ago now.
Yeah. So the first time we tried to run a championship was again because of COVID we couldn't run any store champs or anything really big.
Yes.
But because we had enough players to host something, we wanted to just, especially you, Ian, wanted to do something cool. So we actually went to your house
Yes.
to play a couple rounds, which turned out to be a whole Swiss tournament plus a cut,
Mm-hmm.
and it went up to 2:30 a.m.
Yes. So we started. I think we started at 6 o'clock, maybe 6:30, and it went all the way until 2:30 a.m. And you got crown champion.
And I won at the very end, which is great.
Oh.
But now it's gone. It's over. But I got a little medal. I don't think I have it with
You didn't bring
No,
it.
no,
You didn't
it's
bring the little medal. Oh my
It's my bag
god.
over there. That's all right.
So we ended up getting donations for this particular tournament,
Yeah.
and in this tournament specifically, we got donated an actual city championship.
I wonder if I can. Oh,
It's a beautiful gold
Oh,
medal.
all right.
This was way back when.
I'll grab it.
And so that's what we ended up giving to Chris as a winning trophy, essentially, for being first place. Now, last year was a great year in terms of trying to get organized, 2 different stores at 2 different locations, and we all got together because during COVID, we actually couldn't play in store.
We couldn't do much.
Yeah. So we actually had to invite
Yeah.
people in store.
Yeah.
To my house to actually play.
To clarify, we broke no rules. This was when we were allowed to. Okay, we did not. No, because we never broke any rules.
Yeah.
But you know. Anyway, here's my medal. It's cute. So, it's a city champion, and nobody can take it away from me because we got new trophies, which are nice and shiny.
2 hours from now, we're gonna crown another champion.
Yeah.
Yeah. And let's go through our final four. How's that?
Four?
Let's go through our final four. What impressions did you have with Group A?
So we were both in Group A.
Yeah. we were.
So of the 12 players?
Mhm.
Yeah. So not including myself, 10 of them were really strong. One of them was a bit mediocre.
That was the worst.
Yeah.
That was actually the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, honestly, what impresses me about the whole 24 players, not just my pod, is how strong everyone altogether is, which means that we have a significant amount of really strong players.
Yeah.
Out of which, well, we got Thomas, Christian, Angus, Ben.
So just in Pod A, we had Angus as a Worlds qualifier.
Yep.
He got it in. We had Matthew, which is a brand new player, person that we're going to have on stream next.
Ben, also Worlds qualifier.
Ben Hall
Hall.
is also a Worlds qualifier, and we have Thomas. Thomas actually took Pod A.
What?
Do you know about Thomas's story and about Thomas and
No, go for
how he
it.
came? Okay.
Go on.
So Thomas Horman is a senior that plays in the seniors division, and
Of course.
this kid, I remember when he first came into Maze, which is the store that we're at right now. He came in as a regular, how to put it, as a kid playing Pokemon. So he had a deck, and it was all mismatched Pokemon.
Whatever it was.
Yeah, all
Yeah.
GXs. It wasn't standard
That's
format.
right, yeah.
And he came, and I just remember like, okay, we looked at his deck. We were like, okay,
Let's
there's a
try.
lot to be.
Let's try.
We can work. We can
Yeah.
work with this. We can work with this. And so Ben and I think you actually gave him some cards to help build his deck.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Well, which is the point, right? So
Yeah, of course.
So from a bit of experience, I've been playing a lot of different card games, and you don't see that as much as you want.
Yeah.
This one's actually quite nice and welcoming. And in fact, that Thomas testament to that went from 0 to hero.
Yeah.
See if it takes it all the way. You're in our top 8.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
And I honestly thought I overlooked him quite a bit
Oh.
coming into this tournament.
Right.
Only,
No,
that's
no.
what you do because we're mixing juniors with seniors with masters.
Yeah. I want to tell you, I represent the Grand J shop, and Thomas was crushing force throughout the weeks and weeks. The only reason I think I made it was because he missed a week.
Wow.
But he won like consistently and regularly. And if he didn't come first, he'd come second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And man, bless his heart because he is such a committed player.
He rocks up.
He used to have tennis. So the only reason he actually came to Maze in the first place was because he had school holidays.
Right, so you could make it.
So he could make it.
Right.
And then after school holidays, he was really sad about not coming and that sort of
Which
thing.
is-
So
Just on that, you're a parent, right? I would also commend all the parents that actually bring their kids to these events. I was lucky to be one of them when I was a kid, and I know how much effort it is.
yeah.
So, huge shout out. Probably
Huge shout outs to his dad.
to his dad for coming
Yes.
in, still being happy that he was doing an activity, and it's a good thing.
Yeah.
I hope he can do a little bit about it. It's a cool thing.
I think so. So I think we're minutes away from getting started. As right now, they're doing deck checks.
Yep.
So they're doing deck checks. Let's talk about group Pod B.
Pod B, we have
Pod B at the very top.
Christian,
we have
my boy.
Christian. Oh, okay. Let's talk. I wanted to talk about Charles.
No, Christian's my boy.
Okay, we'll talk about Christian.
Christian is my homie from Grand J Games. He's been playing regularly for the last couple of weeks.
Yes.
And before that, not at all. And before that, he was a world's competitor.
Ooh.
Yes. Yes. Well, Christian is really, really strong player.
I think he's won a regionals or some special event.
Yes,
over
he's
here.
won something. He wears a funny hat. I think he was on stream a little bit.
Yeah, he's got a Pikachu hat.
Yeah.
He lost against Peter. Peter also qualified into his pod.
Pod B, yeah.
Yeah. So Pod B actually has some really strong qualifiers with Charles. Charles, he's going to be on stream right now
Yep.
against Matthew. Charles is from RNG.
Haha.
That's
your boy.
That's my boy right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
And we had talked about earlier how we worked on his deck together.
Right.
And one of the things that you'll notice on stream coming into this matchup is this is a mirror match.
Which is very exciting. The fact that you get to see two decks, but with slight tweaks, gets to show real gameplay. I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. What do you think about including the penguin
The Penguin, no, that's a contention point. I think the Penguin's a very strong card.
Is the Penguin good?
The Penguin can be good.
Who is the Penguin?
Who is the Penguin?
Yes.
So he's the enemy of Batman. Appeared in the third. No. The Penguin is Empoleon V,
Yes.
which negates all non-toolbox, rulebox sort of abilities, right?
Correct. So any stage 1,
Stage two.
no, sorry,
Basics.
regular basic Pokemon.
Essentially, your
Without a rule box.
Essentially, your comfy engines.
Yes, your comfies.
That's what's relevant right now.
basically it.
Yeah, that's what we.
Basically it. So do you agree with including the Empoleon or not?
So in this case, we're discussing it in a Palkia Carrion build.
Mhm.
I want to have a clean. So funnily enough, I have Matthew's list over here, and he doesn't play it. And I agree with this list a little bit more.
You do.
I prefer a cleaner version of a deck that streamlines its own sort of gameplay rather than trying to adjust to your opponent.
I see. Is that something that you usually take going towards your own playstyle with
Yes,
Mew?
that is meant essentially it. So I would rather do my thing better than everyone else than trying to adjust mine to suit you a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which doesn't always, like, I'm sitting here and not playing right now. So it doesn't, I'm not saying that is the best option, but
Doesn't always happen.
it doesn't always
you're-
happen. But
you're-
when it does, yeah, 100%.
Nice.
That's what I want.
Yeah. So looking at these two lists, and I think you'll notice right away they are a little bit
There's some
different.
So the base the same. So it's both
Mhm.
Palkia Kieran, or 2 line for Palkia, 3, 4 almost of Kieran V, and then 3 of V Star, V Max. Sorry,
Mhm.
a lot of those same supporters. Differences are mine plays. I'm looking for Matthew here. He
Yes.
plays Wash Energy. Small difference there. He plays a 4 of Melanie, which is
Yes.
pretty good.
He plays 2 Wash Energy.
Yeah. So you got
2 Wash Energy is a lot, I think.
Well, I don't know. Like it depends what you're scared of, right? And in this case, you're not playing Empoleon, so you're a bit more.
Yeah. If you're not playing Empoleon,
Or just-
obviously the 2 Wash
Yeah.
against the Giratina and against the Comfy Engine. It's really good.
Makes sense, and I prefer that.
It's actually not bad.
Yeah. So what about you? What do you have? That's
Well, we have a list here with a 3/3 Kyurem,
Yeah.
with a 2/2 Palkia, 2 Empoleon. Very standard list, but what I really like is that he has 2 phones, 2 phones, and I love that for this deck. I think the Rotom phone really helps stack water energy on top, along with your Oranguru.
your monkey.
Yeah, with the monkey.
Your cyber monkey. You gotta get-
Yeah. And you just hit some big numbers.
My Rotom point again, and I love the card. I missed it a lot. The card's fantastic. Just means manipulate the top and end your turn on something the top is significant, and I hope that comes into play.
100%.
I hope they play the Rotom point not just to get that energy, but also to set up
Yeah.
the next turn.
Being able to play around Roxanne
or Roxanne
or Marnie's,
anything.
correct.
Or just being like, I'm gonna put this in here. I don't want to get touched. I hope that comes into play.
So I actually just lost the game against Matthew's deck.
Oh yeah.
And I was playing Palkia Bibarel, and one of the things that I noticed with the Palkia version is that I couldn't hit these big, huge numbers.
It's hard. Everyone's used to V-star numbers,
Yeah.
280,
Mhm.
to 310 with the big term.
Yeah.
It's just the Arceus deck.
Yeah.
Now, what is it? 330 with it just the.
It's just
It's
so
a big
beefy.
number.
330 is just such a big, huge
Yeah.
number.
I can't wait.
So yeah, awesome. So we are ready
Yeah.
to start casting. I'm excited for this.
It's a good match. Oh, so here we go.
I'm excited.
Oh, look at the setup. Beautiful players.
All right, so we have
Beautiful
Charles.
day.
Yeah, no, it's a
Beautiful.
great day.
It's-
Great
yeah.
day in Melbourne. We've had some great weather this weekend.
Yeah.
So we have Charles and Matthew. Matthew's actually a new player. Did you know that?
Yes, just by reading my little quick sheet. Yes, I did. So Matthew's actually been playing, I think it is 6 months.
Yeah, he's
Nothing.
brand new.
Yeah, that's just picking up the cards and like reading for the first time. I was like, all right,
And to be honest with you, I think sometimes that's a big, huge advantage.
hey, that's
Because you don't overthink the game.
no, just do it. You do your thing best, which is why I like this list. It's
Yes,
clean, it's
very
neat,
nice.
slim.
Absolutely.
Which is what I don't know. I go to I'm already siding with Matthew
All right. So I think our 75-minute round timer.
for quarterfinals.
Yep.
Ah,
It has started. Well, trust me, we will not go up to 75 minutes.
no, you're not playing, so
Yeah.
so this will be fairly easy. Since while they're setting up, something I did notice on Charles' list is that he's playing Thornton. What are your thoughts on that one?
I like the Thornton.
Yeah, right.
I like the Thornton because for out of nowhere you can set up a Palkia, you
Right.
can set up another Kyurem
Yeah.
out of nowhere. You know, as long as you have attached energy somewhere down the track,
You'll be
it's always there's always a threat there. even if it's a rank or
Yeah.
you know.
No, yeah, fair enough.
I like it. I really like the inclusion of it.
All right, great. Here we go. I wonder what they're going to prize. Oh,
Now, let me tell you why the Thornton is there.
okay.
So we talked about it earlier, and we have some faces in the show. That's great.
The book shuffling.
So let me tell you about the Thornton.
Yeah, go on.
We actually didn't have a fourth copy of Irida or a fourth
So you have to make it up.
copy.
So you made it up.
Yeah, so we completely made it up, basically.
Right. And it worked out.
And it worked
beautiful.
out.
That's
So
beautiful.
because he
Yeah.
didn't have for Melanie, that's
Yeah.
where we chucked in the Thornton.
I thought you were just going to say, I play Thornton because the deck plays Crobat V, so you just want to have that as a liability.
I mean, that's
That's
it's just such a smart list, I think. Your list doesn't play it.
My list doesn't play it. That's fine. Oh, I mean, again, Matthew's list.
Matthew's list.
Matthew's list. I'm not. Again, I'm more of the philosophy. You can't have it all.
Yeah.
So I try not to be too greedy. Although,
All right. So
There
we
we
have Matthew. Charles had to take another mulligan.
let's go prizes. We've got a battle
Prizes.
V, Oranguru, Kirin V, Max, Irida, Training Court, and a football. Not too.
All right, that's actually not too bad.
All energies in deck. That's important.
Yeah, that's actually not too bad at all.
So we'll look, see what
I like those prizes for Matthew.
It's fine. It's honestly fine.
Let's just hope that Charles is able to pick up a basic Pokemon here this round.
Oh, there we
Looks
go.
like
It's a
we have
Pocket.
one.
Pocket V.
We are ready to rumble.
Oh, what's the habit there? Now you gotta show us. No, I wanna know.
These players are
Capricious Pocket, Oranguru there, Melanie, another Training Court, and a Vacuum, and an Irida there. Oh, that's a hard prices right there, because you lose one of your monkeys, both of them. That's fair, but you lose both Irida and Melanie, which you will need early on.
not having either one of them, and he only plays a 3/3 count of those Iridas and Melanies. So
that's a.
being down one of each,
It's a
now
bit
you're only
rough.
2 and 2. He's gonna.
We'll see. Ooh, okay,
Hopefully he
Kira
doesn't
versus
struggle.
Fuck yeah. Let's see what they have in the.
This is a solid start, I think, for Charles. As long as he has a supporter in hand, we'll be able to see a little bit out of him a
Yeah.
little bit more.
What are they doing? The talking, discussing.
That might be discussing. Who's going first?
Sure, they didn't reveal their Pokemon's before deciding that.
Sure hope not.
No, honestly.
Now we have a great crew right next to them.
Yeah. They're catching on to everything.
I would assume Ryan is there.
Wait for the round to start.
Waiting for this team to start. All right.
Wait, don't go first. I would assume, what is it? Matt will go first, given that he revealed his Pokemon first, right? That's fine.
We shall see. We shall see.
So what do you think?
Did you get a chance to? Did you get a chance to talk to Matthew at all?
No. Actually,
You didn't?
I don't think I did. No.
Charles. What's funny about Charles is that I think he doesn't realize how much of a good player he really is.
Right.
He's been playing since 2017 or 2018.
It's a rapport, yeah.
Just been playing for a while,
Yeah.
and one of the things that he says is, he never wants to come in last
Right.
for
I don't think
any type of tournament.
anyone
right?
wants to come in last.
Yeah, of course
yeah.
not. No.
Yeah.
Um, so yes, so we did get a confirmation. Charles is going first.
Yeah, there you go. So you play two VIPs? Two V. Oh, wow. That is okay. Never mind. These prizes don't matter. When you start like a truck,
He's going to be able to get a good, nice, big head
Look at-
start and
look at the build.
opening Palkia
yeah.
in
Bold.
the beginning. Oh wow, he's got some luxuries
Look at
here.
that. Oh, is that a new from him? I think it's. Look at
It'll be really interesting to see.
And
what
a
Charles
monkey.
does.
Oh
my gosh.
That's it. I like Matthew's eyes. Just when you couldn't see it, but they opened up a little bit. It's great. Oh, there you go.
Having the luxury, I think, of opening Palkia, threatening an early KO on whatever's out in the active is so important, I think. Because as soon as he can put enough energy in the discard pile, he can simply V-Star, power everything up, and then just hit huge numbers.
Just think of plays is to go with the Kirin VMAX or go with the Palkia. You have options now. You can go good setup. You can do either. Right.
Well, I think these lines of play are really interesting. I think you in both of these decks, you noticed that Charles and Matthew wanted a Palkia and a Chiron right off the bat. Both of them definitely want the Greninja.
Yeah.
As soon as one person brings out their training court, it's always going to stay there. It's
Well-
never going to go away.
Well, both of them have one price, so it's a bit hard. But I think what I would want to do is I would want to get the VMAX as soon as possible and just knock out the Cure V.
Yeah, he does some huge knockouts. It's a
There
very
it is.
strong start.
Oh, look at that
for
golden,
Matthew.
beautiful. I like golden guards. I can't help it. God. So Matt, both of them very similar start. One is missing a monkey. What else would they do?
Yeah, really, Matthew is just the only thing he has left to search for is the Rigoroo. Yeah, that's about it. He's off to the races.
What do you think goes to their heads this time? Because a lot of them are. One of them is relatively new. The other one isn't. So this might be the first top 8 for at least for Matthew, right?
Yes.
A significant top 8. Do you think nerves come into play?
I think nerves only come into play before your match,
Right.
Because once you're in the match,
Right.
you're too worried about what you're doing
the
next.
thing.
Yes,
Doing
yeah.
the play.
So I need my glasses.
But
But what Matthew just did, he actually did the Kyurem's first attack,
right.
and it allows you to attach any number of water energy onto
Onto
your
the-
Pokemon.
right.
Pokemon in
Yeah,
any
yeah.
way you'd like. So
He chose all of it to the active one. It's interesting.
very
'Cause
interesting.
I guess he's counted. Maybe he's like, if it gets knocked out, I'll give star, activate the ability, and then
Could
you know,
be.
work my way up there. Oh, great. Ultra We're gonna get that VMAX, I guess.
Awesome. So we're going to go in deck, and we're searching for any card.
Maybe the play here was to play the new stadium, the one that we just damaged from Lake Equity.
I like a cutie.
Yeah. Equity, sorry.
I think we talked about this.
Yeah, discussed it.
Charles and I,
Yeah.
and we felt like
It doesn't really do much.
doesn't really do much.
But in the mirror, right, where you want to get rid of their stadium, for example, right? Maybe
Something.
something, or maybe a lost city, just to put a weird matchup with the Ranger. Like,
Mhm. All right, so I'm gonna say
so it's
Charles-
go for the knockout. Yeah, there you go. 2 prizes. Let's see what they get.
I went for the bottoms.
I can't quite recall. I think it was a vacuum and training courses, if I remember correctly.
If he's able to vacuum the training court out of play, that would be actually really nice for Charles.
Well, they both need the training court, right?
Yeah, but I think you want to,
Once you're ahead, you want to try to like gain as much.
yeah, I think so. You
That
want
would
to
make sense, yeah.
a little
But
bit.
remember, you also want to keep to what your deck does best. So hindering yourself might not be the play there. But
Look like
Ooh,
Charles
look.
will take these star.
you wouldn't have to. No, there was no need. So Matthew's gonna hear it. So for bowling, he's throw it away. Get up, like heavy star. And I reckon he's gonna go for the play soon enough. Is that here we go.
No Irida.
So like current VMAX, I guess, into water bucket. So you can draw 2 cards out of Urban Agent.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I guess it depends on what he has in his hand.
Oh, he's not hands are empty now.
But he will be able to take a significant
Hey,
KO.
water bucket. Hey, look at us.
Yep.
All right. So uses bucket, gets 2 water energies. Yeah.
I think he's got an interesting choice right here, Matthew does.
What would you want?
Well, I think it's sequence of plays that he'll want to do.
Okay.
It's the only, both of these decks only have 1 V star per game. So once you accelerate that first time,
Yeah.
is he going to be able to accelerate any more later on down the track?
Well, the way I see it is Matthew's sort of falling behind a little bit here. Right?
Yes.
He took his first loss. You gotta sort of try to catch up a little bit, I guess. Or perhaps so 1 energy there.
So he's attached from hand. He's thinking about using that V star. And here comes
There we
the
go.
V
Okay, there we
star.
go. You gotta go for it. You have to hit hard.
I think so.
You just. What's the? There we go. I'm not sure if he used the Greninja.
He did use the Greninja
Okay.
in that play, and what this allows him to do is stay in the race, stay in the 2 prizes right here. They're 4-4,
Yeah.
and now we're going to see Kyurem hit each other.
Maybe not.
Basically, maybe.
Maybe not. So another play you can do here is you can try to
So he's for sure using the Orangaroos ability to attach a water energy for free.
yeah, and then you can attach for hand, right? And you can box his orders and get rid of a pocket and just go for the 2/2 knockouts. Don't worry about the beast.
He's also Melanie. He's using a Melanie.
Okay, fair enough.
Playing a bucket.
That's a
This
lot.
might-
That's a
this
lot of
might
water.
be
Oh,
a
do you think
really
you get-
great turn for
Oh.
Charles.
Matthew's not looking right now.
I think he's got a quick ball in there too.
He does have a quick ball.
Can he pull the double Orangaroo?
No, because one Orango is priced, isn't it?
Oh, that's right. It is priced.
Unless he picked one up and didn't notice.
Let's see what he's going to pick up. If he hasn't
Maybe he
noticed.
thinks he had one. Oh,
Now it's like, come on.
I think not having that other Orango, because he would have been able to actually pull that play again. So
right.
adding an additional water to him probably would have reached that one-hit knockout on that Kyurem in front of him.
It's just so we have how much? 20 energy is that? 4 energies?
Is the attachment for tournament?
Okay.
I'm definitely going to start two-shotting Kyurem in front of him.
How much damage is that? Let's look at the text of it. It's a bit small for me. There we go. Let's see if our homeboy Matthew can do something, pull some strings. I guess the play would be to try to lock him out a little bit. Maybe play boss onto the pocket and just try to slow the game down a bit. Bring him back to pace. Or just keep going.
Where is an attachment for turn?
First,
I'm pretty sure Matthew realizes that he
has to get-
Charles is going to try to two-shot him.
yeah. There you go. We got 2 girls of the Greninja. The tough matchup. This
Whenever you're playing in the mirror, I think it's really difficult
When
to figure out what you're going to do until you can't really have a game plan. You know, you think
my game plan would be to roll
Yeah.
and win and go first.
Yeah.
That is my game plan. Yeah, I feel like if you just go,
Matthew is really. It's a lot to think about. I can't actually see his hand.
it's.
What he
I
has.
think it's a battle VIP pass from what I can tell. It's a bit hard to tell.
So right now, the Kyurem, it can do 120 base damage,
Right.
and for every energy discarded, you get 50 more.
Oh, there we go. So 50 is the number also. So he uses the ability. Here we go. We have 3 energies.
So Charles last turn took a huge hit and probably hit him for 220, if I'm not mistaken.
So what can we do here? We can attach. Ooh, he discarded a choice spell. Probably has another one in hand. Gonna get a crowbat out of the quick pull. And pull another Curie.
It's going to set up another.
What?
Sorry, Kira.
Kyurem?
Kyurem.
Kyurem. The
I thought it was Kyurem too.
I thought it was
but it's definitely
the
Kyurem.
the ice dragon. Oh. It's honestly very rough.
Discarding that.
I would have kept the choice spell to try to. Is there no way for him to try to swing for lethal with the? He's gonna go for the full play.
If he discards
2. So same play.
220.
220. Yeah, again.
20. Still a big number. One of the things that
So what?
that the choice spells in this last turn, it wasn't really going to make a difference whether you hit for 220 or 250. You're still not knocking him out. So
That's fair, but
no matter what.
But you kind of want it for the next build up, right? So what the option that Charles has here is to build up the second Cure Max and just retreat. He doesn't need to keep that one in front. He doesn't use the Pocket Heavy Star ability. He can sit up calmly, get more prices, and then sit there.
Charles is looking very much in control. He's got boss. in
Oh, is
hand.
that a
He's got boss in hand. He's got damage on the front Pokemon. He's gonna be able to stack an energy for free with the Oranguru.
Plays the Black V Star.
All of the Palkia V-Star.
Well, this is a training power. Goes for the knockout. We're about to see.
Right, and if he goes for the other two prizes, he's gonna be able to have access to Melanie
Uh,
and the other
But
Oranguru.
the thing is, he has the boss's orders in hand, so once he V stars into the pocket, it'll be game.
He's gonna start loading up the bench hero. And it's so rough. Having that boss in hand allows him to do so much because he knows he can take that last prize card with virtually anything.
Maybe the play here is to boss's orders into the Cure and V, right? Not get rid of Cure and V Max, just so you set them up on a. So their only option really to attack is to have that V Max up there. It already has damage. You can kill it with pretty much anything you have.
I guess we'll find out.
You can do that.
Guess we'll find out if Charles.
Oh, it gets the Empoleon, your boy.
Maybe he's trying to thin his hand as much as possible. Super nice. He's gonna be able to take a full knockout here.
Does he need to discard anything?
He's gonna take two. Do another 220. Get a big knockout. And he's gonna go down
Melody.
to one prize. So he's taking Melanie,
Oranguru,
Oranguru.
and there it
There it
is. It's only a bucket left.
So so now we're trying to figure out with Matthew,
Yeah.
what can he do? Is he gonna limit Charles's hand size, or is he gonna try to make chip damage?
I just want to have a look. Does it play in a Roxanne somehow? No.
So no Roxanne.
I was trying to look.
No Roxanne,
Oh.
and no one.
No, like
Yeah, he
No.
only plays one Marnie.
Marty.
So it'll be really rough. He actually needs to take a knockout here, one way or another.
Okay, so here's the build.
So you were right. You did have a choice spell
All right.
in hand.
The fact that he hasn't used the V-Star ability, Matt Charles over here, it's such a rough situation because
He's making me believe right now.
he's making
He's
Charles
making me
no-
believe in the.
I think Matthew's play here is to play the Marty, hope that it's not on the boss, and try to hold on. Honestly,
Charles is playing 3 boss in
Yeah.
his deck. He's gone through it quite a bit, so he has that boss right at the very top. So he is ready for it no matter
we
what.
got phone, get the water energy on top.
He knows that Matthew needs to take a one-hit knockout
Yeah.
on the Kirim in front of him, because if he doesn't, he's probably not going to survive next turn.
Oh, it's not looking good for Matthew. Like, I can't help it. Like, it's just.
But we've seen some strange things before.
I know.
We could see a boss stall.
Yeah, that could happen. Boss into. What would you pick? The Oranguru?
Could be the Oranguru. Could be the Palkia.
Well, no, because they have a V-Star, right?
So for those of you just joining us, welcome.
Oh, Cashman. Hey, how you doing?
Welcome, welcome. It's really exciting having live viewers in here
Yeah.
looking and trying to crown the best player in Melbourne.
Second best.
Not named Henry Brand. It's always really nice. knowing Henry had to go to Worlds.
If Henry was here, and
Yeah.
he's definitely not just walking through us, he would tell everyone best of luck.
We have a lot of fun in our local scene here.
Yeah, it's really joyous.
All right, so that's
There we go. So he's played the boss into it. Hey, that's what we said.
Charles has a pretty substantial hand. And
Let's just
now
have.
Stancing.
All right. So there we go. So he's
Able to use the training
training
court.
court, monkey. Can the Palkia attach to anything?
The Palkia can only attach to a water
Right. Okay, that's what I'm going to check.
But the Kirim, and you just saw it now,
Can attach.
its ability, if the top card in, if the top card on your deck is water,
Yeah.
you can attach it to any
Right, there you
Pokemon any way you'd like.
Angus.
He uses his V-Star power. He's gonna manually charge up this Oranguru.
With the can't he Kieran into the Angus retreat.
Yes.
Use the V-Star marker.
There we go.
Get the Palkia. And then boss souls the win.
What a turn for Charles.
Oh, a Kieran VMAX, I guess. Is he gonna boss or is he gonna try to knock out the
He
Kieran?
hasn't used a supporter yet.
Surely he'll go just boss. Been a clean game for Charles. Knockout.
So easy. Here we go.
Makes it look. There you go.
Sure enough, he bosses up to Palkia and takes the knockout for game.
What's happening? No. Okay. There was small clarification there from Matt. It's like, are you sure I have 3 energies? Maybe something small like that. There you go.
All right, we're off to the game 2.
All right, Matthew. He still has a chance, right? Nothing said and done.
Both players started really strong.
Yes.
Charles slightly better, only because he was able to stack up his bench.
No, because he went first. That's all. No, you're correct. Having your anger in the red start, getting that first energy. That first ability to get the energy in the second turn, and then this meant turn 2 knockout, turn 3 knockout, turn 4 knockout,
Yes.
game over. To 18 minutes on a final is quite remarkable, I would say.
He did really well, I think.
Yeah.
Matthew, there was very little that I think that he
I
could have done.
don't think Matthew could have played it any better.
Yes.
But if he just did everything he could, he bossed sorted the way, he tried to delay the game, so he took the knockout when he could.
Yes.
It's just tough.
That's just what happens in the mirror matches.
Yeah.
Whoever starts first gets a better start. Wins games usually.
Here we go. So we got a boss that's up there with water energy.
A switch, a boss, 2 waters, and a choice belts.
So on the other side,
That's Melanie,
a switch, a capacious bucket of water energy.
a Kiram, a boss, an Irida, and an
There we go.
Expanders. Oh,
Greninja versus Palkia the start chart. So Matthew.
all right. Matthew is elected to go first.
Yes, yeah. Well, you have to in this matchup.
That's to use the Greninja.
There's a battle VIP in the hand, right? There you go. 2 actually.
2
Oh,
battle
how the
VIPs.
tables
Who-
up.
Who shuffled his deck? I want to know.
The tables have turned now.
You know, when this card first came out, it was
VIP pass.
yes, Battle VIP
Yeah.
pass, and he's doing exactly what Charles did last game.
Exactly.
So double VIP, getting a really great setup,
Uh,
and he actually chose to go double Palkia instead of double Kira.
well, there's no because the fear right is to lose a Palkia somehow or there's no turn 2 knockout for this deck. I guess maybe you just want to go for the 2 pricer and then force a 7 price game.
That's true.
So go Palkia, swing with that one, and then have a Kieran on the very end.
That would probably be probably a good strategy
Yeah.
to come in with.
Yeah. Oh,
All right, so it looks like Matthew is
almost on the setup.
so in his hand we see a water energy.
Into the dragon. Pass.
He's passing. Okay. So let's see what Charles has cooked up in his hand.
I think there's an Ultra Ball I see there.
You see an energy retrieval.
Bucket.
You know that neither player has anything major stuck in their prizes.
There's
So
no. What was it? A Melanie for both? Was something like that? Nothing super significant.
all right, so it looks like we are going to see a battle VIP here off this Irida. They'll be able to grab
That's the
water
play.
Pokemon and
Kira?
any item.
Oh,
card.
Greninja.
He has water in hand.
Do you draw first, or you? I would draw first
Well, you want to make
because you want
decisions based on as much information as you have, right?
So for me, you want to draw first and then look. Because searching, you have full knowledge of search, but then draw gives you a little bit more of what you can search for. Right? Because then you draw, and then maybe I should have searched something else.
That's true.
That's what I would have.
I think having the Palkia in the active gives him a little bit more flexibility.
Yeah,
He knows that he has plenty of Pokemon in his deck.
Yeah, there we go. So 2 searches. So we got a Crobat and is that an Oranguru? Can't quite see what that is. Not a melon. I think it is. That's just in the Palkia. Oh.
And he's gonna rule the.
That's
What is it? Rule the rain? Rule the region. Which one? Which one is it?
What is he? He's played a. All right, he's played bucket and then he's played bucket.
Yep.
I don't like this play because now he gets knocked. If he knocks out the Palkia, right? He feels like he's gonna be behind.
And you'll notice too. Okay, Matthew's gonna be really aggressive right here.
has to.
He's sending out the Kyurem,
He's gonna.
and
he have
this
to-
line of play means
He has to
means
do
to tell
that.
us
There
that
you go.
it looks like he has access to the VMAX somehow.
I'm just gonna look for it shortly.
Back to your question, he's gonna play the Irida.
Yeah.
Gonna be able to find that Kyurem VMAX. Going back to your question earlier,
Yeah.
is this line of play good?
I
I guess it really depends. Because Charles knows that Matthew has
well the similar deck, so they know what
a lot of.
yeah.
He knows pretty much what he has in hand, I would say.
Yes.
So he would know how much
Yeah.
access he has to certain Pokemon.
So why leave the Palkia hanging there?
It's a little tough.
Why attach the energy in the Palkia in the first place? I mean, searching the stadium gets you the training court, but they both play the same deck, right? So they both have training courts. There's no real point. So wouldn't it be better just to have the Kyurem V have the energy there? Right now, we've got a Kyurem V Max all stacked up. You don't have a Palkia to sort of evolve next turn. It's quite rough on Charles right now.
Charles is definitely looking concerned over there.
Yeah,
It's Matthew has a significant advantage now.
I feel like how big Matthew's hand is just full of like joy.
Hey, he's got a lot of options now.
But only one important one.
When he will be able to take this knockout no
Yes,
matter what.
of course.
You'll also probably need to find
Oh, there we go.
Palkia V-Star next turn to take
Yes.
a double KO. So there we see the 240 coming out.
There we go. Two
What
prices.
a beefy
I wonder
Pokemon.
what process he got out of this one. What did he have another Irida in the parts?
I want to say he probably picked up an Irida.
Yeah. And maybe a bucket. I think it was in the spices as well.
So
Irida
he picked
and
up
water
water and Irida. Okay, so
Irida,
Melanie
Irida gets them the V-Star. There we go.
off the V-Star.
So
And not having Oranguru right here for Charles is actually a hindrance.
But that's the thing though. He had a battle via P-Pass, so he could have split his pie a little bit. He didn't have to get 2 dragons. He could have got a Palkia, he could have got an Oranguru, right?
He could have had a lot of. I think he's just electing to pass.
Right.
Just elected to pass.
Oh, so
Matthew is.
this looks like the last game where every turn was a knockout.
All right, so let's see. Oh,
There we go.
Matthew's hitting the training court first.
Just gonna use the Oranguru, put that back in, use the ability of the Kyurem very comfortably. How many water energy things are in the trash pile? Enough for Palkia to use.
So we'll just have to wait and see if he'll be able to take a huge one-hit KO.
So
He's checking his discard.
2.
He's got 2. Can
Has he used the Ninja yet?
Not used the Greninja yet.
There you go. Irida gets a water bucket and a Palkia V-Star.
But it looks like it might be that line of play he'll want. So currently, right now, the Kyurem has. So yes, he is grabbing
There you go.
the V-Star.
So
The Kyurem is with 2 energy.
3.
He will be able to.
That's
So yes, 3
3
energy.
energies.
He'll be able to hit 150 plus 120. And
Right,
yes,
there it
Charles
is. And
sees
just
that
comes.
already.
Oh, there you go. All
That
right,
was a
here we go.
swift game too.
It's it just feels like whoever goes first has a significant advantage. But the good thing about Pokemon is that if you have a terrible hand, it doesn't matter if you go first or second.
Absolutely, you never know who can break and who won't,
Yeah.
right? I think it'll be a great way to test each other's decks.
Yeah.
Whoever wins this matchup is going to have a really good time.
It's gonna
I
feel.
think.
They're gonna feel.
They're going to feel really confident.
coming,
Yeah, being able to take a game on stream.
winning against the mirror
Oh.
puts you on the top end. It's just. It's a good feeling. It
Yeah,
must be.
it'll be a good feeling for either one of these two players.
Oh.
Charles will most likely elect to go first.
Yeah. It would be silly if you wouldn't.
It'd be silly if he wouldn't, but he is
and-
probably going to go first.
And Matthew's gonna pray that he only opens with an Oranguru and passes turn, and that's
Well, we're going to see in a second how their decks actually match up.
what we haven't seen yet is both of them opening with a Crobat and just having that as the opening Pokemon.
Opening Crobat or opening Oranguru.
That's one of the things I don't like about Crobat V decks. They just play the one, it's the backfield, so it's just having the one to start.
The good thing is though, is that you can always attach and retreat.
You can attach and
So-
retreat, but it's
All right, so let's
Here we
look
go.
at some prizes.
Bucket, Ultra Ball, Energy Switch, an Oranguru, and is that an Empoleon?
That's a Kiram.
Kirin. Thank you.
Kiram B.
There you go.
So
That's not
a
terrible,
little
but
tough, but let's see the opening Pokemon for these two players.
this one for that to adjust. We got a Water Energy there. Two belts.
Double belt.
Palkia V-Star, a VIP, and an Ultra Ball. Both start with a Ice Dragon.
Right, here we go. The Kiram attach. Rotom Foam. This is going to allow you to see the top 5 cards in your deck. Pick one.
Pick your favorite.
Their top.
Whoa. Not the VIP. They picked the Water Energy then.
I didn't see a VIP.
I think Zipcar was a VIP.
I think if he doesn't have any way to take the VIP, however, on turn 1, he'll want to get something else.
Oh, it passed.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
So he's got a quick ball at the very top.
right.
He'll be able to quick ball and search for something.
There we go. We draw 2 cards here for Matthew. 2 good cards.
Yes. Until moment.
Matthew has opened up with a Greninja. Greninja for 2 cards.
Oh, this game 1 and 2 looked similar. They were doing the same thing, and now game 3 is just a bit stale.
Right, Matthew is going to be able to get access to that VIP.
It doesn't matter if it one's priced because you can get one
He'll
anyway.
be able to get access to that
That's the-
Palkia. Set that up as well.
Oh, it's a wash energy. Just
This is a very strong opening for Matthew.
yeah, it's not looking great for Charles. You can see Charles are a little bit concerned there. It's
Is this concerned? Having only one Pokemon in the active
It's rough.
against this, in this particular mirror isn't too bad if you can get a second Pokemon later on, right?
I'm not sure. I would want to have at least 2 more Pokemon in my bench because you need to evolve. It's an evolved deck, right? You need to evolve. So it's rough.
100%. Charles is going to have to really do his best to fill up his bench as fast as possible on this next turn, because otherwise Matthew is going to just
Start yum yums.
all Matthew needs and now is just an Oranguru and he's off to the races.
I
He'll be
think
able to
you might already have one in hand.
He's going to be able to use the training point.
There it is. Oranguru from hand.
And he's got plenty of water in hand as well. Well, this is going to go. This is
It
going
looks
pretty well for Matthew.
It looks really good for Matthew right now, but we know things have changed. We know things can go pear shaped. He's maybe a 1 Marnie away from not doing well. Is there
So in Charles's list, we don't see any hand disruption whatsoever. So no Roxanne, no Marnie. He plays 3 Irida, 3 Melanie, 1 Thornton, 3 Boss.
Never mind then. Nice. It's a
So now whatever Matthew has in his hand, he's going to have in his hand for the remainder of the game.
which, depending what happens here, could be a really short remainder. Here we go. So we've got a water bucket, Gictor Ninja. We can start filling up the board.
Okay, here we go. So Charles is hopeful. Here's
It could still work out. There's no
Charles with the access to a free search for any Pokemon or any basic
I
Pokemon.
would get lucky, right? I guess.
I guess
There
it
it
depends
is.
on how many counts he has, right?
I think
It doesn't look that like the Kiram in the active is going to survive.
Oh no! Maybe he switched. No, switch in the deck list. There's a switch in the deck list. Maybe he puts up Granny Jump.
There is also a balloon.
Yeah, many things can happen here. Perhaps he just hits. Maybe
Alright.
maybe he just hits.
He did hit the VMAX.
Oh, did he know that was on top?
He did not know that was on top. Oh my god! Oh Lord!
Oh,
That I would be cut. Wow, that is a huge turn.
oh.
He top decked that water energy. Unbelievable.
Do we have a replay button when we reveal it?
Wow. Holy smoke.
If you're watching this stream, can you please clip that? That's great.
One of the things that is actually really evident with Matthew, and I don't know if you've ever noticed this playing against him, but Matthew actually elects not to cut somebody else's hand. Does not elect to cut his opponent's hand.
Okay.
So he actually just allows the opponent to shuffle
Right.
and leave his deck there. And
Right.
wow, what a top deck for Charles. I honestly didn't think this was gonna be
I thought it wasn't very much of a game, but
wow.
look at that. It's still
He had choice. Wow.
it's not over. Matthew still has a lot of options, and it's it's anyone's game.
For any brand new player, I think one of the things to always keep in the back of your head is how you're going to react when you get knocked out.
Stone cold. You don't.
What happens? You know, you get knocked out, you're stunned, and it's just like a prize boxer.
No.
You know, in the ring,
You gotta take it.
you need a 10 count. You need to shake off the cobwebs
it
and
never-
never figure out. Okay,
It never happened.
what's my next line? of
It
play?
never happened.
It never happened,
My
yeah.
opponent started with 4 prices. He never needed 6. That's fine. That's okay.
You know, having a KO just coming out of nowhere like this would would rattle any player, really.
No, but Matthew he's made it this far.
Made it this far.
He's played enough games, not just here. I believe that he'll go all the way.
So right now he's used the Greninja. He's trying to set up another Kyurem.
There we go.
He has double Kyurem. Doesn't look like he has
Oh,
a Palkia V-Star, but
because he used to support this turn.
we're gonna wait to see.
Switch into the
He's
Greninja. It's gonna
switching
switch
into the Greninja.
to pass.
He
It's gonna pass.
does not have it.
Oh,
That's a really good choice. I think that's a better choice. He knows he has another Oranguru
But the Remember,
in deck.
no, the was
I'm surprised.
for this match, isn't
Okay,
it?
so Charles just ultra bowled away a Melanie.
And so
It looked like a Kira VMAX. Could be wrong, but
it's hard to tell sometimes. Palkia V-Star.
here we go with the V-Star. He should have enough searching now.
Do you think he has the boss's order in hand? Just Palkia V-Star, get those energies
Wow.
back in, boss orders again, the other Kyurem V.
If he did, okay, so he's using the training port. He's
to
using the
cards.
training port for the Greninja.
He's gonna get rid of the training card with the vacuum he just drew.
And we talked about this earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, we talked about
Having a vacuum
is relevant.
available
It's
for
relevant.
you
It's
to
relevant.
take care of. And here we're
There
going
you
to
go.
see a V-Star, so we're going to be able to power all 3 energies up onto.
Would you distribute them?
2, 1, 2,
Yes,
3,
there we
4.
go. There we go. Yeah, you got to
1,
split them
2,
up a little bit.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Does he have boss? If he has boss, that would be
I don't
a
think.
huge blow.
No,
okay, so he doesn't have
okay,
boss,
so-
but he does take a KO just with the 120. So
It's still tricky. There's only 3 Pokemon in his bench.
he actually elected not to use the vacuum this turn. Interesting choice. Interesting choice.
Oh.
Because leaving the training port there, now Matthew has an opportunity to use the Greninja. He's able to use a bucket, able to find more energy.
Maybe he's more worried about the opponent's choice spot more than the training card. He doesn't want that choice spot to be played. There you go. He doesn't know that Matthew has priced them all.
Yeah, but it's something that you have to consider,
maybe
right?
that's more important. You don't care how much money the energy's going to get it anyway. But that choice spot, 30 damage, will make more bigger difference.
So Matthew was able to use the training port.
There you go.
As we said, he's got a lot of energy in hand now.
Too much, perhaps.
Doesn't have access to that V-Star yet, and that's a concern right now. So
Switch again? No, it's a quick fall.
that is a quick fall. So he quick balled away this switch.
For Anguru, I would guess. Throwback.
Throwback.
All right, there you go. We can draw your way out.
Let's see how many Pokemon how many cards he can actually draw for. How many cards does he have
It's
in
a big
hand?
hand.
Crobat allows you to draw up until you have 6 cards.
Correct.
So you Crobats for 1, 2,
and 3, 4. I didn't think he had that many.
Okay, so he does manage to hit the V-Star.
There you go.
He's gonna check how many energy he has in his discard.
My guess would be around 4.
Probably a solid guess, Christopher.
Thank you.
It's looking like he's gonna be able to power up something.
Oh,
Here. But the question is, did he hit the
VMAX?
VMAX? Did he hit it?
Well, he can still retreat and hit for us. A non-zero mount.
There's still a lot of ways that he can search for it. He's got 2 Ultra Balls.
Irida.
Here
There we
is.
go.
Here
Gets
we
the Cure
go.
VMAX.
Okay.
And what else would you get? The choice. We cannot get a choice spell, so water bucket, I guess. I think the deck
So
out a little.
I actually, no, he actually can take a 1-hit KO.
Can?
I believe so, because if he
He's-
elects to use the V-Star power,
It's 3 energies.
3 energies,
5.
that's 5.
Yeah.
And if he can attach from here,
He has already attached this room.
nobody attached. No, that's 5.
And I think there's only 2 energies in the discard power there.
250, 350. They're able to do it.
Rodham Fountain. So Rodham Fountain tries to replace the Ranguru he missed there. Rodham is such a good card.
Love Rotom Phone. Just being allowing you to see what's up next is huge.
There we go.
So if he can hit a water energy right here, he'll be able to really set himself up
There we
for
go.
the turn
He's
afterwards.
got a Ranguru. He's quick ball away, so now he has 3 energies in the discard pile, so he can effectively use Black Heavy Star. Rodham Fountain puts him in energy. That's 6 energies on top. That's what is it? 200, 320? Is that correct?
Here we go. Here we're V-starring. He puts
There we go.
all 3.
Yeah, you gotta
on
go
the
for it.
Kiram. And here we go. Big hitter, big swing, 5
Oh.
energies.
Oh, and he takes it.
It's a huge knockout. Okay, so
Oh. Oh, he's missed the choice belts.
here is what he's missed the choice ball. I don't know if that really
It might be
later on.
It might be
He's
relevant.
able to Ultra Ball. Let's see what the Ultra Balls are rated for. It's going to set up another Kiron V in the back. The question is now, is he going to be able to KO anything? Matthew is down 3 prizes.
So what?
Charles is down 3 prizes, so it's a 3-3 tie, but it's not the same 3-3.
It's a different. It's a
different 3-3.
I would say with if he has an energy, he has a boss. You try to take 2 prizes out with one of the Palkies of the Cure.
He's going to try to Melanie, so
Oh.
he will Melanie. Draw himself a little bit. Be able to quick ball away that battle VIP.
What are we getting there? Another Cure
Probably want to set up another Pokemon.
or a Guru? Maybe. No. Maybe Cure.
Empoleon.
Let him pull it.
That is an Empoleon.
Right.
He's going to
So-
quick ball again.
What does Empoleon's attack again?
Well, Empoleon only does 130.
Right.
It's very tough to power up. I think he just wants to hit more numbers with this
The
Palkia.
Palkia attack. Fair enough. Yeah.
No. Because if he doesn't put any chip damage whatsoever on the Palkia, and if he doesn't threaten next turn,
You might have a chance.
this game is done. So I think the idea right here is with the Palkia, doing some chip damage onto the Kyurem. That Kyurem isn't going to go anywhere.
Yeah.
And even if he gets knocked out, will he be able to have access for another Melanie, for another quick
Well, he's supposed to
attack?
drop him across the left Crobat over there, so he might be able to pull something out.
He drew 4. He was able to draw a Rotom phone, so
Sure.
he will be able to stack.
Oh,
his deck.
is he gonna play the Rodham Phone or is he gonna attack? Oh, I would have played the Rodham Phone.
Okay, so right now,
I mean, he has a Greninja, he has an Oranguru, so-
full bench.
but surely you still could have played the Rodham Phone to try to set up, or at least use the Oranguru effectively, right?
We actually didn't see what he had in his hand, so he might have another Melanie. That we know that training court isn't going to go anywhere.
No,
So most likely it's going to stick unless Matthew does play.
no,
a-
Matthew has no
He doesn't
removal.
play the vacuum, so it will be in play next turn. Matthew cannot win this turn.
No,
However,
there's no turn 3. No, there's
no way of him actually winning this turn.
But he can do a lot. He can hit really hard.
He can smash pretty hard. So we're gonna look. We're gonna see if this Palkia survives. It's gonna be really hard for Matthew to
Knock it out with no
knock it out.
no V-Star ability. He could evolve the Oli Current into a VMAX if there is one. He could use the ability twice. He could use a Melanie.
Matthew only plays 2 switches, so he will be able to switch a little bit. You know, earlier
Matthew has actually played both of them this game.
he has played both.
Yes, so it's actually no. He has to commit. He has to stick to his guns.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
That makes him bring up the next.
you can still. There's a lot of things you can do. You can evolve again. You can real from the 12th. You
It's
Ultra Ball. Here we go. Get the next VMAX.
It's absolutely crazy to think about, Chris, that in this day and age, Pokemon has done their very best at trying to limit VMAXs.
Oh right, yes,
You know?
yes,
And now we're
everyone
back
is
to-
back to old. I like VMAXs. 3 prices makes the game go quick.
It certainly does, but I
So-
think in this situation right here, you're rewarded for taking big, huge knockout, but then you're also punished because you're just leaving a big, huge Pokemon, 3 prize Pokemon up in the active to get KO'd in return. So
But if you see a big Pokemon, you gotta play the big one.
he's asking right now whether or not he's used the Greninja.
I don't think he has. I don't. Not
either. Charles is looking really comfortable back there.
Oh, that's because of the nice chairs that we have here at Mesa Detroit.
So he's going to be able to
So attach manually. Melanie.
He's gonna Melanie.
So that's 1, draw 3. Maybe just a Rotom phone.
All right. He doesn't have an Oranguru in play, so he
Correct.
won't be able to stack.
Oh,
But
but
he
he
will
does
be able
have a
to use the Rotom phone. Here we
Or
go.
maybe he could have done what Charles did, which is just reveal naturally. That's.
That's,
Is there a water energy there?
That's a bold move there.
Yeah.
It's a bold move from Charles.
Oh,
All right. I don't think there's a water energy here.
it doesn't look like it. I don't see enough blue.
I can't see what he elected to go with off that Rotom phone. Whatever the case is, he's attached return. He's played a Melanie. We have Angus in the background looking at Matthew and see what's there.
It's good to have a teammate near you. Friendship. So what are you hand?
One of the best things about this tournament is that people know each other. We have a really great sense of community and able to have this luxury of having a top table in the same room. It doesn't look like he'll be able to take a big, huge KO. Had he had the energy, Chris, he would have done 150 plus 120. Would have been 270.
Just shy.
Just shy.
But it would have been. But he can attack now. He's out of. I think the play would be to retreat, not leave it.
And he concedes. It wasn't enough. Charles did it. Huge.
Yeah, of course we can.
Yeah, if we can get Charles in here, that'd be fantastic. Wow, that was humongous.
Wow.
Could not stack the other water energy. I don't think the having the 2 choice belts prize was huge.
Massive difference.
Was huge.
Revealing that water energy off the top.
Unbelievable.
This is-
Charles survived. He is going to move on
to the
wow.
semifinals.
Right now, Charles is 5-0 in this tournament.
Can he take it all the way
I
through?
think he could.
Oh,
He's got a really strong deck. I love.
as soon as you build it together, you have bias as it comes. Who's potential opponent?
All right, so his next opponent. It looks like it's either going to be Peter or Ben Hall.
Between the 2 of them, I think Peter has an advantage there. Peter's playing
Chiron.
I know.
And Charles is able to beat
I know,
Peter
that's-
in group
Yes,
play.
I understand.
So-
And Ben Hall is playing a comfy box or a lost zone box.
Yes.
And it's not a great matchup. for him.
It'd be tough. It'd be
It's so-
really tough because having access back to the Empoleon, having access to those Empoleons, I think it makes a difference.
So
Makes a difference.
maybe we'll see another mirror match.
We were able to see Charles in that matchup having two Pokemon in his access to. It didn't make a difference,
That was enough. That was enough.
But I think it makes a difference in your other Lost Zone matches.
Yeah.
To the point where if he does end up facing Ben Hall, I think he'll have a good matchup against him for sure.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah.
But still, at least.
So while we wait for Charles to come in the studio and talk to him, we'll kind of give a huge congratulations to Ben. Ben, sorry, was it Ben? No, Matthew.
Matthew.
Matthew Anderson. Huge congratulations to you.
Amazing.
Played so well.
I would have done nothing different.
Having prized those two choice belts.
It was game defining.
All right.
We see that Charles is coming in soon.
Charles is coming in.
Matthew, 6 months, basically brand new to the game.
Way to go.
Paid. He's not just top, he's the best player out of his store. He's come here, beat the best players out of every other store, makes it all the way through.
Great.
Amazing.
Great guy. So happy for him.
Yeah.
And I'm really happy for Charles. Charles is now 5-0. God, I can't.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. I'm excited for him. Excited for all the rest. Hopefully we get results coming in.
We'll see.
A little bit more down the track.
Interesting.
Do we have Charles yet?
Otherwise, we can have a look at the other matches now.
We can look at the other matches.
So, just let people know. So we have Christian. He's playing.
So do we know what other matches have come in?
Yes.
Are they all finished?
No, there's one more game to go between Christian and Tom.
Oh, that's the one.
Tom.
And then got to game 3. They've just started now.
Oh,
One game
okay.
apiece.
There you go.
Angus, who will be on screen next,
Yes.
beat Ben.
Okay.
So it's the Reggie deck.
Yep.
Reggie's
are
Reggie's moved on.
This.
Obviously, Peter Lowe and Ben played against each other, and Peter won.
Peter.
So it's
So we
gonna
have
be
a
another
rematch.
Mirror. Another mirror.
Peter versus Charles.
So
Really tough.
the next stream will be
Angus.
Angus playing Reggie's versus whoever wins. So it's either Vikavolt Lock or Giratina.
Hopefully, Christian gets over with Vikavolt.
Christian with the Vikavolt
That's
lock. What an evil play.
Yes, we saw it on last Thursday. He came to the shop with the we moved it a little bit.
play?
Really well.
Really well.
Really well. We tweaked a few things, not a lot, but really well. And
All right.
we got a winner. over here.
Congratulations. Yeah. Come on over here. Let me go ahead and seat you right here. All right. Charles, fresh off your victory.
How was it?
Stressful.
Stressful.
Misplayed a few times.
All right.
I think from our vantage point, I think you did so well. For me to go in here. I think you did so well. We're trying to wait for a chair here. Thank you so much.
I'll squid a little bit out.
Thank you so much. Did you know that he had prized two choice belts
On that last game.
I
That was defining.
was hoping that I could actually pull something off. Hoping he didn't have the energies for one. I just took the gambles.
Right.
Yes.
And it paid off in the end.
When you revealed that energy of the Cure for the second, how did it feel? It was black,
Great.
wasn't it?
It was top deck. It was so the energy. We went crazy in studio.
What the heck?
It's unbelievable.
I thought, well, I don't have anything in hand. I can't do much.
Oh, we know. We were
Just
looking
like, what the heck? What's the worst that can happen? And it worked.
Unbelievable. That top deck was really winning.
That was the
It
game
changed
to play.
everything.
Now let me just talk to you. What would have happened had he taken that knockout? If he had the choice belt, would you have had a return KO?
Potentially. I had a reader, so I could have tried to go for the Cure VMAX, but I don't know how. It depends on the top deck.
Right.
I would have had to.
So there was a lie, but it was hard.
Yeah.
The game 3 was hard. Game 1 and 2. Game 1 very simple for you.
Game 2 I misplayed.
Game 2 is a small things, but yeah.
Had Polky in hand and bench it.
Yes.
How do you feel about moving on?
Nervous?
Being
Stress.
5-0. Stress.
I should be happy.
Tell us what went into your deck list choice.
It's because you helped with
Your advice.
No. Had zero to do with it.
But overall, it was more so the strip. I like the idea of changing some of the few cards to try and combo.
Right.
The Rodon phone I liked at
the idea of it, so I added it in.
Yes.
But the catch what I was concerned about was the bricking.
Right.
So I kept trying over and over again. Worked out in the end.
Yeah. You can argue with results.
We
Yeah.
were talking about your deck earlier on stream, and we loved the fact that you played the vacuum.
I
We
like the Thornton.
we love the Thornton.
I like the Thornton thing that we didn't see it. I was waiting to see it, but it didn't come off.
Could pull it off.
Yeah.
Couldn't pull it off. But playing the Rotom phone really saved you.
Yeah.
That vacuum. I thought you were holding it for the choice sculpt.
No, I was holding it for. Well, I was waiting for the stadium to be able to do a double stadium.
Right.
To get the energy.
There you go. That's an interesting
Yeah.
play.
It's not expected, but sometimes it works.
It all matters.
Did you ever consider bumping his stadium so that he wouldn't have access to the training court in that game 3?
I did, but the stadium was beneficial for me alongside him. It was like do I want to get rid of my stadium from hand already? Do I want to hold it for later on to do the double strat, which isn't really fair enough.
Yeah.
You mentioned game 2 a little bit that you misplayed. What was that misplay? Because we thought you did pretty well all games.
Yeah.
So
I had Battle VRP and a Polkit in hand.
right.
So I should have Battle VRP'd, got a Polkit. Right. I didn't bench the Polkit that I had in my hand.
Right.
So the Polkit got knocked out. That was in the active.
That explains that. There you go. I was wondering.
No.
I was wondering why did you have a podcast and just keep curious?
That's why I scooped very early.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good can't come back from that.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Do you know what you're gonna play for the semis?
Yeah.
Do you know your opponent?
No.
You wanna know?
Yes.
Peter.
Peter.
So walk us through what happened during your group play, because you beat Peter
In the
Lowe.
pods. Didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did that matchup go?
It was very close.
Very close.
Very close. Just the energy counts and all that. Top deck.
What was
Top
the,
deck again.
what was the most significant sort of card in your deck for against that matchup?
Curum.
Curing. Because the Curing's important?
Yeah. But also the Polkit V-Star's ability. Gets the energies back to be able to attack for a heavy amount.
Yeah.
Really helps.
Knowing that matchup, what are you hoping going into that matchup? You've already beaten him. You've taken 2 games. What are you hoping to do?
Have 2 Battle VRPs in the starting end.
There we go. That's all you need. You
That's it.
feel more confident now that you beat the mirror again?
Yeah.
Can you keep going?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have high hopes.
I hope so.
High hopes.
We love this deck choice for you. Love this deck choice for you.
Loving it.
I got to know you really well this season because we got to play a lot of games together at the store. All our games always down to the wire. One card for you.
Your bloody perfect hand.
Yeah. We're always competing down at RNG, and it's always a pleasure to battle you. The fact that you're in semifinals now must feel pretty good.
Further than I expected to get. Actually.
Don't
Yeah,
say that. You can do it.
So unless Thomas wins his match, also you're actually the only person to be 5-0.
There you go. Yes, that's correct. You are undefeated so far. Let's see how long you can go. Hopefully all the way.
Just 2 more
That'd be
games.
nice.
Just 2 more games.
That's it.
You know,
2 more games. It's not much.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
you'll be good, man. You'll
Be
be
fine.
good. Congratulations, brother.
Jeez.
It's amazing to have you, bro.
Good.
Yeah.
Good to play.
Right. Charles, anything else to add?
No, not really.
No, not really. No.
No.
All right, we'll let you go. Jeez. Use the restroom.
Go celebrate. Go eat.
Go fight.
Yeah. Go do what you need to go do.
Relax. What a game. What a game.
That was an unbelievable game. 3.
I couldn't believe he topped that energy. It's
Yeah, it was just unreal.
yes. Very, very, very strong.
We're actually waiting for one more game to finish. Then we're off onto the semifinals. What are your thoughts about the Reggie's deck?
The Regis, I hate the Regis.
You hate the Reggie's deck.
Look, let me. My thoughts. Right, I don't like single parser decks. I think the game wants you to play big things, and it rewards for playing big things.
Yeah.
Trying to go against the wave. I'm not that strong mentally.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't like playing one process because in this game you get reward for evolving to do the big ability to do the
Correct.
big, but you also get punished as we saw, right?
Yes.
You live VMAX on the active and you lose because you played big. But that's where I am with the Regi. That being said, one of the coolest things I've seen with the Regi sets change is the new Regi Drago they've added.
Okay.
One that deals damage with just a double flawless energy.
Oh yes.
Yes, that's
True.
That's a very interesting. I'm not sure if their list plays that one,
But
that's something I've seen that's changed the rate deck a little bit, and it's actually made it very relevant. The fact they don't just draw with it, they can attack with just a double flawless. And that's it. 40 damage adds up.
Angus is an amazing player down at
Yes.
down at his home store is
Home-
Geelong,
Geelong, all the way.
and so he comes down here quite often to play us
Right.
in Melbourne.
To represent.
And we've seen this Reggie's deck live and in person, and he is a monster with that deck.
Right.
So it's going to be hard no matter what. On Charles's side of the bracket, we have Charles versus Peter, so another Hiram mirror match. So we're going to do that, and then on the other side, we're waiting for the Giratina versus Vikavolt lock deck.
I'm hoping Kristen wins. I'm biased. He's from my shop, Brandon, and Kristen's been delightful to come to the shop. He's been really, really nice. It's just nice to have a very strong person who's also everyone. Community is very good, but also just a nice person to be
Yeah.
around,
Absolutely.
which is commendable.
If you ever find yourself in the Melbourne area,
Somehow you lost away from Adelaide.
if for some reason you're down here for
Yeah.
business or for pleasure, come
Definitely
and join
have more pleasure.
our Pokemon community. We literally have a Pokemon game night every
we got a
night
flag
of the week.
everywhere.
Yeah, seriously.
Which
So-
is hard.
Add us at our Facebook group. I want to say it gives everybody an opportunity to have a template
Yes.
in front of them to know exactly what to do in their own communities to get Pokemon just as thriving as it is here.
Anywhere. It's just easy. Copy paste it, go, take it somewhere. I think
Yeah.
we've seen a little bit in the other cities. I think Sydney's taking a little bit more on that.
Sydney's been
Yeah.
able to post a little bit more,
Yeah,
which is
that's-
really great. Brisbane has been doing
A lot.
a good
Great.
job.
Actually,
Yes.
we went there early in March and we saw
Some great stores do some great events for when we had regionals up there. I know Perth has a really vibrant and strong
there you
local
go.
scene. Just not a lot of people in
it's,
Perth area, right?
it's not a big city, but it's still
It's WA. Right?
it's another country.
Yeah, it's 5 hours away, so it's tough. But here in Melbourne, I think we just have a unique opportunity to have so many different kinds of people in all areas of the city.
What I look forward to is that whenever we have a big tournament, which hasn't been that many, we've had maybe 3 regionals in my lifetime playing. I see how well we all do.
Yes.
Every time I'm excited to see how people that I know, that not just by name, but that sit across me, that we play together, how well they do. And we do all right, remarkably. Despite our best efforts, we actually do win in international scene.
Yeah.
We have a lot of world's players, we have a lot of international players, we have a lot of good people.
We had Ryan, our head judge, on stream on Wednesday, and we talked about how difficult it is when you're in this area.
Yes.
If you're Aussie, more specifically, if you're from Melbourne,
Yes, to try to make it.
you literally have to beat a world
Yes,
qualifier
correct.
every single time
Yes.
you play.
Correct.
You know?
Which is, in a lot of ways, amazing because it means that the quality of play always keeps going up and up.
Yes.
Right? We get to bring people up, not sort of stay where we are,
Yeah.
which is great. But it's also very hard when you want to qualify for anything.
And the after week, it's
Yes.
tremendous.
Yes, it's remarkable.
Yes.
It's just exciting. I hope it keeps going strong into the next season when we have actual local play back.
Well, I think
Which I'm excited. We get our normal championship points back.
hopefully in January, starting
Yeah.
January, we'll get some sort of an idea of getting local playback cups and challenges.
Officially, it's always going to be.
Yes.
It's always going to be a thing. We're always going to have something cool. But it looks like we have
Right, we have some issues, so we'll sign off. Chris, it's been a pleasure.
always.
Too bad that neither of us could have made it
have fun here.
yeah, we had fun in here.
I enjoyed this more than I'm actually in.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. I look forward to all of the semifinalists. I just want to say thank you so much to everybody that's watching, everybody that was in our tournament.
Anyone's been part of any part of this, massive. We cannot do any of this without everyone.
It's a group effort.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
And I hope we get to do this next year and the year after that. And even after Jose passes, he's a bit old. We'll keep going this beyond.
Once I pass away,
Yes.
somebody else can take over. Chris, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
You're a defending champ for the next at least 2 hours.
Oh.
Enjoyed it. Show off your medal.
Anyway,
Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully, we'll start again in about 10, 15 minutes.
we'll see. Adios.
Thanks, Jared.
I'm so tired. I don't want to.
And we're back. So we've got the semi-final here. We just saw obviously the Kurum VMAX mirror, and the other game going on currently is another Kurum VMAX mirror, which I think we're all happy not commentating this time
Yeah,
around.
we had a bit of a change happening, so we decided against the other Kieran mirror that was happening. But we've got another exciting matchup here between Angus Johnson and Tom. We did see Tom earlier rocking the Giratina box. We haven't seen Angus yet. What's he coming up with today?
So Angus has got the the Reggie deck, which is the only person playing Reggies today. So actually, no, there was two people. He was one of the people playing. But he actually has, if he can get through this, he has quite the favorable matchup out of the Cura VMAXs after this. So I'm just super stoked to be commentating a Reggie game with you. I love the deck. I played it personally for a while.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to see its resurgence and how well it works currently against the Lost Zone box.
Yeah, in the current meta, it's like an extremely good single price deck. And it can knock out Vs and VMAXs very easily. Doesn't need too much to get going either. You know, you can just research away those energies, accelerate them very quickly. And we can see he starts off with the Reggie Drago. That's a pretty good start off in the active, so you can use that ability when it comes to him. I think it is Tom taking turn 1 here. Yeah.
Will be Tom taking the first turn.
So he will be quick balling away, maybe getting that Giratina to start off with, or possibly a Comfy. And then we'll see the Lost Engine do its thing.
You see that Tom's straight up discarding that Sableye. Now, Tom runs a very, very thin kind of support Pokemon in terms of the Lost Zone that aren't comfy. So he only runs the one Sableye, the one Cramorant as well. So that Sableye being gone means that there's one less thing that Angus has to worry about is those drops of damage counters. Tom likes to, as far as we could see in the last game that he played against Christian, he was very much into just smacking big with Giratina again and again. Trying to get those really, really big knockouts. So we'll see what he can get.
Yeah, well, with the Sableye, it hits 120, and most Reggies have 130.
Yeah.
And when you've got a deck full of skip up nets, you don't really want to look for 2-hit KOing Reggies.
No, definitely. not.
So that's probably a good decision getting rid of the Sableye, and doesn't really need it, at least for now. So he does grab the Giratina.
The other thing as well is that I will note that Angus is playing 2 of each Reggie, except for Reggie Alecki, where he's running the 2 from Evolving Skies, which have 120 HP, and then the 1 from Astral Radiance, which has 130, which does bench sniping at 120 onto the bench. So whether Tom will kind of think about that, and whether it gets revealed and he'll think about that and shut down perhaps that Manaphy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the other Reggie does do 40 down 2 different bench Pokemon, and it might kind of fix the math on some Pokemon here, but we'll.
Yeah, well, in this matchup, I don't think it's too bad over benching things, because you have access to the skip up nuts if you do make a mistake of over benching, and so I think he will probably end up benching that Manaphy when he can. But here we see Angus with the Ultra Ball, getting ready, trying to find some put on the bench there, so we can start. Got rid of another Reggie Drago there, so 1 less than that. Just looking through his deck.
Very, very confident there. Not very often you see a Reggie player discard the basic Pokemon there, but Angus obviously very confident in what he can do here. This would be a huge, huge turn 1 for him if he can get an attack off. The pass to the peak is obviously very, very good as well, because it means that Tom can't quick ball into something like the Minion and perhaps use that to get a Colress.
Yeah, well, actually, that's actually quite good on Angus's end. He's only rocking the 1 path of big, and he gets a turn 1. And it is a big deal against Giratina, who does, rely on the Greninja and also the Luminion to try to draw some cards for the following turns. Okay, so he does grab an escape rope, which is pretty handy. Why not use it?
Interesting at this point, playing the escape rope before kind of getting rid of the rest of the hand. With Reggie Drago, I would have thought that maybe he might hold it, but I think maybe at this point, if he's attaching energy to the Reggie Steel, he might be Reggie gating here.
Yeah, exactly.
Completing that lineup and then worrying about the attack after this.
Yeah, well, I don't think he had access to any supporters there, so
No.
that was a bit unfortunate. So the best play was to just go in and get another Reggie whilst you still can. And he was able to do that with the escape rope and the energy. And so he finds that Reggie Rock. He's got every single Reggie there now. He did previously just put the Reggie Drago back in as well. So there's that one that he discarded is back in there.
Oh, beautiful.
Now we see Tom with the chorus, amazing supporter, drawing 5 cards, putting 2 of them into the loss zone. That's what you want to do as Giratina.
Very, very pivotal that you get that your first turn and second turn, getting those coal resters going, and that's why we know these players use Luminion, because it's so helpful to just get it out, secure it, so you can get everything rolling. Because once those first 2 turns are done, and if you can comfy loop successfully enough, you can get an amazing number of cards in that loss zone. We've seen people more recently even really, really hone in on it and get those 10 cards in the loss zone. I've seen Sableye turn 2. I don't know about you, and it's savage when you're playing an opponent that's got those Sobbles down there, or those low HP support mons, even just Bidoofs down.
Yeah,
It's just shocking to lose.
Sableye just eat them alive these days. So that's why you don't see too many of them coming out these days. It's usually just the Reggies or the Comfies and stuff like that. But yeah, so he goes in and grabs a Greninja. So now he can start drawing more cards. He's really going through that deck now.
Path is still there.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
He's bumped it. So things looking very nice for Thomas now, because that was like the only path that Angus had in play.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind, he does have 3 Pokestops, which obviously Angus would love to see there, because that training court does not help him at all, running completely special energy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, getting that early bump is extremely handy. Tom only does rock the 2 training courts, so that is pretty nice that he fell into that one. And now he is able to use the Greninja and get going. So he's used Comfy's ability, looking through some cards, putting some in there. This is a pretty awkward matchup because you got to kind of knock things out with the 2 prizer. And obviously that's not trading too well half the time. And so, I mean, you kind of got to hope that Angus bricks a little bit and maybe, you take 2 prizes with the Giratina instead of just the 1.
It's going to be, he's got to really resource manage quite well, Thomas. Because the other thing as well is that if you are attacking with that Giratina V-Star, you are chucking 2 energies in the loss zone. That means they are gone and you are not getting them back. So you've really got to be careful. He does play quite a lot of energy. 5 Psychic, 4 Grass, 3 Capture, and 3 Water.
Yeah.
But obviously retaining that Psychic and Grass energy will be very, very important. Obviously, Greninja is probably not the best to utilize his water energies on in this, because it's not bench sniping for 90 is not helping it, is it?
Unfortunately, in this matchup, otherwise it's very good, but this matchup is, I think, more for just the utility of drawing. So there we go. Passes over to Tom. Angus is a little bit stuck in there, unfortunately, so it goes back to Tom now. Just the freeze frame is a little bit stuck at the moment.
You can tell it's been a long day for all of us here in the casting chairs, the players, and then now the internet stream. So,
yeah. Okay, so getting rid of one of the Mirage Gates. It's pretty confident he's still got 2 more in there. That's kind of all you need for the game. 2 Mirage Gate usage is usually enough. Yeah.
Well, let's just find that card's one of those ones that you just got to find it at the right time.
Yeah.
As soon as you do, you're in such a good position. But if you just struggle, if you've got 30 cards in your deck and you still can't find them, it's just
it's actually crazy. The fact that you can use a supporter and then you can attach 2 energies in the same turn as well.
I feel like RCSV, it's made a lot of decks quite viable because of that acceleration, especially Dragon type Pokemon, which is why you've seen people like use Gudra V-Star with the Lost Engine, because getting that Orchid, Water, and Metal Energy on is now just easy.
Yeah,
a lot easier.
A lot easier now. With the use of Mirage Gates. So Tom's going through his deck now. I think he's just quick balled something away. for another. Okay, no, sorry, he did use the Mirage. Now he's attached to the Giratina. So that's cool to attack. You can just shred if it wants to. You can evolve. I mean, it's up to him. He wants to keep that energy left on the Giratina.
One thing to note for Angus's deck as well is he does not run any powerful colorless energy.
That's very good.
Which is going to be very, very interesting. Usually that's a nice kind of a buff for your damage as well. And obviously not having it, just the belts as a damage modifier. Very, very interesting choice, I must say.
Well, I think he's gone with the new gift energy instead.
Yeah.
So you can if you're in this kind of position and you attach the gift energy to one of the Reggies and it gets knocked out, you've got a free kind of draw. And obviously, like you can see now, Reggie sometimes has a tendency to brick.
Yeah.
And that kind of helps him get out of that. So that a little bit of extra consistency to put that gift energy over the powerful energy.
It's just very, very tricky. It's a tricky matchup for Angus. Trying to take, because I don't think he has any way to one-shot any Giratina Bees now.
No.
It's always a two-shot.
Oh yeah, the beauty of dragon types, they have no weakness.
Yeah.
And so that's why they're always usually pretty good in the middle. It's very rare that you one-shot one. But yeah, Reggie's, they don't mind not one-shotting things. They can kind of wheel you down over time.
Yeah, they can.
And they usually trade a lot better than other decks. Attaching the cap energy to the comfies, probably want to manually retreat that into something.
You might be going for the shred by the looks of it.
Yeah, possibly the shred just for the knockout. I mean, Angus doesn't look like he's in a very good position. I mean, he can take advantage of this, take an early KO, and just really start getting the game going.
I think the other thing is, depending how many cards in hand Angus has as well, if this does get knocked out, he can easily promote the Reggie Drago and use that draw support as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully draw himself out of the position that he's in.
Yeah, that's actually amazing that Reggie. Yeah, no, there we go. He does take the turn and promotes that Reggie Drago. Hopefully, he can draw something out of here.
He gets the Reggie.
Okay, right back
in there. So he's right where he wants to be.
Yeah, he just needs to find those energies and discard them now so he can finally start attacking.
I reckon he might be trying to get some form of poker stop out there as well, because that's obviously a nice way that if you hit me with energies, get them in the discard straight away. Then you can really get things going. I don't think he's got he doesn't have any Aurora energies in the discard as far as I can tell so far, and obviously he needs that.
There we go, Energy Lotto, the one off, looking for one of those. Okay,
there we go.
So he does pull out the Speed Lightning. I mean, that's fine as long as because you can attach multiple energies in one turn with the Reggies. So it doesn't really matter where you attach your energy, but obviously is
We're back. All right. And we're back. Hopefully a bit better this time.
okay. Just a little bit of an update. Okay, so yeah, Angus was able to accelerate some energy there off that last turn, which is cool. So he's got the Reggie Eleki powered up, ready to attack.
But he sadly could not get that Drago out of the active. to get any form of attack off by the looks of it. He had it
Yeah.
stuck there.
Yeah.
He obviously needed one of those 4 scoop up nets, or even just an escape rope to get out there, but he could not draw into it.
Yeah, it's actually amazing. He has so many ways to get out of the active. That's what this kind of deck does. He switches constantly, and unfortunately wasn't able to find a way out. So Tom will capitalize on that, and should be able to knock out this Regidrago here. It's pretty big. Yes, is Tom's turn. Attaches to the guillotine. They're all powered up, ready to go. But yeah, he doesn't really have to evolve here.
No, he doesn't. He's happy to keep shredding away where he doesn't have to discard energy.
Exactly.
He doesn't have to worry about anything else. So, and it looks like he's done that.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's also that I forgot the Regice has that critical attack where it can block. If it hits you, the opposing B Pokemon can't attack, or it can't be hit by a B Pokemon.
Yeah.
So that might be something to look into as well. Angus has that option too.
So he's just discarded. Looks to be a twin energy, and I'm not sure what the next card is. There
I'm not sure what he's discarded there, but he's managed to get another Regidrago, and there it is, back into the active. I think it looks like, he wants to draw more cards. There we go. He got the research and the rod. So he's able to really cover what other Regis he's lost at the moment. And obviously that research is just such a big part.
Yeah. Hopefully we can see something move now. All right, beautiful. He's got the escape rope on the go. Comfy's coming out.
Yep.
It looks like he's going to
Okay,
go away. He's getting that charge back on with Regigigas. He's using that rope to get some of these Pokemon back into the deck. And this is the one Reggie from Astral already, which means that his targeted ball is 120 to
any Pokemon, and you have to discard 2 energy, I believe.
Yeah.
Is the way it goes. Not too bad, obviously, when you can accelerate it right back.
he gets the Pokestop out.
Ooh, very nice.
Angus is really starting to schmoove now. We'll see what he can do with and then there he goes. There's the other 2 Aurora energies. So he's got everything out there now that he needs. So it looks like he's going to go 120 onto the 3 energy bench Giratina.
Yeah, no, I think that would be the right play. Yeah, you've got to take advantage of them benching the Vs and taking the maximum amount of prizes, obviously, before he can start maybe using another attacker or something like that. And then he's also managed to put the Comfy in the active, so that has to also find a way to retreat, which can possibly could hold Thomas back at him.
It looks like Tom's hand just keeps on growing and growing. So he probably does have the spice that he needs to get it out of there.
Yeah.
Whether it be an energy or otherwise. Oh, you chucks in the lost vacuum.
Yeah,
Looks
why
like. There he goes. He's getting rid of the Pokestop, and he's getting rid of his own Cramorant as well, which means that is now out of the game. He's just focusing all on those Giratinas for damage.
Yeah, you're right. He's gotten rid of that Cramorant, so he's solely relying on these. Obviously, he still has the rod for the Stabler if he wants to. I mean, he could use that to carry the Alecki, like we said later on. But yeah, discarding that Cramorant, not really needing it in this matchup.
And getting rid of a Giratina for V-Star as well. So that because he runs the 3-3 line, having one of them in the lost zone means that he can only really get 2 active. But that being said, he doesn't really have the need to evolve in this game because
because you're getting 2 shots. Exactly. Like there's no real need. So Tom is realizing that's a pretty smart play actually on his part.
It is very heads up. And Tom is he's a seniors? Yes.
Yeah,
He's a seniors player. So
look at this guy. He comes to like every single tournament and he grinds.
he does. He loves grinding. He loves his rainbow cards as well. I know I've definitely done a number of trades with him.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's getting better. Seeing this player grow over time, I know that we've both played against him and at the same local system. He's improved quite a fair bit.
Yeah.
My only criticism of him is that during the building battle pre-release, he managed to pull the Gero alt, and he's not flexing it in the deck. And I don't know about you, man, but I love flexing the alts.
Yeah.
I love
Well.
doing it.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, I'm with you there, James. He's a bit. I guess he's a bit more humble. You know? He's a bit
Yeah.
more humble than both of us.
He's a big collector. He knows what he likes, and once he gets a nice card, he takes good care of it.
yeah. Yeah, he does. Okay, so Angus gone to the deck. He finds the belt. Yeah, there we go. So he's going to elect to go for the Reggie Ice, and why not? I think it works out okay. So this is why you might want to evolve here, one of the V stars, because with that damage, Reggie Ice now has obviously enough. It does enough damage to knock out the V on the bench. And possibly, two shot. Well, I guess he two shots anyway. But yeah, so just a nice little attack that the Reggie Ice has here, and I think he might actually end up using it.
And there we go. We've seen him do the scoop up net on the Regigigas and then place it back down again, which means he can use that ability again and accelerate more energy.
Yeah,
That's what he wants.
yeah. There's just so much utility in this deck with the Reggies. I mean, when it first came out, it was pretty cool. And then people kept finding new things like constantly. And now this is what happens. You can accelerate to 2 Pokemon in one turn. It's pretty amazing.
Everyone watching this can't see my face, but
Okay, it switches into the Red Ice. Yep, good play.
we get people from City.
Very, very good play. That Reggie Ice blocking any attacks from the opponent's active Pokemon V. So in order for Tom to attack into Angus's active Pokemon this next turn, he will have to hard retreat and then bring his bench to Giratina up, which is probably not the best given the fact that it's already got a 120 take damage on it, and another hit from that Reggie Ice will knock it out. It will give Angus 2 prizes.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure Angus definitely, thought this up a couple of turns ago. He's no slouch when it comes to these high pressure moments. He's brought out the fresh Giratina to hit, and yeah, keeping the already damaged one on the bench there ready because he knows he can knock it out later. His deck is looking very thin there.
Yeah.
Probably have like a handful of cards.
And he's definitely not running any money, so there's no way that he can put those cards back in the deck. He will have to rely on Angus for that. And Angus does run 3 money, which I feel like you don't often see that high count of money. But I suppose when you're playing Lost Energy where the hand just keeps building, it is quite handy. And we can see.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you got to run a little bit of disruption these days. If you're letting people hold 10 cards on their hand, you've usually got an answer to what you'd have. So yeah, mining's always good, but it's usually in this deck you're going to want to obviously research a hand away. So the mining's just there in case you get stuck, or if you're a bit ahead and you want to disrupt your opponent.
So the capture energy is going down on the active Giratina. I do believe that if he evolves this Giratina this turn, he can still attack.
Yes, well, it's considered a new Pokemon, so I believe that's correct. He can evolve and then attack in the same turn. Okay, switching. Okay, so he's evolved that one. I guess it still has 160 HP. It does live a hit from most Reggies. Okay. But Reggie Drago does do 160 on the dot, so that would be enough for the return KO when Angus is ready for that. But Tom takes his 4th prize now, going up 4 prizes to nothing. So, he's back against the wall at the moment.
Yeah, he must be really feeling it now, getting to this point. Like, obviously, being able to knock this Giratina V-Star out that isn't Thomas's active will require a choice belt, I do believe. That would be 190 plus the 120 is 310, so that should be enough. But I believe without it, without it,
it'll just be perfect math.
It's perfect math. So
yeah. That's why I think Angus would have thought about this a while ago. And that's why he powered up that Reggie Drago the turn before, and then the Reggie Ice as well.
So there's a strong possibility that Angus might be able to clutch it out here.
He could definitely keep that. Or if he powers up the Reggie Ice again, and maybe knocks out, I don't know, the Manaphy or the Greninja maybe with it, and then so the new active Pokemon would be a Pokemon V. I don't know. There's a few traps and a few tricks that he's still got left, but he's got to do it pretty fast.
Now he comes the Marnie by the looks of it.
Yeah.
There goes Thomas's huge hand down to the bottom of the deck, and we'll see what he can get.
Yeah, I mean, okay, we finally see a little bit of disruption from Angus's side of things. He didn't like the size of Tom's hand. He just draw a fresh 5 cards here.
But he just goes and attacks into Thomas's
Yeah.
active,
Mani.
taking his first 2 prizes.
You specifically?
Yeah, first in prize of the game. I think this will be pretty happy with that. Yeah, we've got a bit more time in these semi-finals, so you don't have to like. If you feel like you're still behind, you can still play the match out. See if you find any more information about the deck. So there's no real pressure with that.
I believe we can see that gift energy in Angus up there.
Yeah,
It might be nice to chuck on whatever he chucks up next.
yeah.
Which I get the feeling will be
Probably
gotta be
Reggie
chucking up
Electric.
Yeah.
Reggie.
Reggie Electric.
Yeah, Reggie Electric. Yeah, I mean it's got energy on it. It can retreat if need be. Like, why not put it up there? Oh,
There we go.
Attach
The gift
it.
energy's
Why
there.
not?
I don't think it.
money. Cool.
Okay. Nice and difficult. Thomas will definitely need to find that lone Giratina thing, but I believe he has one left.
He does have.
So
the
he'll
one
have to
left.
get that Mirage Gate, and he's got no confies out. So it's going to be really tricky.
I'm not too sure how many scoop up nets Angus has used, but that might come into play later because he still does have access. Tom still does have access to that stabilize if he can rod it back in. And then Mirage Gating the Greninja for the attackers. I think they're the only 2 attackers he has left at the moment. Wow, that was huge.
Training court comes out. Oh, he's
he
got it.
finds the
He's
guillotine.
got it there. I can see he's got a scoop up net in his hand as well. Mirage Gate, it's all happening.
Oh, I'm not sure Angus can do much about this now. He can quickly accelerate 2 energy to the guillotine. Is it just the one? Is it just one psychic he's done that?
Oh, no.
He's only got 1 left.
Oh, he's got the recycler in hand.
Oh, well, he can still use it, right? Okay, training court, attach. He might have 2 Mirage Gates in hand. I'm not too sure what's in Tom's hand at the moment. Okay, there we go. He must have it.
I think he's realized that the misplay here is he should have played the recycler first, because Mirage Gate, when you've only got 1 energy, obviously unbeknownst to him, means that he can only attach 1, and then the 1 attachment for turn, you need those 3 energies on there. So I think Thomas has just realized that.
Yeah, well, I think he still has the 1 Mirage Gate left. So he still can attach. You can use, obviously, it's
Fair
an
call.
item you can use
Fair
as
call.
many as you want. So he does do the manual attach and does have net in hand, but he just passes. Wow, absolutely massive money there from Angus. You know, sometimes it works out. Oh my
Bossed
goodness,
it up.
many bosses.
And now I believe there we go. I think he's going to retreat into Reggie Ice, and Thomas, hand on head, now understands what he's in for. The choice belt coming out too, which means that it's 130 per hit. So I think unless there's a boss coming up, which we can see that one boss in the lost zone.
Okay, yeah.
He's got a 3 runner, so he might have 1 or 2. It depends how kind the money has been to him.
Oh, there we go, and he scoops. Wow, that was an amazing comeback from Angus. Being down 4 prizes to nothing, and he comes back and turns it around.
He literally was like
Wow.
right down to the line. Right down to the line.
Well, look, Angus is extremely good at the game. He's been playing for a very long time, since 2011. So I'm not too surprised that he came back, but I know, just showing his like skill and his his experience in that match.
This is why I was so excited to play. This is why I was very excited to watch Reggie Deck play on stream, because I'm very, very fond. Oh, Thomas won with
okay,
scoop
Thomas
on
won
training
with-
court.
Oh, he only had 1 prize left? Okay, I wasn't sure about that.
There you go.
Thomas won with scoop up net. Okay, so
Set.
Thomas takes
The first game.
game 1.
Sadly for us, we were the stream buffered right as
Yeah.
the game was finishing. We were like, oh, it looks like, but no.
It's happened a few times. That's okay. Still enjoying some Pokemon here. So I'm assuming Angus will want to go first.
I think so.
What do you think? Yeah.
I think you want to go first. Like, he can, obviously there's a possibility that you can go the turn 1 going second, get the attack off, although it's very, very rare, I feel like.
Yeah.
It's very, very difficult to do. So we'll see how he we'll see how Angus goes, really.
Yeah.
But I think he must be going first.
Yeah.
Trying to establish a good board state. He's in no real risk of getting knocked out in Thomas's first turn because the Cremorant is not doing enough.
Yeah.
And there's no foreseeable way that I can see that he'd be able to get those 3 energies on the Giratina V to start chipping away.
I mean, it's possible.
It is.
It's definitely possible. But yeah, like you said, it's very difficult. I think the difference was last game that Angus just didn't have a supporter in hand for like 2 turns.
Yeah.
And I mean, when you got no supporter in a deck that doesn't really draw too well in general, it can be a bit tricky. So we got 1 mulligan so far from the Giratina Lost Zone box. Here we go, we've got Greninja if we want. That's a pretty good card to start with.
Yeah, you don't see Regidecks mulligan too often especially with Angus and his 13 basic Pokemon in his deck. You don't really see the
I know, it's
multiple mulligans.
Yeah, it's a very good thing about running the Reggies for sure. No extra cards given ever. And we priced 2 Colress. That
could be really difficult.
could be a little bit of a game changer. We'll see.
We can see Giratina starting off in the active for Thomas. Obviously, you really want to start with something like Comfy in the active, but
I believe he did have a Comfy in his hand. I'm not sure why he didn't start or the Greninja even. But either way, I guess, it doesn't really matter.
granted, you can still attach and do a bit of seeking, and then grab the 4 out of the deck, put 2 in the Lost Zone, 2 in your hand. So it's not all that bad. But having both of those Colresses straight up being the prizes is very, very tricky way to start.
Yeah, I mean, if Angus puts down a path and he can't put down the Luminion, if he doesn't find that Colress, could be massive.
Oh, shocking Pokestop right there.
This is
Losing 2 Reggie Ices
That was absolutely
and the
huge.
Professor's Research. That is savagery.
Yeah, that was kind of sick.
Just as he got started as well, he's just got his...
Did he just Pokestop and pass? Because that's pretty.
Yeah.
Okay.
The poor man. He's literally just got his Reggies on the bench, and now he's got to find
Showing.
he's got to find one of those 4 rods now.
Yeah. I mean, that should not be too much of a problem, but it is a tiny bit unlikely that he discarded 2 of the same Reggies off with the 1
I
Pokestop.
believe I can see the path in his hand as well, so
Okay.
maybe that might have been the play as the
Path instead of
path
the
and
Pokestop.
pass.
I think he's saving it for the Path money for next turn. I think
Yeah.
that might be the play, just to disrupt Tom a little bit,
Slow him down.
slow him down a bit, because now he's got the Comfy going. I'm sure he has a way out of the active as well. And then we'll start seeing things going to the Lost Zone.
I'm having a good old shuffle there in between. Getting ready to go.
Yeah, it gives you a bit of time to breathe, time to think. Why not do it?
Sadly, it's going to be real tricky for Tom to get that Giratina out of the active, depending on what he's got going on, because he wants to get those cards in the Lost Zone. And if he starts slow, he's just giving Angus way more time to set everything up.
Yeah, okay. So
There's
he
the
does have a
switch.
Here we go.
Flower picking. There's the Chorus and then one of the water energies. Losing the energy is never nice off a Comfy, I'm not going to lie, but obviously the Chorus is a suitable enough trade-off. And then I believe he finds the other Chorus as well.
Okay. He's quite lucky that he's found the last time in the deck and he has 40 cards left, I'll say. I mean, he's going to have to put that in his hand. He doesn't know that he doesn't have any more Colress in the deck after this. So, okay, cool. So he does keep it in his hand.
Once again, getting rid of one of those Giratina V-Stars as well.
Yep. You're going to Pokestop. That is a pretty bad Pokestop.
That's really bad. Losing the Luminion is not nice.
Yeah.
He does run the 1 rod, so
Yeah.
there is potential there.
Not a big issue, but he has a lot of items to get, and both players, unfortunately, not getting too much off the Pokestop. That's a risk that you run.
Yeah, correct. I personally, do you if you have your opponent plays Pokestop, do you feel like you can risk it for the biscuit and you can have a crack, or
So if I'm feeling lucky, I will go for it. Tom's I guess Tom has a lot of Pokemon and he has a lot of energy in his hand, so he doesn't run too many supporters, so the chance of him hitting an item is pretty high. But I think it was just a bit unlucky. So now we see the bump. He's got the path in play.
got the
Scoop's not
scoop.
there. Can he attack? Oh, not yet. He's going to go for the money. Yeah.
Marnie path. You were right.
Yeah.
Good call. Very good call.
It's just such a handy disruption, you know, and
We got another Reggie down. We are just looking for that Reggie Ice, and obviously we have both of them in the discard pile still. So Angus still looking for that ordinary rod and then some form of search to get it.
yeah, I mean, it was a pretty big 5 card he got. I wonder what he got off there. He's dug pretty deep. Oh, and he's just had to pass here. Oh no, sorry, he's used
the electromagnetic search with the Reggie. So he's grabbed one trainer card from his discard pile, put it straight in his hand. Would have been handy if he was able to get a rod back like that, but sadly unable to do so.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty unfortunate whiff off the money. He's dug pretty deep, and I'm surprised he hasn't found a rod, but that's what happens sometimes. So now this opens up a chance for Tom to come back with the comfy and the active, put more things in the lost zone.
Tom in a very interesting position there, having the Giratina V and the scoop up net off the flower picking. One of them has to go, and look, he's getting rid of the Giratina V. So he's going all in now.
Wow. I don't know about that. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see. But he kind of needs one more Giratina down at the moment. It doesn't matter too much about how many energies he has down at the moment, obviously because of Mirage Gate can accelerate those. However, getting rid of another Giratina, and then you've got low HP Mons on the backup, it could come back to bite him.
Now with the other company back in the active.
Also, he's building up, I think it was six
cards, yeah. Still waiting to figure out what the way to get out. He's got the ball search. The interesting choice will be, does he get Manaphy out? Because if he gets Manaphy out in this position, obviously that Reggie Alecki can only hit the bench. It can't hit the active.
I mean, it can only hit the active.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No,
So that is a good.
that's the one from Ash Radiance. I think it can only hit the bench. It can't actually hit the active.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you can only. Okay. I thought you could choose anything.
No, well, that's what I thought initially playing it. Then I started running the deck and was playing it online and was like, oh, hold up. I actually can't just swing to the active. It isn't just to choose anything. You have to hit the bench.
Oh, wow. So he can't actually attack.
If he gets the Manaphy out, yeah.
That is.
Which he does get out.
That
So
is some very top level play there from Tom. Big brain plays. I like that. Good to see. Places the comfy down. So he's pretty cool in this position. Attaches the energy.
capture energy as well. I believe he'd be going for the
another
last one.
Giratina.
There we go. There's the last one out. Angus has got his eyes on right now. He's got his eyes on those two Giratina Vs because knocking those out gives him the win.
Yeah. Well, I think it's really important now for Tom to start attacking because Angus has searched quite a lot through his deck. I'm sure he has a lot of good cards in his hand at the moment. So yeah, here we go. I think we might see the first attack. Attaches the air balloon. Can retreat into something if he wants.
Digging for that mirage again, I reckon.
Yeah,
Trying to find a way to get something off.
yeah, he does go back into the other comfy for another search. Okay.
What are we finding?
There's one other comfy into the. Oh, so now he has 7. So now he has access to them.
There we go. Making up for lost time. Early on when he couldn't get everything with losses, is what he likes. So he's getting nice and charged now. Judge recounting there, making sure that it's the 7.
Yeah, I know what it is. Listen, was that 6? Okay, maybe it's 6. Can't tell. Or is it 9? Sorry, no, it's 9.
It's 9. There you go.
Yeah, so he's all good to go. And
He really
he
likes
does have them.
Cool.
So he set that up nicely. He can accelerate now. And he can attack. Some really good play from Tom.
Angus can also utilize that gift energy now with Reggie Lecky potentially being knocked out. He can draw up to 7 cards in his hand.
Yeah, and it's so cool. You can just like attach it to the next Reggie that comes
Yeah.
from the discard pile. So you can
Keep
just continually drawing now. Once you just get that one gift energy, and it's good for the rest of the game. Okay, so we're gonna bump the path. It's a pretty good map. Oh, I'm not sure.
I think there's question time here with the judge. There's a judge ruling here. I'll have to see if I can get someone up at the table to let us know what's actually going on here. Tom did actually cop a prize penalty in his previous game against Christian, right at the end as well, where he had to give Christian 2 prizes.
Tom has a little bit of a tendency to be a little bit hasty. So that might have been the case here. We just see he was about to bump that path, but I'm not too sure what he did.
Use Greninja under path looks like a double prize penalty. Ouch.
Oh snap! Never want to see that.
Had training court in hand but didn't use it. That's the tricky thing when you play such a long day, and like we did start just after 11 and it's coming up to 7 o'clock now. This fatigue does settle in.
Yeah, for sure you're bound to make a mistake or two. It's a bit unfortunate. He's given up the 2 prize penalty now. It's going to make Angus's job a lot easier. So I mean, okay, so he passes it over. He takes the knockout, and now it's Angus's turn. See what he can do.
Here comes the Pokestop. Ultra Ball away the Twin Energy. 2 Twin Energies.
Yep, why not? Don't need them. Gonna go into the and the money.
Money.
Okay, he's probably got a research in hand. I'm assuming just wants to draw some cards. Is that all 5? No, he's just got the 4 at the moment. Oh, sorry, he needs one more.
He needs that. He
still
rod.
needs the rod. Okay, he's still after that rod.
He'll never forgive that Pokestop. That very first one, turn 1, Pokestop into discarding both.
Yeah, so
here we go. He's getting Reggie Gigas ready, which is very, very interesting.
Yeah, so
chucking it down.
Okay,
straight away into research. There's the rod. You love to see it.
He gets the rod finally. Thank you. And then he pokes
off into the quick ball. Losing the Drago is not nice. But look, it's a.
I mean, there you go. You can rod it straight back in there if he wants to. It's the beauty of this deck.
Getting both of those Reggie Ice in there. Going to quick ball away something, no doubt, and get one of them straight in. So he's getting rid of another energy. Looks like another Aurora energy.
Exactly what he does.
Which means that now he has both Auroras in the discard as well.
It's time to accelerate. You can attack.
1,
So he's doing 180 or 190, I believe. So still not enough for the KO. It's always 2 KOing. However, it's just always nice to get an attack off.
This is the interesting thing about him not running the powerful colors. If he had 2 in there, then he would be able to do 220. And it's very rare occurrence for Gigas to get that. But obviously in a situation like this, one of the few situations where it would be very advantageous for Angus.
Obviously there's a few drawbacks from withholding on that power, but he's going with the gift for a bit more draw potential.
And by God, does he need that momentum?
Well, yeah, I think that's a massive swing. That 2 prize penalty is huge. Now Tom has a Giratina there with 60 HP left. It's just waiting there to be knocked out. And then Angus is only going to have 2 more, so it's a really tight spot for Thomas. For Thomas at the moment. Okay, he's rodded back some Pokemon and some energy in there.
That's the one rod that Thomas has. So after that, the only form of recovery he's got is obviously this training course, which are both of them taken out? No, I believe they are.
I'm actually not sure. I haven't been following that closely, man. But I think definitely 1. And still, he has the energy recycler too. So it's not all bad news for Tom. He can still do some things. Okay. It's still a 1-hit KO. He does do 160 on the dot with Shred. So the Reggie Gigas is gone. Now it's back over to Angus. He promotes the Alecki.
Gets the other Regigigas out.
Yep. So now he's ready to go again. This is just how the Big Gigas engine works. It just keeps turn after turn after turn, hitting for good numbers, hitting hard.
That's the other neat thing. He does have to discard 2 energies, but they have to be 2 lightning energies, which means the Aurora and the Speed energy will go after he attacks, which means he only has the Gift energy on, which is nice now because you retain it. So when he gets knocked, keep that draw going.
It's just so consistent. Once it gets going, it's so strong. Okay. For Angus. For this game 2, we have roughly 45 minutes in. Going strong, guys. Finds it. Okay, no, he's discarding the Mirage guy. He may have 1 more left in deck, I believe. But he's still another way if you needed it. Oh, he's discarding the boss as well. I guess it doesn't really matter too much when he bosses. Angus has plenty of rods left to get back whatever he needs.
So he's using the loss paper. He's getting rid of that belt. So the belt comes off Reggie Drago. He's happy to keep the Pokestop in play.
Yeah. I mean, the belt is kind of big. You can
Does fix the map.
Yeah, can make the difference between knocking out the V star and not. So, I think that's the right decision by Tom there. Just figuring out what to do then. He's in a pretty tough predicament. It's an uphill battle for Tom.
It is. It is. This is what single prize decks love to do. They love to sweat you out. They love to make you really work for those 6 prizes. It's not like a matching up against the VMAX where you can just be like, 3 prizes all in 1 hit.
Yeah.
But these single prize decks are just like, man, you gotta work.
Yeah, I mean, it's a marathon against these things. So it's going to be forever. And you take all 6 prizes each time. And yeah, it's draining. Okay, so he does use the Mirage Guy. He's powering up the Gren on the bench. Oh, he's using 2. Okay, so that's definitely his last one. He's powering up the Gren and the Tina. Now, he has no more attackers. So this is all he has left. I believe he still has a Sableye actually left in there. He will have a couple of Psychic Energies left as well. So that is another way to attack. So that could be something to look out for. He can...
That math is all right for him if he can get that. So we'll take another prize there. Rod comes straight out for Angus. Get those Mons back in. Get that Drago. Get that Gigas back in.
Yeah, they can right back onto the bench. It's like nothing ever happened. And now
You see,
so in this position, Angus is obviously going to go for the knockout and then the Giratina over the 2 turns. So yeah, Tom's I think left to. He's going to have to retreat and hope. Well, Angus does have that boss in hand, so Thomas does run the 1 Marnie, does he?
no, he doesn't. Thomas doesn't run anything.
There's no disruption. So
looks like Angus might hold that hand and just secure it and take it to game 3.
Yeah, I
So
mean, he
energy's
has the
coming
boss in
out.
hand for the following turn. So it looks like it's curtains for Tom at the moment.
There's the hit.
Yeah, so you're hitting for 160 there.
The mini on this here. I think he's going to play it. Any supporter cards? I know he doesn't. Does he have those Polaris? He might have picked one up by now off the prices, but maybe not.
No, he doesn't have any more. What's he got? I think he's got a boss. Okay, so he can. I'm not sure if he can boss trap something.
Yeah, I don't think you can boss stall at this point, especially when you've got the twin energy and the discard, and usually that and anything else is enough for you to retreat a Reggie out.
Yeah.
So I think he might be boned here, man. He might be in a fair bit of trouble.
Yeah, for sure.
He gets the switch out.
He decides to play it out. This is how Tom goes.
Colress
again. Drawing 5.
It looks like he's got a Psychic Energy sitting there.
Gets rid of the tiny V star. He must have another one in hand.
Yeah. And the capture energy goes as well.
Yep.
This has been a very good lesson of resource management for Thomas this game.
Yeah. Okay, so you're going to also attack twice with the grin.
Yeah, which is actually quite nice, but unbeknownst to him, Angus does have a boss ready to go.
Does evolve. I still believe he can attack for the knockout. It doesn't have. I think he's got 120 HP left, so it won't be able to leave any kind of attack from a Reggie anyway.
No. He's definitely not looking at that Drago this turn, so should be very straightforward for him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got boss.
There we go.
Shows it and he skips. Cool.
There we go. And we're going now to game 3, and this is what you want to see in a semi-final.
Yeah.
You want to see the big game 3s. You like those really close finals.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess that that 2 prize penalty didn't really matter too much. I think Tom was pretty far behind.
Yeah, I think you're right on that.
I mean, he played it out. Maybe he got a bit more information out of Angus's deck. And yeah, we're gonna have to see Tom kind of get things moving faster in the first couple 2 turns. I think that was a bit slow for him.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll see how Angus goes on whether he can, find that draw supporter because he really needs that to get going too.
Yeah, he does. It's just a battle. It's just a race here for both of these guys. It's whoever can get everything going the quickest.
Yeah.
Finding a bit of stream delay at the moment. Screen's currently paused. There we go.
Yep. So once again, I think Tom will probably go first.
Interestingly enough, Tom doesn't actually run any VIP parcels.
Yeah.
Thinking about that before, actually, as a quick way to get set up. We do know those Lost Zone Engine decks love to get them because those VIP passes are great Lost Zone fodder late game, and then early allows you to get all those comfies out.
It's an amazing card with the engine. Just works so well.
All right, so an Aurora Energy and a Speed Energy. We've also got a Reggie, a Lecky, and a Choice Belt for Angus. So one off of the his human heavy ball also sitting there in the prizes. And I think a rod that is on the top right. It looks like a rod to me.
Yeah, that should be fun. I mean, he's got plenty of Aleckis. I think he's got most Aleckis out of any other one, so that's fun.
And we can see on one side, I can see a Colress, a Boss, another Colress that looks like on the top right.
Yeah,
And then
that's the rod.
a rod and a Mirage Gate.
Yeah, I mean it's not too bad either way. It should be fun. I think we should just see standard comfy start, either escape rope or switch into the start off. He's got a quick ball, so he will be finding either the Gren or okay. I'm not sure what he's going to grab now. He's looking through his deck still.
I've just been notified that the top right for Angus is a scoop up net, not a rod.
Okay.
That's not too bad. You definitely want to get on those rods. You've got to be recycling those mons as quickly as possible once they get knocked out.
Yeah.
But the good thing for Angus is because he runs 3 different Reggie or Lecky, having one of them prized I wouldn't say is that hindering. Granted, it is the one with the electromagnetic sensor, which if you are in a really average position, it can be nice to recycle some of those trainers, those full art trainers. Something like he could bring a Marnie back out. He could bring
The researching.
research straight back into his hand.
Yeah, that's always a handy option to have for sure. So we have Tom benching the Manaphy for the Minion. I'm assuming he would have grabbed that chorus off it. And then he just passed over to Angus. So not the greatest start for Tom, unfortunately.
And Angus getting rid of that spicy tech, the gold suspicion. Now, this does fix the math on some Lost Zone matchups, but more so the single prize box version, not the Giratina V, where Tom is just swinging big hits again and again. He's always one-shotting. There's no point in having that sus food tin out there. Angus having a very, very explosive start here, getting rid of that twin energy, getting those Reggies on the bench straight away.
I mean, yeah, this is an amazing start for Angus. He's already got half his Reggies ready to go. Seems a couple more, and we can start seeing that acceleration and the attack. He does have an Aurora in hand as well. He's got He's got a nice hand, man. He's
Yeah.
just putting things down on the bench.
He's
Plus the
got
rope, so he can draw again.
Wow.
Um,
Manaphy coming out now. Oh, I don't know about that Manaphy. If he can get some form of knockout on that Reggie, like he does end up being really useful for Angus there. Those 40 damage to 2 different bench Pokemon can slowly add up and cause some real troubles for Thomas because he ends up fixing the math.
Yeah, for sure. Hitting the bench sniping is just so handy.
Yeah.
And Reggie's just having that extra utility, extra little threat is really nice.
So we got Angus in for the big play, attaching the speed energy, as it looks like, onto the Reggie Alecki on the bench. He's got those other 2 energies in hand. And is that an Ultra Ball as well?
Yeah, so he
so
can
there you
do
go.
turn 1 attack, which is honestly insane.
He just needs to get it himself. He just needs to get himself. There he goes.
Okay, so he does
There he
attach.
goes.
Yep. Okay, so he can Ultra Ball the energies away. I believe he Ultra Balled Capture and the Twin.
Capture, I think it was Aurora that he just
Oh,
discovered.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
means that he can accelerate this now, provided he gets the last Reggie out, which he has. So that turn 1 Reggie attack, you love to see it. You absolutely love seeing it. And if it's ever going to happen, it's usually going to be a Reggie Alecki because when you hit that speed energy, you get those extra 2 cards.
Yeah.
It just makes it that much easier. You only have to find 1 Aurora to get rid of.
Yeah.
And straight away, he's out there making big moves. Getting that 120 straight away onto Thomas's first Giratina V, and that's stuck in the active now as well.
Yeah. I mean, that was an amazing turn from Angus. It really solidifies his position in this game 3. So Tom will be looking to get that out as soon as possible, I believe, and find the comfy so he can start going through that deck. Maybe finding a Greninja as well. But yeah, that being stuck in the active is not nice at the moment.
Right now, I'm really interested to see if Thomas is going to evolve his Giratina V into the V Star, because if he does get into the V Star, he will survive another attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be the play to go. Evolving that Giratina into the V-Star, so I can give a little bit more breathing room. For Tom.
That energy recycled going early as well for Tom,
Yeah.
which could prove to be really difficult for him late game, depending how he's playing this one out. But there we go. We do see Giratina V-Star come out, so it will survive another hit from this Reggie. So it's really going to be one of those ones where you'll want to retreat, which you actually can because it's only a 2 energy cost with that twin energy. If he retreats into that Reggie Drago, he will still be able to knock out. Sure, it's a little bit awkward, but actually not. He needs to get the another Aurora energy, I believe. So I think
You might be right. It might be one in the discard pile, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so Angus draws Reggie Drago's ability there, and he finds the rope. He's seeing what energies he has in there.
Seeing what he's got there, so he knows that he can.
He can still attack again with the Regieleki again, which is why I think it's happening for.
And here comes the Manaphy, which means that being able to hit this makes that bench damage now open to him.
Oh, and he finds.
Oh, he's got the boss.
Okay, so he's going for the boss play on the Giratina, peppering both of them.
And the choice spell.
Alright.
Interesting.
Plays by Angus, yeah.
Big 150 straight onto it. And he's really careful now with what he's doing. Thomas has got to really get the ball moving. He's got to start taking knocks.
Yeah, this is such a tough matchup on the Giratina side. I mean, it's built usually for hitting Vs and V maxes, not so much single prizes. So when it comes across this matchup, it's just so difficult, especially if you're not well practiced.
Yeah, and you love hitting obviously as well the weaknesses because Reggie's have all the types. You've got Reggie Rock for Arceus. You've got the Reggie Alecki for Palkia. 7, no one's really running any fire Pokemon, so Reggie Ice is just doing its own little thing over there. But one of the things I did notice though was I believe I don't know, even Reggie Steel can't one shot pure VMAX because it's
No, it's weak to it. It doesn't do much to it. But You know, they all have their little like niche kind of matchups that you can use them in, which is so nice to have. He discards one of the Reggies again off of that Pokestop, but it's not all bad. He also discards
The gift
a
and
couple. You know what? That's not the worst thing when it comes to this deck.
no, definitely not. So that gift energy sitting there on that Reggie, like he obviously in prime position now. If it does get knocked the next turn, then we'll be able to still be able to draw some cards afterwards.
Yeah. Okay. So I think this is the first turn that Tom had a comfy in the active. Is that right? I'm not sure.
I think it is. I think you're right.
Okay, so he's finally got, you know, the one that he wants in the active. Okay. So yeah, it'll be very tough from Tom's side. I think that's is that 2 prizes now? Yeah, he's up 2 prizes,
Yeah.
Angus. And he's damaged the Giratina Visa on the bench as well.
Quick ball getting chucked there, showing the lost zone. It looks like Tom now trying to get more of a game plan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what he can do from here. Maybe just he needs to find another Giratina ready to attack for the following turns.
Conceal cards there for 2. Probably digging for a Mirage Gate. Would be
Yeah.
nice to see.
Yeah, definitely.
The only problem now is that every time he attacks, there's 2 energies going straight into the lost zone.
Yeah.
He's discarding a water energy with quick ball, getting another comfy out, trying to creep that up to 10, creep that lost zone up to 10 so he can use that other ability where he doesn't.
Yeah, and he's got to be careful with his resources. Obviously, you know, he got rid of that recycler. His rod is prized, and so you know, there's not too many energies left in the deck. I do believe.
He
So,
just tried to bamboozle Angus there with the escape rope. Angus taking a good look at his discard. Official for me to chuck into the active, and it will be that Reggie Rock.
yeah, well, I think, you know, he's probably got a Regirock in hand, or he's got a quick ball in hand and ready to get another one ready. So, you know, you kind of just whatever you have extra, you put it in the active as a Reggie. I think that's what Angus has done here. Oh, but it's a pass and over to Angus. It looks like. Yeah, he's used the energy lotto, hasn't found anything. All he has to do is get this Regirock out of the active and start swinging. Oh, but he's going to just keep it in there and use it. It looks like. Why not?
He could just do it. He was only he is hitting 140 against Comfy with only 70 HP, so it will do more than enough to knock it out.
Yeah.
And then he does have the energy to retreat the following turn.
Okay. I think Tom has scooped. That's the end of the game.
It might be. I can see that rest of Angus's prizes you haven't taken. Unless yeah, he's just used.
Oh, he's still in heavy.
He's still in heavy ball. I remember it was in his prizes. So he's just taken that that last Reggie Alecki out, and he's put his prizes back down now. So he's got 4 prizes still to go.
Yeah, it was that heavy ball. I forgot about that one. It does make you look at the prizes, doesn't it? You pick them up.
Yeah, you picked them up, and then you have to shuffle that ball in if you do take a basic.
Yeah, very handy in this deck. It's a must. And so, yeah, he's taken the knockout, and it's over to Tom to retaliate if he can.
Running back into the deck.
Using the Mirage Gate, accelerating finally. A couple of turns later, but it's got it started.
Yeah. Angus being ahead by 3 prizes in this position. Very, very tricky for Thomas. He's got those energies out.
Yep. It's going to attach to that Giratina, I believe. It's the only one that can live another hit.
He's taking a quick check of the
There's 9 in there now.
Yep.
He's ready to go.
Save the line now in the also 9 cards, it looks like, in the lost zone.
Mm.
Can see it correctly. Scoop up net coming out. The He going straight down.
Oh, maybe he wants to start a V-Star power
Perhaps.
knockout. Because why not? Maybe he doesn't. Okay, so he's got
Forward
excessive
down.
energy as well, so that's pretty cool.
You get everything he needs out. He's getting the psychic energy out.
Mm-hmm.
He might try and attach on retreat.
Yeah.
Get this attack going.
Yeah.
You know, he plays the switch card. There we go.
Why not?
So energy going straight onto that active Giratina. Leave star and then knocking out and then discarding to supposed to lost zone those two.
Yeah.
Lost zoning those
Just
two
coming
energies. And here we go. Capture energy onto the Gigas. Reggie Rock coming straight out. And now it looks like there's going to be an energy acceleration into the Drago, hitting that sweet 160 into the 120 already of
Yeah, the Giratina V-Star, yeah. It's worked out really well on Angus' side of things. The capture bringing it right back, and he's able to attack. And you know what? That's kind of what the deck does. That's why it's so dangerous. You can knock these V-Stars out so quickly, and if you're not setting, it can just snowball and just get out of hand. I think that's the case in this matchup.
Getting everything ready. Angus sadly has the gift energy still on the benched Reggie Leggy, so there will be no extra draw if it is knocked out. But I think that might be very, very hard for Thomas at this point with no backup Giratina V out there or anything at the moment. So I'll be interested to see what he decides to promote next.
Yeah. I mean,
The path is out now, so he's blocking that Greninja and then he's knocking out that Giratina V-Star. So Tom with a mountain to climb here, only taken one prize, while on the other hand we have Angus with only one prize left to get.
I mean, I do not see Tom kind of recovering from this.
Yeah, sadly I
This is
think you're
more
right.
of a training session now. He does bench that Giratina. He can still attack, obviously, you know.
Mhm.
He's got the Mirage Gate. He can switch in. You can turn, which is absolutely insane.
Angus just needs a boss to close this out in the following turn, otherwise it's just a two-shot pop up and away we go. And he's got all the energy ready to go. At least there we go. Thomas has conceded. You can see that there's no way out, and Angus is your first finalist. That's how it is.
I mean, that is very commanding from Angus' side of things. Tom didn't really get going in game 3.
No.
I mean, you kind of expected to do that at least once throughout the tournament, you know. Supposed to break at least once. I think, unfortunately, it was in the semi-finals.
Yeah. But I think Angus is going to be very excited with the next matchup that he's got, where he'll be facing a Kurum VMAX, where he's got a Reggie that has weakness on it, where he's hitting. He needs the choice belt granted. It is a bit of a tricky little matchup, that one there.
Yeah.
But he does have also the Reggie Gigas to go and face against the big Kurum VMAX, where all he needs is, once again, choice belt straight onto it, and then
That's right.
those energies there, and it's 330 exactly.
330 on the dot. So he does have access to knocking out a Kurum VMAX, which usually he's been doing that all day to other Pokemon, you know?
He has. There's a lot of Kurum VMAX out there,
Yeah.
so he'll be well adversed at that matchup, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see the Reggies actually. I see the Reggies doing quite well in that matchup.
Yeah.
Although I know Peter is playing. Oh, I'm not sure if he's playing in the final.
We just assume it's Peter because we know
Peter's an amazing player, but
he is.
it's out of Peter and Christian, I think, on the other side. So one of them, I believe they would be playing it in Polion. So that is the answer they have to the Reggie matchup. And I believe they play a Rod too, or maybe they play 1 or 2. So they've got to use that in Polion to, you know, negate the Reggie kind of engine to get going. But yeah, it should be a pretty good matchup.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how the final goes from here on in. But sadly for us, this is our last commentating game for the day. Now we get to pass off to Henry and to Julian to commentate the finals, which will be really good fun. But have you actually commentated before?
I have, but with another game.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that's fine.
So I have previous commentary experience with a different game, but
Yeah.
close enough.
All right. But how did you find today? As
I
well?
Yeah, no, it was really good. I mean, luckily we had, pretty good group of players to commentate. And so we always had a kind of action-packed games happening. And so we were able to make a lot of calls and lots of things happen. So, it was nice. What about you? How'd you go?
I've had a really, really good day today
Yeah.
commentating. It's been my first full commentating experience today, and yeah, I've had a really, really good time. I just hope they invite me back, even though I got a couple of things wrong. But we'll see how kind the boys are next time we roll around to another Champions League like what we have. But we will both say thank you very much to you guys watching at home.
Yeah.
I hope you guys have a hell of a lot of fun going into the final. So please do stick around for that. But it'll be a big goodbye from me to today. Guys,
Signing off.
take care, and we'll see you guys next time.
See you guys later.
Welcome, everybody, to the grand final of the 2022 Champions League down here in Melbourne. I'm joined here with Henry.
Hey, Julian.
Good to see you again, buddy. Man, it's been a long day. There have been some absolutely incredible games. So many different decks being played. It has been quite interesting to watch, hasn't it?
It sure has. So we've just seen Angus defeat Thomas on Giratina.
Yep.
And Angus, of course, playing Reggie's. And we saw Peter Lowe in a very interesting Kiram mirror match where I think both of them, in both games, one of them bricked.
Yeah, pretty much. And then it came down to whoever's going first in that third game.
Yep.
It's a bit rough. But yeah, I'm really excited to see this matchup because the Reggies, they've got a bit of a name for being a bit of a meme, but it's a pretty powerful deck.
It sure is. Peter Lowe's trying to beat that matchup by playing 2 Empoleon V, but Angus, of course, plays Path of the Peak. So it's going to be an interesting battle of Peter trying to slow down Angus and gain some early prize lead with Empoleon. But if Angus finds the Path of the Peak, that Regieleki is going to take out the Penguin.
Yeah, that's it. So let us get straight into what is going to be a very, very heated match. This is 2 of the best players in Melbourne right now. I'm very pumped, man.
Let's go.
All right, so we should have transitioned, and here we go. So the boys are ready. They're set up. It's unclear who is going first. They've given us the handshake. We'll find out very shortly.
Both of these players both played in Day 2 of Worlds this year. Angus made the auto qualification, and Peter Lowe made it through Day 1. So he grinded in with Palkia. And here we see a pretty strong start from Peter already. Palkia, Greninja, Guru, but no Kyurem as of yet, and no Empoleon either.
Yeah, so the Empoleon is pretty key to this matchup. Henry, tell us a little bit about why.
So Empoleon will, its ability will, when it's in the active spot, turn off the abilities of your opponent's basic Pokemon, non-rule box as well. So the Reggie deck is full of those.
Yep.
So it will turn off Regidrago's ability, which allows you, the Reggie player, to draw into a form when it's in the active, but it will also turn off Regigigas' Ancient Wisdom, which is the core of the deck that accelerates the energy. So Empoleon denying that is a very big deal. Now, Angus plays a few ways around that. So he plays 3 Escape Rope, which if there's only one Empoleon on the board and it's in the active, Escape Rope will, of course, push it out. But in addition to that, Angus plays something else.
Yes, Angus also plays Path of the Peak.
Yes.
Now, there's a stadium card that it's basically a staple in most decks, purely because there are a lot of decks where V Pokemon, or any rule box Pokemon rather, will use an ability. So this will shut off Greninja, but more importantly, it will shut off Empoleon's ability, it will shut off Palkia's V-Star ability too, and it will shut off Kyurem VMAX's. So it basically thwarts Peter's entire game plan. Most of this matchup hinges on Angus getting that path out ASAP.
Yes, and Angus, unlike some other Reggie decks, does only play one path. He's actually opting for Escape Rope as more of his attack to get rid of this Empoleon. Now, that means if Peter gets 2 down, it is going to be problematic. But as we see, there's only one on the board at the end of his turn, so we're going to see Angus begin with a Regirock and a Regieleki already straight from hand.
Yeah, and this is why, it's interesting because the Empoleon kind of made a bit of a comeback post-Lost Origins meta because Giratina and the Lost Zone deck were so prevalent. So this, you could argue, technically, that it's kind of came back to deal with Comfy. But it has the benefit of dealing with the Reggies as well. Empoleon was suggested as a one-off the tech against Reggies when the Reggie deck came to life, basically. But it's seen new life now with another deck that utilizes the ability of a basic Pokemon.
It sure has. We've seen Manik straight from Angus. He's looking for Escape Rope here, but ultimately it doesn't matter too much. However, he doesn't want Peter to find that second Empoleon. He wants to at least force something early on.
Yeah, and Peter is probably going to look to get a Kyurem on the board because at the moment he only has the Empoleon. Now, does he put the Kyurem out in this matchup, or does he just stick purely to running with the Palkias and the Greninjas?
So both Pokemon will be one-shot by a different Reggie. So Kyurem will be KO'd 1 attack by Gigaton Break from Regigigas. However, the Palkia will get one-shot by a Regieleki. So both require Belt or previous damage from the splash damage from Terra Spark from Regieleki. But both attackers are vulnerable. So I would recommend probably, with Peter's going to look to use a mix of both.
Yeah, I guess the risk there is once the Kyurem VMAX comes out, it's a very vulnerable 3 prizes that Angus is going to be looking to take. So
let's have a look at these prizes here.
Yep.
I'm seeing a heavy ball from Peter. So Peter's going to pick up his prizes, but on Angus's side, we see a Regirock, we see Research, we see Regigigas, Rod, belt, and a suspicious food tin. Now, the belt is relevant because we've already seen one discarded. But while Peter looks at this, we actually can talk about the suspicious food tin.
Yeah.
quickly. And that's in there. I don't know if you saw earlier, Julian, but it actually won Angus a winning in against
Okay.
a Lost Zone toolbox deck that plays Ice Cube. Now, Angus has put this in because he has the other Regieleki that will allow him to get one card from his discard to come into his hand. And that combined with the suspicious food tin will out-heal the damage from Ice Cube.
Yeah, we spoke about it before the day started because we did have the deck list, obviously. And yeah, one of the first things I said to you when I saw Angus's list was like, what is the tin's purpose there? And you basically said, yeah, it's going to deal with Ice Cube. And it was one of those meta calls that came about because I think Angus kind of knew another player was probably going to be around that Ice Cube. So it was put in purely to deal with that matchup. Yeah. Does it have much relevance outside of that, though?
Very, very sparingly. It can be useful against the single prize Lost Zone deck, but that's already a favorable matchup. It is fairly kind of single purpose, but hey, it's worked for Angus, so
It's got him here.
can't knock it, yeah.
Yeah, as we see Peter puts down the Curum, I believe, or is that the second Empoleon? I cannot tell from the
That's the
pencil.
Curum beat.
That's the Curum.
The Curum comes down
Yep.
from the
V
instances. So
V
we
Star
see
comes out.
Palkia V-Star.
And there is a training court out on the field. Now that's interesting. As for Peter's stadium cards that he runs a Lost Vacuum, so he will be able to get rid of a part if it does pop up. And he runs a second court. So I guess one of his ancestor path, which may or may not come up, is now out there. If I don't believe his second court is prize and he's vacuuming it. So he will have a way to deal with path if it does eventually come out here.
Crobat come down. Now this is massive because now there's no room for a second Empoleon on the bench.
Okay.
So now Angus's 3 ropes are now live outs to Empoleon. So he's going to be able to fairly handily get rid of that. However, if he's looking to use Regieleki to KO the Empoleon, it will mean that he'll have to probably find the path to actually KO it in the S.
Right, yeah. So this Empoleon is loaded up. And I'm going to be honest with you, I have not seen Empoleon's attack come out in a game. Empoleon's attack, Henry.
Yes. So Swirling Slice
Yep.
for water and 2 colors is 130, and then moves an energy from the Empoleon to one of your bench.
Okay, so now I'm starting to see why that is such a great one of in this deck, or 2 of. It's a great card to put into the Curum deck because you do get to manipulate your energy around. As it puts the choice belt on and I believe takes a knockout. So Angus is going to be looking to bring back, that was Reggie Drago that got knocked out. He's going to be trying to find another one of those to get them on the field in order to pull up an attack on this next turn. Now, I can't see Angus's hand. I'm using the stream a little bit, but his passage of play from here on out. I know he did pull up a research, so he's going to probably try and burn as much of his hand as he can before he's going with this.
So Angus has played Escape Rope now.
Okay.
Interesting to see what Peter chooses to promote. We see the Crobat. Now, Angus has gone straight in with the Regieleki to respond. The Regielecky's Terry Spark will, of course, soften up some bad Pokemon a little bit, which is very crucial for a lot of the damage here for these Pokemon. So that is the Terra Spark Regieleki.
Yep.
And then we see a research straight up. So now the Empoleon's out of the active.
Yep.
All of these basic Pokemon have their abilities counted.
Yeah. And I reckon, I'm fairly certain Angus is going to be looking to soften up probably that Curum VMAX, because that is a nice 3 prizes that he's going to want to grab at some point. He will then have a pretty straightforward path to victory if he puts the damage on the Curum VMAX, and obviously some of that damage is going to have to go on the Crobat. He'll have to take out the Curum VMAX, the Crobat, and potentially just a Rangaroo or Greninja. I think Greninja will probably be easier out of those.
So it's an interesting decision here because by putting 120 on the Crobat, it means that you're going to have to use Terra Spark 2 more times to clean that up with that damage. But we actually see Peter retreat here. So Angus retreat here.
Okay, so he's promoted the Regi Gigas. And
Yes, now this is really smart. Angus is trying to get rid of that Empoleon. So he's trying to force Peter to have a boss on this turn to deal with the Regieleki. Because as I talked to you, if Angus wants to carry that Empoleon, he has to find the one-off path.
Yep.
Whereas clearly he's opting now. Well, if Peter was to put up that Empoleon, then Angus will have a response. So he's forcing Peter to have one of his 2 bosses.
now we know that Peter has not prized both those bosses, so they are in there. It's 2 bosses that Peter's carrying in this deck, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Has he got a method to find them, though, that easily? I mean, he has hit the Crobat already. He only plays the 1.
He already played Crobat. He does have 2 Rotophone and the Greninja draw.
Okay.
That is it. This is especially relevant because this is very smart from Angus. He recognizes that with his experience from the deck and the matchup, that he doesn't need the tempo from attacking as soon as possible. He values the targets that he's selecting rather than how quick and how often he can.
Yeah. I think it's a given that Peter probably gets flowing, gets his Cure VMAX powered up a little bit earlier than Angus will. Angus has to work quite hard to get that going. If Peter gets optimal start, it's quite easy for him to start loading up energy on his Pokemon. But like you said, Angus, for him, single prize deck, he has to just be selective and wise about which Pokemon he targets. So Peter has promoted the Empoleon again, and I think this is exactly like you said. I think this is forcing him to bring it back up. And
Peter does have the boss.
Yeah.
So Peter will boss up that Regieleki. But Angus is looking to rinse and repeat this, because if we count, if Angus is able to one-shot a Pokemon every time, that means he'll need 3 attacks to win. Whereas Peter will need 6 no matter what.
Yeah.
So he's taking 2 of his 6. And so Angus has 1 more turn leeway of doing nothing.
Yeah.
Until he actually he's fall behind in prize.
Yeah, right. Okay, so with that turned out over and Peter taking the knockout, Angus has promoted the Dragon, and it's just a matter of what options he's got through this next turn. Now he has played the research. He does play multiple research, and Marty looks like he has put down a boss. Great. So the Crobat comes back up, and I feel like Angus wouldn't have done that unless he knows that he can pull up an attack from this turn. So that the Leki's most definitely coming back. There it is. Now, how many cards are going to get? He's got 2, so he's most likely going to Marnie or research. Although, yeah, how does he get this Drago out of the active? He's able to load up the energy freely now because Empoleon is back on the bench. But from here on out, to get this Drago out, what's his play?
He may not need to. He may just be looking to attack with the Drago itself.
Okay.
Because what that does is it puts Crobat with 20 health left. So a Terra Spark from Regieleki will deal 40 damage onto a bench Pokemon and treat this Crobat as effectively a one-shot.
That's right.
Now, once again, Peter is now forced to find a boss, so onto the Regieleki. But we're actually going to stand out.
Okay. So he nets the Drago and he has loaded up the Registeel. Okay, so the Registeel is primed. And that's definitely not going to be targeting this. He's not targeting the Crobat. He must have a way to.
Oh, no, that's really clever.
Okay.
So he's recognized that there's an air balloon on the Crobat.
Right.
Now, even without that, I think that the Registeel would do plenty of damage. But it does 20 damage minus either 40 or 50 for the amount of retreat costs. Because the Crobat has an air balloon and no retreat, the Registeel will do full damage, which will do 220.
Wow.
Now, both that or the Regirock would have taken the knockout. But what's even more clever is that Angus knows he has a Regirock prize. Therefore, he wants to use the Regi that has 2 copies rather than the one that has 1.
Wow.
That is a very, very intricate play.
That honestly, I mean, that would have gone over my head. You're so used, recognize that the balloon's there and see that actually has left the Crobat super vulnerable. I feel like
what's more impressive to me is the fact that he chose to use that over the Regirock, which would hit for weakness and guarantee a knockout.
Right.
Now, he's chosen it just because that tiny, tiny detail where he has that second copy of Registeel as opposed to Rock, so he won't need to rot it back in.
And it's critical in this matchup that, yes, you do not burn the Regis that you're not able to get back, because if you did that, like I said, he would be left in a pretty precarious position there. So Peter with the Empoleon in the active now is mulling over his options. It looks like we are going to
Another swelling slice.
Yep, so taking them
We'll knock out that Registeel.
Yeah. And it's great. I feel like Angus he's in a pretty dominant position right now. He's in a favorable position because, as you said, Peter may have the 3 prizes there, but Angus I think has authority over what's going to happen over this next turn and who's going to live and who's going to.
He does. However, he is starting to struggle with nets. Nets are going to be a premium resource for him if he's going to continue to do this.
Yep.
But we're hoping that he's got something like an escape rope or a path, something to deal with Empoleon.
For him to get an attack off this turn, he does need rope. He hits the Marnie, so he's probably looking for that rope right about now.
Yeah, he'll need a rope. He'll need Path to the Peak will also work.
Yep.
But he only has 1 of those, so it's a premium resource.
As for the rope, he has 3, and I feel like he's used 2 so far, so he'll be looking for at least 1 of them. Angus is going to be hoping that he top nexus of the Marnie. The disruption wouldn't have helped Peter, but again, Peter's pretty. Peter has options, so it's not like the Marnie is going to completely reset and stop him in his tracks.
We see a Pokestop. That's a quick way for Angus to try and find this rope, but he's been unable to. Now, Angus has taken 2 prizes. Peter has taken 3 at this point.
Yep.
So it is still possible for Angus to win and catch up in 2 turns.
Where basically, this is where he is not afforded any more turns like that, because that turn obviously didn't put him ahead. It's probably put him, it's even the playing field here for Peter. And if Peter gets what he wants off this phone, well, he will get what he wants because he's just going to Orangaroo for it to grab Silver.
And what we find that's unfortunate here too is that Angus actually missed the manual attachment from hand that turn. So he was unable to attach an energy to that Regieleki, meaning that next turn he will not be able to.
Yeah, right.
That was really what Angus was digging for there beyond anything else.
Okay. For Angus, this looks like he could be.
There is a boss's orders. That is problematic because the Gigas had no way to be knocked out. That's the second boss from Peter.
Yep.
And overall, one of the very few things that Angus was scared about that time.
Yeah. Now that is, as you said, that's the second boss. So Peter does not have another. He's not playing the power pad, so he won't be able to grab another one. But he may not need it at this point in the game.
He will not need another boss. He's gained the tempo required.
Yep.
That now he can afford to just attack with Kirim and win, provided that Angus isn't able to take any knockouts this turn.
Now Angus will. Yeah, he's gonna have to rod spring back. That's Reggie. Oh, jeez, that was Reggie that got knocked out.
It'll be
It's so hard to.
I believe it's double Regieleki. It'll be coming back.
Yeah, it can be so hard to keep track. The Reggie matchup, I feel like when you're playing it moves so quickly. But the Reggie players, they know exactly. They know what they have to do to get their bench set up. Sometimes I feel like when you're playing against it, almost feels like you have no control over which way the game's going. The Reggie deck just feels like it brings things back to the bed at will.
It sure does. Now, there's the research.
Yep.
We can see the second twin come down. This is big because the Reggie Gigas will be able to attack if required. Now, that is again relevant because the splash damage from Regieleki will finish off the damage.
Okay.
But again, that one path is what we're going to be looking for.
Yeah. Angus is most likely crying for that path to come out at some point. It would ease a lot of the pressure that he's on right now. The Aleki comes out. We'd love to see Angus's hand, but we are not afforded that. We need a. There's a lot of camera angles here today. We need a fifth one. Angus will show us in just a moment which way he's going to take this. As he calls a. I missed that.
That would be an escape rope, yeah.
Yeah. Didn't see that go on the trash, but hey, it happened. Oh no, you can see that now. Yeah, so he's roped him up. Okay, now for Angus, it's a matter of just getting that energy onto the Aleki, which we're able to do. Thanks to Holy Active.
Yep.
Now this
And that is the other Regieleki. So that's the one with electromagnetic sonar.
okay.
Not the Terra Spark.
Now that attack, sorry, you'll have to inform me for this one. How much damage does this one do?
So this one does 120, but it can only target one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. It cannot hit the active.
Alright, so you'll be looking to target Empoleon. Yeah. Well, that's actually pretty. This is great for Angus because if he takes that Empoleon out, he does take the 2 prizes, but he then no longer has to, I guess, push because a lot of this feels like Angus has to push really hard to shoot, and I guess to basically gust that Empoleon. The opposite gust. You want to push it out of the active.
Now, this is really interesting because what Angus is going to do is actually not target the Empoleon.
Okay.
He's actually going to take out the Orangaroo. And this is entirely about Angus's prize mapping because the only way he can win, he's not afforded another downtime turn.
Yeah.
So this must directly work. So he's taken out the Guru.
Yep.
And now Peter's unable to boss. He's unable to take out that Regigigas. And so we'll have to hit into this gift energy.
Yeah.
Gift energy will replenish Angus's hand. And his deck would be quite thin by now. So provided Angus finds a boss's orders, he can be able to take out the Cure and VMAX for game.
That is amazing. That is such a. I guess, like you said, he's done the prize mapping. He's basically looked 2-3 turns ahead here and realized that the capture energy, so the gift energy is going to be critical in the matchup and the game. And as you said, it not so much stalls, but I guess it disrupts Peter's game plan, which is to utilize that Orangaroo as much as possible during your turn. Without that, and like you said, without the 2 bosses, Peter's going to be at a bit of an impasse here where he's forced to help Angus with the knockout.
Yeah, I mean, there is no alternative here. A knockout has to be taken.
Yep.
There's no way to fix this, essentially. There is a Roxanne for Peter. But even then, the gift energy is going to go straight back up to 7.
Right, yeah.
So this is, as we see, the 2 resources of the boss, whilst they did buy Peter time, have now left him essentially without them.
Yeah,
That's the later part of the game.
I mean, did Peter have another option there at any other point in the game? Did he have another option to not play those bosses.
No, they were definitely the best way to go about it. But Angus has been able to string together something here with the ropes. Peter has not been able to get double Empoleon, which is essentially what he was probably.
In a way, he kind of passed it up because he did load up his bench without bringing that second Empoleon
I
out.
will actually comment that quickly. Peter only plays with one Empoleon.
Oh, right. Okay.
So that means that every single rope that Angus plays is actually an effective Empoleon counter, as opposed to most of the Cure in the decks that we play to.
Right. Okay. So for Angus, and I'm pretty sure Angus realized this by now, seeing as no second Empoleon came out and isn't, but yeah, all he has to do in this, well, provided that he makes his way through this first game, in the next game is the same path of play. Eliminate that Empoleon as quickly as possible and use whatever tools you have to get rid of it, to get it out of the active.
So if we look at the remaining prize cards left for Angus and Peter, we're not going to be. We notice that there may not be that many resources, but it'll be interesting to see which ones there are. So we can't actually tell, but we do know that way that it's 2 to 3.
Yeah.
So like we were talking about, we have kept the proper track that it will be 1 turn away for either for Peter to win.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. So Angus will have to find boss this time.
Yeah, that's right. Now, I do not recall boss being prized. I know one of them is research. There's the knockout. So, yeah, as Peter then in fact move that energy over onto the Cure, he does only need 1 more prize to win, and I feel like he's got it as Angus has just scooped there.
Yeah, I think Angus has flashed the boss there. I'm unsure what's happened there.
Unless, yeah, so it's either gone one of 2 ways, as you said, and Peter knows that he hasn't got in a position to win it, or Angus scooped.
Yeah, I would imagine that Angus definitely would have won there, unless he was out of boss's orders. But I can't imagine that was the case.
I'd like to get confirmation before we make
But
it.
Angus just pointed to Peter, so I'm confused as to what happened there. So Peter won that game. Okay. What about confused? Perhaps Angus was out of boss.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
game. So Angus will scoop it up, unable to string together the win.
Yep. So if he's pointed to Peter, is he going second in this matchup? He's going second, or Peter's probably going to.
No, he pointed as in Peter got the win.
Yeah. Okay.
I believe what may have happened there was that Angus had a boss prize.
Yep.
And he tried to get it with that snipe from Reggie Lucky.
Yep.
And was unable to.
Didn't reach. Yeah.
3rd place.
Nice, man. Congratulations. So we just have confirmation that Thomas has come 3rd. Thomas, one of the extremely skilled senior players. He did very well today.
Yeah. I was better Thomas.
Yeah. He ran with the Giratina there. He was running Lost Zone Giratina. His final matchup was against Angus. And yeah, that went down to 3 games. That was a pretty tight matchup.
Zero boss prize, but two mighty for Angus.
Yep.
Seems like nothing of consequence.
You're so used to seeing the Capacious Buckets come out very quickly for the Palkia and the Kira matchup. But Peter has to really navigate this quite carefully. He has to be very selective about which Pokemon he brings out and the sequencing that he does, because like we said, the opponent is so important. So Angus with the start here he's got a pretty decent start there. He's got the Drago out, the Rock, the Steel, and the Alecki. Looks like he has discarded multiple energy there, as he may have researched, or he wouldn't have researched. It's kind of hard to see.
So he's used Dragon Sword, which is the ability of Reggie Drago.
Okay.
Strong 4.
Yep.
I'm going to see what's interesting is that if he's able to pull off the turn 1 Ancient Wisdom, that puts him in a massive advantage given against the Empoleon.
Right.
So able to power up that Reggie Lucky. Essentially, the Empoleon is going to be a non-factor.
Interesting. And Peter does have to get that Empoleon out. We're assuming that it's going to be an absolute given, but he may not be able to pull it out. We haven't seen Peter's hand here as Peter commences his turn, so we can see he's ripped out there is one of the Empoleons and a Palkia. I believe that's Empoleon. Yep. Yeah, with the Battle VIP pass, he has also hit the Irida, which is a pretty solid start as the Greninja comes out. Unless you wait. Just look at Reline card now. Most likely going to be, I'm assuming, a bucket. As you can use the search. It is.
There's switch.
Yeah. So he's able to essentially, this is basically the slowdown. The opponent comes into the active and Angus just has to deal with it.
Yep. Peter being very research. And not essentially show not doing the wrong order and make sure that everything's very clear.
Yeah.
With the switch, we'll come straight down to the Empoleon, and Angus will once again have to deal with it.
Yeah, concealed cards now. Greninja he continues to reach before he makes that play with the switch. And what has he drawn from this? Looks like he has found what is that? Is that a dark hide? Is that a it's a wash energy, sorry.
Your wash energy, and then we're going to see the Rotom first.
The wash energy now. Henry, I'm gonna have to refresh my memory. Wash energy.
Yeah, so wash energy prevents all effects of attacks done to your water Pokemon that this is attached to. Now, in this matchup specifically, it will block Regice's Blizzard Bind, which stops your opponent's V Pokemon from it.
Right, okay. It almost feels a little bit redundant putting that on the Empoleon. I mean, that would be my first say. Yeah, wash energy. I mean, I saw it sort of coming back a little bit in this recent format, but for me, I just didn't see what purpose it was serving.
Yeah, so it's served to prevent being knocked out from Star Requiem, Giratina V-Star's V-Star attack.
Right.
It also prevents the damage placed from Lost Mine from setting away.
Okay.
But there's the rope straight away from Angus.
Yeah.
So Empoleon's going to be immediately out of the active.
Yep.
But I'm going to say, I'm not sure what's going on.
Yep. So the Greninja has been promoted.
Yep. And there's a research discarding another research. Big deal since that Angus has prized 2 draw supporters in the 2 mana. But
Yeah.
another rope is gone as well. So that is a problem. If Angus does not attack this turn, the Empoleon is going to really prove problematic.
Yeah. Now, in terms of pacing here in the prize race, how much leeway do you feel Angus has got through this matchup?
As we talked about last game, Angus has 3 turns.
Okay, so it does remain the same.
He can drop 3 prizes as long as he is able to then one-shot Pokemon every single turn.
Yeah, that's right.
A little bit less if Peter manipulates his attackers, but as a rule of thumb, you'll pretty much always be free.
Yeah, okay. City attached there onto the Aleki. As Angus contemplates which direction to take the next move here. There's quite a few cards in hand. But sequencing is going to be very important. As you said, burning those research into the discard, knowing that the Marnies are also a couple of those Marnies there are prized too.
Here's the Ultra Ball.
Yeah.
We'll see the rock problem.
So we'll be pushing against.
So Angus will be pushing to attack with the Gigas. Now, big reason for that is that it's unable to be one-shot by Empoleon V.
Okay.
It is 150 and Empoleon does 130. Now, this is especially relevant because then Peter is either forced to half hit a Reggie, which he never wants to do, or he has to get this Empoleon out of the active, which also he doesn't want to do. So either way, it's a bit of a lose-lose.
Yeah, okay.
So we've seen, I believe, 2 twin hit the discard now, which means that the Gigas will be able to be powered up in 1 turn, provided that Angus can find that 6th twin.
Needs to get that Red Ice ASAP, and I feel like he's playing with quite a bit of conviction here, so I feel like he does have access to it. As he scoops. Yeah.
It looks like he's not able to, so he will need to Reggie Drago here
Yeah.
for 1, and that's looked like a bit of a shake of the head.
Yeah, losing that leeway is a little bit unfortunate because it does then basically close that gap for Angus. It makes it a little bit harder for him throughout the next couple of turns. And potentially, depending on which knockout Peter takes here, it could hold him and set him back even further.
And the big deal we've seen is that 2 rope are gone already now.
Yeah.
A lot of draw supporters, a lot of ropes, no more access to Dragon Sword under Empoleon. And so it's pretty big nuisance.
Yeah. It's like I said, it's, unless you're playing the Reggie, the matchup, it can feel a little bit confusing. I mean, at least for me. I know a lot of very competitive and high level players know which way this Reggie matchup is going, but I think that's what made it such a strong deck is that it can take so many players off guard. And if you don't give it the respect that it deserves, it will take a stranglehold over the round.
Yeah, I think that the big deal with this match is that Reggie has a very strong matchup spread in paper, but it does often fall short on consistency.
Yeah.
Now, especially when dealing with this Empoleon, even if you have plenty of answers, the fact that you need more and more cards, even just 1 extra card a turn that you need in your combo, it means that the deck becomes even less consistent.
That's right.
Now, it definitely is a favorable matchup for Angus, but it's proving that it's not always that easy.
Yeah. The variety of Pokemon in it that have a great weakness matchup against everything that is missing Giratina would suggest that, yes, it is a great deck and that this matchup is favorable for Angus, but yes, consistency would be the issue with it. And when Angus has burned through so many of the cards that give him consistency, like those research, it does make it a little bit harder. So Peter has hit the concealed cards already on the Greninja. He's got the one attached there. Now, is he going to go for Splash with Moonlight Shuriken with the Greninja? It looks like he very well may.
He'll be retreating. So he's
Yeah.
going to retreat and then he'll start pull the Empoleon. And Peter recognizes that his win condition is this Empoleon. Now, Angus, of course, still has 2 turns left to kind of relax. But it's not always that easy.
It can be a little bit tricky. Sometimes you almost forget. Palkia does have a role in this matchup. With it being so Kyurem intensive and Kyurem's abilities sort of driving the energy attach and acceleration, you always forget that that's Palkia's bread and butter with the Star Portal there. So he does exactly like you said, he gets the energy attached there onto the Empoleon thanks to the retreat on the Greninja. And with those, with that, he's going to take the knockout and shift the energy over to the Palkia V start now. Interesting. So we actually don't have a Kyurem V. We don't have a Kyurem V out here at all. And again, the advantages match up in damage that Angus has with the Regice.
So Angus might have a dead hand here. There is a capture, which definitely would have been useful last turn.
Yeah. He has to work quite hard in this turn, as we've been saying all throughout. Okay, so he gets the ice out.
Regice. Let's see what else he's got going on.
He does need to get the rope. And that's, like you said, you've got to really work for it. As I believe he's mining here.
Research. Research. Okay.
Wow, this is pretty good. We got 70 cards. He should find what he needs.
See what he finds. There's a lot of options here. We have 2 Empo counters left with rope and path.
Yep.
Both would be fairly useful. The path would absolutely be excellent. Path, scoop up net. But it really doesn't look like a whole lot.
Like
Yet
this
again.
down there.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah.
But it's going to go straight onto the Regigigas.
Yeah. So
Not quite the KO he's looking for,
no.
but still quite good.
Now, question is, does Peter have an out or a way to bump that part? It coming out before Peter's dropped any training courts does mean that, yes, he has a very high likelihood of finding it between the Lost Vacuum and the 2 training courts. He should bump this pretty early on. If he doesn't, it'll actually be quite unfortunate.
Even without the bump, I'd say the path has done its job.
Yeah.
This Regigigas, as we talked about, is not being able to deal with by the Empoleon.
Yeah.
It will have to switch into the Palkia. If the Palkia takes the KO, then Empoleon's no longer in the active.
Right.
The fact that this much energy has been built up means that essentially it's done its job. This Empoleon strategy is over.
Yeah. So despite not taking the KO there, the path has done what it needed to do. It's bought Angus that extra turn and it has basically disrupted Peter's game plan there.
Mm-hmm. And really, we see the Regieleki go down because, of course, Peter is worried about that Terra Spark taking a multi-prize turn.
Yep.
But really, it doesn't matter for Angus. And this is why this Empoleon, whilst it proves very useful game 1, is a fairly fragile strategy.
Yeah.
If they do get out of it, well, it's over.
Yeah. This Empoleon will go down and Peter will have to rely on his Palkia V star as his primary attacker, which is most likely why he has now ripped out that Kyurem V, which is on the bench. But again, this knockout puts Angus at 4 prize, and Henry, I'm not going to lie, I'm going to have to get you to recover how this positions Angus in this prize race, because it is quite tricky to follow along.
So we've seen Peter take 2 prizes now.
Yep.
Angus has taken none, but as we talked about, as long as Peter hasn't taken more than 3, Angus is still able to come back.
Yep.
So given that Angus has dealt that damage to the Empoleon and has now taken a knockout,
Yep.
and they're dead even at 4, Angus is, I would say this is a very even game now.
Yep. This could go either way.
If Angus streams together attacks for the rest of the game, he will win.
Yep.
But he's down several choice belts. Now that means that the Kyurem VMAX will potentially survive a hit, but this may prove a little bit more problematic than we think.
All right. So we see a Mani come out in play. So Peter probably doesn't have an ideal hand. And this may work in Angus's favor because it does refresh him, depending on what he had last hand. I mean, I feel like he exhausted most of his options and used all the cards that he had there. Really, he would be looking for something like that to get a bit of a refresher. Mani, it's a double-edged sword. Most of the time, it does do quite disruptive damage to your hand, but at the same time, it can also mine into something that you really, really need for that next turn.
Sure can. We see plenty of ways for Angus to come back, but this belt being used is problematic because he's going to have to do the following sequence if he wants to one-shot 2 attackers. He's going to need to Terra Spark with a belt this turn, KO that Palkia, and place 40 damage on the Kyurem. If he's unable to do that, it would prove quite difficult for him for the rest of this game.
Okay. Now, let's see.
He does again have 1 turn of leeway, though.
Yeah.
So he is able to potentially not one-shot on one of them, but he will have to throw it back eventually.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, this point of the game, at this juncture here, it's important to highlight that how this plays out for Angus, it's not luck dependent. It is all probability. Well, for the most part, it is all probability based. You know, burning through those cards that you need later on in the game, burning through those essential keys to taking the knockout, taking that prize part like the choice belt. He has fewer opportunities to get to it, and with there only being, I believe, 3 belts in there, looking for one, it's going to be quite tricky. He may be afforded this turn of leeway, but after that, if it doesn't come up, it's going to be very difficult for him to turn his one around.
I'm not sure. Well, he is looking to swing together an attack, potentially with a Reggie Lackey is what he's looking for. At worst, Rich Draco would be okay, but either way, he does want that Reggie Lackey attack this turn. It comes down now.
Yep.
But he's very low on nets as well. So all of these resources are going to very premium for him.
As I believe has he Manik here, or the 2 cards that Peter has? What are those 2 face down cards there? What they would be? As he loads up the Alecki. It was his hand. He was looking through his trash.
Yes.
He's disgusting.
Yeah, that was.
Yep.
Yeah. There's the scoop.
There's the scoop.
The Gigas.
Yep.
He's going to pick it up and put it back down. Which really, I'm not sure if you're aware, but this will allow a second use of Ancient Wisdom, I believe.
Okay. My assumption would have been right. So is he loading up his second attacker
Yeah, or he's looking to use it.
to get the retreat? I mean, because he could have just easily,
Yeah, he's powering his second attacker now.
which means he's got another.
He knows he's probably very low on resources this game.
Yeah.
He's potentially low on Reggie's. Maybe he's out of Rod,
Right.
which would mean that if he gets knocked out, he might be unable to
Yeah.
do that. So he's choosing to power up both of his attackers straight away.
Yep. Now he has retreated, unless he scooped it
Picked up
out.
this-
He scooped it up.
Spread Drago.
Yeah. And from here on out, does he really need any more? I mean, he's in a pretty good position here. Like you said, he's loaded up. He has the contingency in the event that he isn't able to get the Reggies out he needs to power up the Gigas. But he's set for the next turn here at the very least. I'd say this is like a pretty favorable rank is.
Yeah, it's interesting to see why he has done this net play to power up this Gigas. He's potentially made it easier for him, but I'm concerned that perhaps that leaves him vulnerable to the boss from Pitlow if Angus is officially out of breaking rods like he seems to be playing towards. He's praying. I'm not sure what he's praying for. I think he's looking for that belt. No belt.
Find it. That was a very big reach. And in a way, this makes Peter's play from here on out pretty linear. He knows what he has to do. There's no ambiguity in what Angus could possibly do on his next turn. It's quite clear. Peter has to play this, I guess, perfectly. And he knows, yes. You know what I mean? Like I'm looking at this and I'm saying Peter has a couple options and he knows which ones he has to take to win. He just needs to get the tools to pull it off.
We're going to see another QMV come down. Rick heads up from Peter, knowing that 40 damage is incredibly relevant. He's trying to do a new fresh QMV max to force that belt out of Angus.
Right. Now, it feels like Angus's deck would be pretty light on at this point. His discard looks very heavy, and we have seen him burn through a lot of cards. So
We've seen several uses of Pokestop.
yeah,
Melody comes down from Peter, powers out the second QM. Like I said, he's gunning for a second VMAX.
yeah. Does he get it?
He won't be able to evolve this turn, but he's looking to use that one as a
Right, that's it.
second QMV. Okay.
Hey, where'd you go?
He's bumped the Pokestop.
He's bumped Pokestop.
Yeah, so we're training the board out. Now the Pokestop, if the Pokestop had remained there, that would have been very, very favorable for Angus because he would have had a simple opportunity or almost a surefire way to find that choice belt with so few cards left in his deck. Is Angus at risk of decking out at this point?
I wouldn't say so.
No.
So at this point in the game, Angus is able to pretty comfortably. He is at 3 cards in discard, but he's able to pretty comfortably play around here. Okay. There is the energy going straight onto the Reggie Lackey.
Yep.
All right, this is very carefully calculated by Angus. However, he's going to be very careful to not use a gift energy, however, because that could resort to him decking out.
Yeah. And I'm just wondering, have we missed that the other choice belt is prize for Angus? No, it's not.
No, it doesn't. It's not prized.
No. So, geez, it's going to be quite. It would be unfortunate if he doesn't find this belt at some point from here on out the rest of the game.
We're going to see the Terror Spark again.
Yeah.
And we see the boss as well. So we're going to see the boss takes out that QMV. And also actually will knock out the Palkia on the bench with the bench damage. So won't perhaps knock out this QM V? No, it won't. Will not knock out the QMV, but it will take out that Palkia.
And then it is just a matter of Angus taking out another 2 prizes from here. And he's in a pretty solid position because we know that Peter cannot take 2 prizes this next turn. Yeah, he will most likely take a knockout. It's just a matter of Angus getting that last one on his next turn. I feel like he's primed to be able to do it. He has sequenced this very well. I mean, I'd say he's played this as best as he possibly could have.
We've seen
It was an energy.
Palkia remains on the bench.
That was an energy retrieval, I believe, played by Peter.
It's right. Palkia remains on the bench. We'll have a look at Angus's prizes quickly.
Yeah.
And we'll see what we can find there. See what's going on.
Luckily, they was going to pop up if we could see the prize.
Yeah, see too. So that Palkia is still on the bench. I'm not sure what's happened there. Has Peter not discarded that?
I feel
I feel like he's perhaps not discarded the Palkia.
we're just going to give a heads up to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
players over the casting table that looks like a Pokemon that should be dead is alive.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused as to what happened there. If Angus did take his 2 prize cards.
Yeah, he did take them.
Yeah, he definitely did. Yeah, cool.
So the Peter has evolved that Kieran. We got a Kieran VMAX out here in play now.
And let's see if Peter finds the boss.
Yeah.
Give it to me.
As he's hit the Rangaroo. Swaps and
Yeah.
getting the water attach. It is going to come down to that boss, isn't it?
Sure will.
Waiting. There,
Of course, Peter will not straight win from the game from this. There will be still more time, but it will depend on how many resources Angus has remaining.
Yeah. Like we said before, he's very close to exhausting his entire deck, unless Amani or something comes out and gives him a little bit of a refresher. Even then, that won't buy him that much time. This game will be over. I think this game will be over before the deck out happens.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would imagine that Angus will not lose the deck out. Yeah.
No. Now, has Peter got a path to finding that boss outside? Well, he cannot conceal the cards anymore because he has already exhausted that. He would need to scoop it up and go to Flora. He cannot do that either. He hasn't got a definitive search for it. Has the Crobat come out?
Crobat has come out.
Yeah. So it's going to be difficult.
Crobat has not come out yet. No, the Crobat has not been played this game.
Oh, okay.
It's not been into play.
Yeah.
Whether it's been a discard pile or not is unlikely. So that will be an option.
Yep.
There's a quick ball, and we're likely to see this one for the
Crobat.
Yeah.
It almost feels like as soon as you start talking about it, that's the passage of play that occurs. So Peter has a very good chance of finding that boss at this point. He does play with 2. If he doesn't, Angus is still well and truly in a solid commanding position here. All right. Crobat of Truth. Peter absolutely gunning for that boss. Usually when it comes out, it gets slammed on the table. It's quite tense, I'm telling you. I'm low-key, I've been rooting for the Reggie Day. I wanted to see it succeed all through the rest of the
I want to see this go to a game 3.
Yeah.
I want to see this go to a game 3, especially always feels like you're rooting for it when there's something like Empoleon.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to stop one deck working. You want it to succeed.
Yeah.
So
You want to see if it can overcome the odds, basically.
yes.
Yeah.
You want to see it trying to beat the Empoleon anyway.
Yeah.
So Peter's clearly not found the. Oh, he has found the boss.
Oh, he's
okay,
found the boss.
he's found the boss. But Angus doesn't look too
He's on
stressed
base.
about
Yeah.
it. So we may see another Rod or another Gigas remaining. So there may be still parts of victory for Angus.
Always believe in Crobat, I think, is the message there, because
Yeah.
they got Peter exactly what he needed. So we are going to see this Gigas go down. But as you said, it's interesting because your result while you're playing Pokemon is pretty key here. Usually body languages give a giveaway and a tell that it's not going to plan, or it's over from here on out. But Angus is a pretty cool, calm, collected player.
There's a Rod.
Yeah.
So Rod will come in. Gigas will come back. But now it's all on Angus's resources. He's
Yeah.
used speed line and he's decked himself out essentially. Drawn his whole deck. He's not able to win now. Well, the resources just start
So,
there.
yeah. Oh, I'm literally on the edge of my seat here because it is slowing down for us as
There
we
is
see.
the Gigas.
There's the Gigas.
There is the belt, and that will be game. That will be game. And we're
He's
going to
pulling
game
it
3.
Incredible. I guess that is just a testament to the deck as Peter scoops there. Even though he exhausted so many of his resources early, and it looked like he was in and out of the count, I think Angus knew deep down that what he needed was there. And when you get that far through your deck as well, he basically was going to find it. That was the end of the game if he didn't. Drew into it.
Yeah, I mean, Angus has used 58 cards of his deck there. 2 were prized.
Yeah.
All 58 were used. Like we said, if the game's in there, he knows it's there.
Yeah.
He knows he can get there.
It's not often you see a game go like that where literally every single resource being played. I don't feel like either of those players misplayed it all there. Angus literally did every single thing he could have right there to seal the victory for that game too. So we got a game 3 here, which is what you want to see. No one wants to see a quick one and done. This could go either way. The whole matchup can go either way.
It really can. And like we said, once that path comes down, Empoleon's over. So the earlier Angus finds that, the better.
Why do I get the feeling that Empoleon is going to be prized here? I just get a sneaking little.
Let's have a look at the
suspicion.
prize cam. Let's see them come down.
Now Peter does run the heavy ball, so he could
He
get
does.
it.
He will, but it is required very early on. No Empoleon prize, but
Okay.
2 VMAX will be fun.
Yeah, okay. And as we
We actually see that being the path to the peak is prized.
and it's up there at the
It's
top.
right at
so
the top, so that is not coming around anytime soon.
Yeah, and what are the scoop ups?
Okay, but we've seen no turn 1 Empoleon.
So this does give Angus a little bit more time, and it's going to come down to does Peter find that Empoleon very early? It's critical to the matchup. It slows and it forces Angus to use more resources than he would like. So the Red Ice comes down.
Down comes Regieleki. There's a Speed Lightning in Angus's hand. A very cool kind of 2-card combination that allows a little bit extra of a draw engine in this Reggie deck.
Yeah,
Allows extra draw, allows extra energy for Regieleki to attack. The Pokestop is already down. You can see a turn 1 attack from
the
Angus.
synergy in this deck is great, isn't it? Because the energy attached works in tandem with bringing the Reggies out and getting yourself loaded up.
There is the Speed Lightning.
Yep.
Paying attention carefully to Angus's sequencing, where he's opted to do this in this specific order, and that is a shocking Pokestop.
Pokestop giveth and it taketh. We saw Gigas go down, Research go down, and Boss go down, which is
And that has completely killed Angus's hand here.
yeah. I mean, yeah. Seeing that Research go 2 ways. You hate to see it. The Drago does come out.
Poker comes down, a pass comes out from Angus. Pokestop from Peter. 2. There goes Crobat.
Wow. So I guess the path, no use there. Crobat dies. But you do see Rotom. No, this is Peter's first turn, going second.
No, this is his
His second turn?
yeah,
Oh, my
he's
mistake.
gonna
My
attack
mistake.
another
Yeah.
card,
My bad.
Yeah. So Peter's looking for Irida here.
Yeah.
He's looking for Irida and Empoleon plus Switch.
Yeah.
Same as last game, same as every game.
Yeah.
So he's looking for with the Crobat down, it's hard to find the boss.
It's a risky play to hit the stop, isn't it? Because if he does burn the Empoleon, he's in a bit of a bind there. He doesn't play Rod, so there's no coming back.
It is. He knows that the outs to Empoleon are higher than the chance of actually discarding the
Yeah.
Empoleon, so he will be okay. There is the phone. He's really digging for this now.
Yeah.
It's very difficult for him to find his Switch without.
If the Empoleon doesn't come out, it does afford Angus a little bit more time on his next turn.
It sure does. Now, also, if Peter's unable to find the boss, the Regieleki may just find itself being manually powered up.
Yeah. Which is just it's a boon for the deck, isn't it? Even if you can't get it loaded up with the Gigas, if you can at least get the manual attached, you're able to start swinging.
Absolutely. We see a manual retreat because Peter has nothing but a Melanie in hand.
Right.
There comes 3 cards to hand. What do we even see?
Lays down the Empoleon.
There's the training card. He slams it down. Of course, now invalidating escape rope from Angus.
Yep. But there's no way for Peter to get that Empoleon up unless he escape ropes it himself,
Yes. So Empoleon will not hit the active spot this turn.
which still works in Angus's favor. Sorry, it feels like I'm supposed to be in a article commentator, but I cannot help but root for this Reggie tech. I'm out here just basically saying, please, can everything go against this Empoleon coming out? I don't know. It feels like it's a tricky card, isn't it? Because it's just another card in the game, right? But it shuts down the flow of play for the other player so drastically that it almost feels a bit trollish. But it's part of the game. Every card is part of the game. I don't believe in trollish decks being problematic. It's just any deck that thwarts another so handedly just shuts it down. And it can sometimes feel a bit frustrating to watch the games.
Yeah, I mean, we see nothing but a Regigate there from Angus.
Yeah.
Now, if you pay close attention, Angus has actually got himself 2 Regidrago. Now, he's recognized that that's his only draw power, and the only way to get him out of his dead hand. And so he's chosen to bench both just in case one was to get boss KO.
Yeah. As the Alecki gets
Alecki? No, just get KO, no retreat into Empoleon. Peter recognizes that this QMV cannot be one shot as it stands.
Yeah. Now, with the Drago coming out, with 2 Drago being out on the field here, Angus has to rely on scooping one up.
Yes, he will need to scoop one up in order to actually play the game here. But that won't prove too difficult as the second Reggie.
Peter wouldn't afford him the luxury of bossing up the Drago and knocking it out, would he? He's always going to go for the Alecki that had the energy attached. It is the Reggie that leaves him most vulnerable.
Yeah, so now whilst Angus did fall victim to that boss, Peter has used it, he's gained some tempo, but he now knows there's only one left, and that's a restriction. That's something that a top player like Angus will essentially be able to recognize.
Yeah.
And it's something that he'll utilize a little bit better than probably your average player.
So the heavy ball comes out and he starts to look through his prizes. He picks up the Gigas.
He's forgotten to put the heavy ball back in. And we're just getting a little bit confused here, but that's okay. There we go.
Yeah.
6 will come down the path. No, we're at the top, but still round 4.
Actually, great observation. You know, the path come down a little bit lower. It's not Peonia. You cannot sequence the prizes cards the way that you would like. If it did, that would be an even better card. I mean, Zoom Heavy Ball is a great card, but it's not that good.
All right. Angus played a scoop up net apparently.
Yeah, so one of those Dragos
I'm
goes.
confused as
back
to
in
what
the hand.
happens. One's gone to the discard pile. Did we are unable to exactly see what is going on right now.
The only way for that Drago to get into the discard is, buy a knockout. If we could have a quick look at the prize cards, probably able to tell at this point of the game. Peter would have 4 cards remaining.
Maybe could have played scoop up net plus a research, perhaps. Maybe could have been a way that it got in the discard. No, you're right. 4 prizes remaining. There's been a knockout.
Yep. So that luxury of time, I guess, in the prize race is starting to dwindle. For Angus, he needs to get something going in this next turn. At least lay some damage on the board or take the knockout, but it's going to be a bit of a push for him from here on out. As he continues drawing here. Doesn't look like he's finding what he needs. Searches through the trash.
Struggling for energy at the moment. For
I know. It looks like he's loading up.
there is the Reggie Lucky powered up.
Yep.
This is insane. He's got rope and he'll have an energy in hand. Any one of those bench Pokemon is getting knocked out now.
Right. So there are. Well, he'll do. Surely.
Well, Peter will get to promote now.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
My bad.
Peter will get to promote.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that stranded Aurora energy on the Reggie skill is really proving difficult. Angus wished that was in the discard. Be able to attach it, but he likely has another energy in hand.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Did he manually attach that to the Gigas? Didn't he? He would have.
To the steel.
Well, I can't. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. To
that
the
was
steel.
2 turns ago.
That was 2 turns ago. Yeah. All right. So, as Angus contemplates his next move here, is he going to Marnie?
And he has done this before the rope, important because if Empoleon gets promoted, then
He's looking for rope.
yeah.
Yeah.
I know he's played rope.
Oh, he's played
for
rope,
an
right,
energy.
right, yeah.
I can't seem to see one in his hand.
No.
I think he might have missed. He is just going to no, he's going to hit with the belt, but not for knockdown.
unfortunate. That would have been ideal for him into a very commanding position, but the Empoleon is pinged, so it will get taken out on the next. If he manages to get that Aleki powered up again, Aleki's probably going to see the end of its tenure. This next turn for Peter, you'll be forced to pull out another one.
Like we said, this 3-turn clock, Angus is going to be on it now. But one shot by pretty much anything in Angus's deck.
Right. All right, so Peter, there's a boss in the discard. Now, has he kickball that away? We're just trying to catch up on the feed here.
It's a good question.
Ninja, there's a so an Irida's being played.
We're just saying the disco puppy shuffled there.
Yeah. So an Irida's being played. We're seeing Greninja come out with a capacious bucket. So Peter's going to be looking to concealed cards, dig a little bit deeper in his deck, and get some energy out there into the discard. We haven't seen a big star ability use for Peter. I feel like he doesn't need to use it right now. He can't do it without no Pelkir star out there. Yeah, sorry, we can see that the Irida. It's almost one playing that instead of second the pull up. So from here, just trying to see what's occurring. Looks like, there's the concealed cards.
And we likely are going to need to see a star portal here to power up this Empoleon.
To get the attack off, yeah. Now, he doesn't have any search ability, I don't believe, in his hand to find it. He was probably hoping to find it from the concealed cards. Hasn't. It's in the training court instead. So we'll be manually attaching. I believe so. He's contemplating. He hasn't used that ability on the Greninja, so he cannot go for it again.
So Ultra Ball straight up, getting rid of 2 water. That'll enable a fully used star portal.
Great utilization there. Bring the energy in hand, burn it, and then star portal it.
When Peter's burned through this many energy, it's looking to make as much of it as possible. Make as much use of it as possible, I should say. The Empoleon does move an energy off of it as well, which means that it may be difficult to continue to use it turn after turn.
Yeah. All right, so Peter takes the knockout there, shifts the energy over onto the Palkia V-Star, bringing him to 3 prizes claimed and 3 to go. Angus with the promote there of the...
And Angus scooped his hands bricked, and unfortunately, we see the Reggies go down. Shouldn't be biased, but something about it, just you wanted to beat that Penguin, but unfortunately, Angus was not able to find energy on several turns. And we see Peter Lowe is our Champions League champion for this year.
Well earned, We assumed that he had the 2 Empoleon in him when we initially looked at the list. Just had the 1, but he made it work,
Yeah.
Proof.
It was enough for game 1. We saw Angus really struggle to get off the ground in game 2.
Yeah.
Game 3, sorry, Angus really struggled. But
They played that as well as they could have, It sometimes does come down to which cards you draw, whether you're going to be able to sustain the matchup, whether you're going to sustain, basically stay alive and continue it. But like you said, in game 2, Angus had to use everything that he had to remain there. All 58 cards to take that game. Well played by Angus, but even better played by Peter there.
Yeah, I mean, both players played perfectly. They could not have done much better. They know exactly how to play the decks and how to play the matchup. And Angus really played to his outs, which is really impressive. But he may not be in a favorable position, but if the cards fall right, and he can easily win.
Yeah.
Like we saw in game 2, he took that advantage perfectly. The damage placement for Terrace Park. But at the end, Peter managed to use QMV to its full capacity, knowing that, again, nothing in Angus's deck is able to one-shot that QMV. Really just push that window and make it so that if Angus stalls it too much, game's over.
Yep. Peter is one of the most decorated players down here in Melbourne. He has accomplished so much over his career, and I feel like he's only going to achieve more from here on out. His next season is going to be, I feel like it'll be incredible. Peter has continuously won league nights, and as we've seen today, he has come out on top of the best players here in Melbourne across so many different stores. An incredible final, but an incredible display of skill there.
Congratulations to both Peter and Angus.
Yep. And I'm looking forward to the next one. I feel like there might be a bit of a rivalry brewing there. Angus is a very good player as well. He'll be looking to strike back at the next major opportunity.
Very interesting and rewarding as in terms of the state of the current game, where if you were to pick 2 people going into this tournament, you would probably pick Peter and Angus, and there you go, they're both in finals. So
Awesome stuff.
rewarding to see them their hard work pay off.
We're probably looking to do a players interview. I might go grab them. Can you give me a second, Henry?
Sounds great.
You want a man in the front, or we'll go to a BIB?
Let's go to BRB and we're back in a moment
We're
with
back in a second.
Peter.
Oh, I'm just walking away. That's the BRB. I just dip and leave Henry on his side. Yeah, there's a couple of times we're just like,
Yeah, we have to. Yeah.
that second game was great.
Yeah, we're gonna hold the two. Yeah. You're ready.
Okay, man. You well. Thank you. That's all good.
Do you want to get in front?
I'll get in front, yeah.
Let me just hide in the.
All right, Benjamin, Angus, we're live. Well done, Angus.
Yeah.
Well done. Just want to thank you so much for participating. You and Peter had a big long fight. How was that battle?
It was agonizing. Empoleon, not a fun card.
Yeah, it kind of shut you down for a long stretches of the game.
Yeah, I would say over 50%.
Yeah. Would you have done anything differently?
I would have Pokestopped before using my my speed energy because that's what kind of threw the game.
Game 3.
Game 3, yes. Because if I did it in the opposite order, I would have just drawn better.
Oh, heartbreak. Heartbreak. Benjamin?
Well, here is your trophy for coming second. Congratulations
Thank you.
on being the runner-up today, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for hosting it all.
Oh, you're welcome.
You're amazing, man.
Well done, champion.
Way to go.
Thank you.
Way to go. All right, Peter Mo.
Come on, Peter.
Way to go, man. Our champion. Yeah. Matt. Peter. Congratulations, brother.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Do you want to do some honors?
Yes. So here we have the championship trophy, the best league player in Melbourne. Here you go, Peter.
Player of the year. Player of the year. 2022.
Let's go. Let's go. And an exclusive playmat for you.
Hey! How was the last game?
Well, it was really close actually. I thought I was losing.
What made you take Napoleon rather than take it completely out? Was it this matchup specifically?
I felt it helps against last 7 decks and it helps against Magnificus obviously. Obviously online people have been starting to hard counter opponent and playing multiple cards in the league and escape versions and cancelling those. But I thought, at least if I have one, they have to double it.
Being Melbourne Player of the Year 2022, how does it feel?
Well, it feels great. All thanks everyone here playing that. They get to be the best of community of players.
We're really happy to have you, man, and we're really proud of you. It was a grind to get over here. You took 2 weeks off to go to Worlds, and you still come back. You still qualify, dude. Amazing job, bro. Amazing
Well
job.
done. Thank you. Thank you for being our champion.
Thank you.
Any other further words?
No, we love it.
Glad to have you guys. Everybody
Thank
from
you.
Julian and Henry and I'm sorry, what was your name? Jared, we gotta get you in here too.
Yeah,
Jared, come in here, please.
He's been behind the camera all day. This is the man that's made the whole stream work.
If it wasn't for this man right here, none of this would were to take place, thank you so much, man. The hard work that you put in for this table means so much, bro. We're gonna get a lot of use out of it.
Can we get? We're gonna get everyone in for a big thingy.
Big family photo.
Everyone get in. Can we get everyone in?
Oh, let's get everyone in. Everyone in.
Is this Julian?
Yeah, that's supposed to be.